Alright, make sure that's recording. I hope you're plugged in. This might be it.
Oh, yeah, you know what? That might be a good idea, too. I've got a full charge right now. Once it starts getting low, I'll plug it in.
Okay. But I just wanted to... Everything sounds good, looks good. Big pain in the ass. At least the weather cleared up.
Oh, it's beautiful outside. Look.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it's really nice out there. Oh, wow.
It's supposed to be a launch today, too.
Okay, for SpaceX, yeah.
No, it's the other one.
Okay, so the Falcon. Or not the Falcon, the big Boeing.
Yeah.
Who the knows which one? Make sure this is recording. And they will leave it as it should be. Alright, other than that, I'm ready whenever you are, man. Whenever you want to relax.
Go for it.
Okay.
Just do what you gotta do.
Okay. Alright, so, shit, what episode am I on? God damn, I forget. We'll get to that in the morning. Anyway, man, just wanted to catch up with you, see how you were doing and everything. We've been planning for this for a while, but it is what it is.
Well,
the coronavirus hit us.
Yeah.
You know how that shit goes.
Part of it.
But, yeah, I just wanted to catch up with you first, introduce yourself. So I met Ernesto, guys, through work. Amazing dude. Everybody at work's like, you gotta talk with him, you gotta jam with him. Amazing collector, so this is what the episode is going to be entitled. It's going to be a real free flow and stuff like that. We'll probably take me around the house and show you guys some really cool stuff. I guess first question, man, is how the hell did the collection start?
That's a tough one. My mom was a collector of a lot of things. She liked to fix things. You know, she was always helping people. So I guess I saw that and I just added that to my personality. But when I started collecting, it's like, oh, I like this. And one of my only rules about collecting was that it's got to be something I enjoy, something I like. Otherwise, I don't want to collect something for money. It's not, money wasn't my main priority. It was just something that, okay, I like this. I'm going to have fun with it, and then I'll put it back in this box, like, several of my Transformers that are worth, several $100s for some reason. But
well, I mean, the Michael Bay films came out, and then, the first one was good, and everybody was like, oh, this is great.
Yeah, no, I'm going back to G1. I'm not doing, I wasn't the movie ones.
Okay.
The movie ones are, like, all plastic. These were, like, die-cast metal.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you bought a Bumblebee, from Universal, so.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's just things that I enjoyed. Love building models. My father's an engineer, so, anything that I could put together, I would put together. So it was a combination of both, collecting and engineering.
Right. So with that stuff, was your mom like a big influence of like, oh, you need to collect this or just kind of like something you fancied, or?
No, she didn't really push me into collecting. It was just something that I saw her do, and she enjoyed it. It was like one of her hobbies. She liked to paint. She liked to do a whole bunch of different little things. So, and it's like me. I'm almost the same way. I like to work on cars. I like to build models. I like to do a lot of different things. I used to draw. But I think I get that more from my father's side because most of my father's brothers and sisters were artists.
Yeah.
So my drawing probably came from that side of the family. But, I would collect like really good pencils and, a drafting table and everything that I could do what I had to do right.
Yeah. Whatever tickled your mind, you were like, oh, I could use that for this or this.
Yeah, exactly. I would see something, say, hey, I can use that. And, to somebody, it's like, it's a lump of coal. But to me, I just crush it up and I can make it part of the,
right. You were always you always had that knack for something.
Yeah. So I'll see something and say, what else can I make with it?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, there's 20 things I can make with it. Where somebody looks at, oh, that's just garbage.
Yeah. I think that's like the blessing in disguise is like having an engineered father and a mother that was freaking super cool. And you said your mom owned like a store and stuff like that?
Yeah, she owned a little thrift shop. That's why she had like a lot of different things as well. It was just another one of her hobbies and things that she wanted to do. It was like one of her goals, and actually she accomplished it.
Yeah.
I helped her out for a little while, but it was just, I didn't want to be a part of the store. I wanted to do my own thing.
Right.
My father would push me into being a mechanic, but I can do it. So.
Yeah, it was kind of never really your calling. You were just like, oh, let me try this. You're handed everything pretty much.
Yeah. So I mean, I went to electrical engineering, and then I ended up getting lucky. friend of mine who's working for a company that installs security for the military all over the world.
Oh, wow.
He goes, hey, you want to come work for this company? I'm like, sure, why not? So, a lot of stuff, and my mother said this a lot, that I was very lucky. Things would just fall into my lap. Mm-hmm. So I do believe in karma. If you're a good person, then, good things happen, and you just got to be patient.
Right.
Some people will, I need it right now, or I need a Mercedes-Benz, or no, you don't need all that stuff. You just need to be happy, enjoy your life.
Right.
Do things that make you enjoy.
Get you out of bed every morning. Yeah, it's
exactly.
Like the same thing with this coronavirus thing. Everybody's like, "Oh, I'm so fucking bored. I don't want unemployment." How do unemployment people become so bored? It's like, how are you bored? I have so many things to do, with 3D printing, to this, to this, to this.
Yeah, no, I got the same thing. I've got family photos I need to scan, and I've been trying to organize a lot of my collection because it's just taking up a lot of my space now, and if I don't play with it, or if I don't have a use for it, then I'd rather have somebody who wants it and wants to enjoy it. I want them to have it, I don't want somebody coming, I'll give you $1 for it, and knowing full well that it's worth several $100. I'm like, no, I'm not going to play that game, I would give it to him if I know he's going to hand it to his kid and play with it.
Right.
The kid's going to enjoy it, and I don't care if he destroys it, as long as
he got something out of it.
As long as he got some enjoyment out of it, then I'm happy with that. But I don't want people coming in and say, hey, I'm going to give you this, and then flip it for a couple $100 just so they can make a profit off of something that I've been holding on to for forever.
Yeah. How do you feel when you started your collection? Did you think it'd get as big as it did, or it was something you just kept going from there?
I was not expecting it to get that big. It was just, and luckily, when I went to college, my mother protected a lot of my things.
Yeah.
My dad said, it's junk, and throw it out. And my mother would, like a pit bull, would guard my things.
Under stuff.
So, I'm grateful to her. And a lot of her things, too, I have with me. A lot of mementos. I have, 2 of her Cabbage Patch Kids when the first things first came out.
Yeah, I got to see them. I was like, oh my, wow.
Yeah.
You're like, dude, these are...
I also have, one of her dolls that my father had gifted her when they were dating.
Oh, wow.
And the thing is, way older than I am. So, it's still in nice shape, but I take care of it. I cleaned it up, and she's sitting right over there next to Bumblebee. It's just little items here and there that I enjoy.
Yeah.
And, most of it I can part with. It's just, like I said, I don't have the need to keep it anymore. Mm-hmm. I enjoyed it. I either play with it or I just had it as a display.
Mm-hmm.
Just an example. I mean, I don't collect the pop-ups, but the
yeah. Oh, those become an addiction right there.
Yeah.
Trying to find the newer ones, and everybody's like, oh, the new version came out.
Yeah, but again, most of those characters are just things that I like.
Yeah.
I like the, Garbage Pail Kid. A lot of kids don't remember what that is.
No.
That was an old card game that, was just ugly little kids. When I saw it, I'm like, oh my God, I love that. It brought back memories of back then. So it'll sit there for a while, and then when I get tired of it, I'll part with it. But for now, it's just something.
Just hang on to it. What was the one thing that you found, either in a thrift shop or something that was like, I gotta have it, or you never thought you'd find it?
Yeah, I try to stay away from the places because I always find something I want. And I end up spending, more money than I need to. But, when my wife and I were dating, we used to stay at the Disney resorts. And they used to have these lights on the walls that when you turn them on, it would shut off whatever picture was on it. And I had found out, we had stayed at a resort where the lamp itself that would sit on the wall was like a little popcorn box.
Yeah.
And I walked into a Goodwill, and I'm like, oh my God, what the hell is this? And, there it is.
Ah.
Now, if I turn the light on, you won't see the words, but I just thought it was something that was really cool. It's a little light, and it was just like a little memory of what we had,
where it all started.
What we had done. My wife also worked for SeaWorld for a while, and I don't know if you can see this or not, but this is a glass, and it says SeaWorld on one side, and on the other side it says Budweiser.
Oh, wow.
And that's when Budweiser used to own the company.
Yeah, when it was Busch.
Yeah, when it was Anheuser-Busch.
Yeah.
Now that doesn't exist anymore, but it's still like a little memory of, when my wife and I were, together because after we got married, she had to start somewhere, and she started at SeaWorld.
Yeah.
And that's just, a little memory from there. So, again, it's a part of my collection, things that I've, have been through and things that, that I like.
Yeah.
But that's the one item that right now, I mean, I'm sure I've got so many more. I just can't remember them, and I don't even know where they are.
Yeah, it's like I've been through your collection before. About a few months ago, not even like 6 months ago, I came over to say hi to Ernesto, and I got dropped off at the wrong fucking location. He goes, "Come on over, kid, just say hello," yada yada. So, Lyft driver comes, picks me up, and I'm like, I don't know where the hell he lives. He's like, well, I live close to Universal, so don't worry about it. Just, boom, boom. It said left, then take a left. So what it really meant to do in the GPS was take a left, go down the road, then take another left. Here I am. She goes, "Is this fine?" I went, "I guess. I have no idea where the fuck I am." Like, I get out, I call him, I said, "Hey man, I'm in front of yours." He goes, "What do you mean?" "I don't see you anywhere." So I turn on Waze, I look at Waze, and I'm going down, I'm like, okay, I'm like maybe about a couple 100 feet from this place. I start jogging on the road. He goes, "Where the hell are you?" All of a sudden this car comes zipping around that you guys saw in the video right now. Flips around, he goes, "Kid, get the hell in." He goes, "What the hell are you doing?" And I go, "I don't fucking know. I have no fucking."
Yeah, they dropped you off in the wrong spot, and I'm like, you told me on the phone, yeah, they dropped me in front of your house. I'm like, you're not in front of my house.
No. You're nowhere to be found. I had no idea, because I was like, okay, I have his address correct. I don't know where the hell I am. But you're well hidden. You're like way off the beaten path, because I know one guy hopped out the car and he's like, "I remember you from Universal." I'm like, yeah, I'm here to go see somebody and check his place out and just, see his collection, because, it's like a freaking museum in there. It goes from one room to another room and you're like, holy, no, I've got more. I've got more.
Yeah, and the containers too. It's like, they're all marked, but it's like, there's still a lot in there that I have to go through. Mm-hmm. What's on the outside just gives you a brief synopsis of what's inside.
What's inside of it?
Yeah, if I had to write down everything that was inside, it would be marked all over the side of it.
Like you said, you never thought this collection would get as big as it did, and it just did.
Yeah, it kept going, and for the most part, for me, it's like Tetris almost.
Yeah.
I'm very good at it.
Yeah. Well, I've seen the man room where it's literally an office, but it's got so much fun stuff, and you're like, no, hold on, I got this up here, and this is balanced with this, and I'm like, being a maker and a builder, I can understand balancing shit, but oh my god.
Yeah, you think of a board cube, if you move one spot, everything comes back to the place. That's what I do, I find a spot for everything, and then, for the most part, if I don't move it right away, I can find it. It's like, oh, okay, I remember that. It's in this room. It's in this corner. Yeah. It's somewhere in this area,
Yeah.
I'm kind of happy that Apple's going to be putting out those little pucks.
Oh, the little Bluetooth. I know you can get those from freaking Amazon. I know they're only good up to 30 feet, but you can, and they just boom, boom, boom. It's like, I found it. I'm like, wait, what if you're far away from the device? You can't really know where the hell it is.
But I think for the Apple ones, if it's going around somebody else with an Apple device, then you should be able to
can probably grab those.
Which I think is kind of cool.
That's what they were doing for cars. If you were if your friend had a phone nearby, he could dial the number and it would ping for his car. Yeah, because I know one of our coworkers, John D, has his car. He has Verizon or something. And his car was lost one day, and he's like, "Where the?" And he's doing this, and I'm like, "John, did you find it?" He's like, "We're 10 feet away," and he's looking. He's like, "Where the fuck is my truck?" I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But, let's see if I can get to the next question. But, yeah, your collection, you never thought it would be this freaking big, and like you said, that one item that you found, that was at Pop Century, yeah?
Yeah, it was a lamp at Pop Century before they did all of the rehabs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It was just something that I remember being on the wall. It's like, I walked in, my wife and I walked in there, I'm like, oh, that's so cute.
Yeah.
We turned lights, and the little picture would disappear. And then, like I said, it just fell into my lap.
Yeah.
Walking through.
Yeah, that was something you were telling me about. And dude, I never thought I'd find it. Went to a thrift store, and there it was.
Yeah.
When
I worked for Disney, I would go into the little shop that when they redo things, they resell a lot of their old stuff.
Yeah. Cash connections and.
Yeah, I never got around to finding that item, and then I guess somebody out there knew that I wanted it. So it ended up in Goodwill.
Yeah, I guess good karma came by, or somebody must have passed away, because those things never pop up and cycle. Even on eBay, you're like, All right, like here's a reproduction, or here's like the actual, lamp from a hotel.
I'm sure their family just thought, nah, this is garbage,
That's what usually happens. I know somebody who had a comic, and they're like, no, this comic's worth actually like $20,000.
Yeah.
And the family was ready just to like give it away. And they're like, oh, well, he used to collect them, and we're just letting it be. And it's like, you might really want to hang on to that.
Yeah.
I hate when people, like you said, you want your shit to go to a good person, but it's like, thing of days, it's like, you have people that, okay, well, I want it for this, or, they demonetize it or devalue it, and then they want to resell it or, get rid of it. And everybody wants to kind of get a bargain off something that you collected or took care of.
Again, to me, it's more of a, it's worth $3 or $4, you want to give me $1 for it. That's just, I'm not greedy. I would take half of what it's worth just so that I know that you're not doing something, if you're going to profit from it, it's not going to be excessive. I'd rather you just, enjoy the book and keep it, and maybe it'll go up later in value, be given to a true collector rather than to, somebody that's going to, just try to resell it and profit from it.
Yeah.
Because I also had like the toys too. I told you about the G.I. Joe.
Yeah, those are some things.
When I saw them in the store, this was like several years ago. It was like, you couldn't find them anymore.
No,
they weren't
not even the Hobby Lobbies or any kind of.
No, it was all gone. And then I saw them I was in New York, and I walked into this small little shop that I guess carries some toys and some stuff, and there was 4 of them there. 4 of them, brand new. And I says, you know what? I want them all. And mind you, back then they were probably only worth, $10 or $20. I probably picked it up for like a 10. And then I held on to them for like, I think I just I sold 3 of them maybe a year ago. And mind you, they didn't go up in value. They were like $80. But considering I paid $10 for them, that's a nice little, chunk of change.
Yeah.
And I didn't even ask 80. I told them, look, just give me 60, And some of them wanted to bargain. I'm like, look, I already know what these things are worth. Now, if you're going to keep it and enjoy it, then look, just give me this,
Yeah.
A lot of people come up to me and they're like, no, I want to give you this. And, I was like, look, I appreciate you wanting to bargain because I like to do the same thing too.
Yeah, I like to haggle.
I also don't go up to people and try to rip them off. It's like, no, I know it's worth this. Would you go for this?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm going to keep it myself. But that's my own way of living. That's the way I live my life. It's like, I want to be fair to people as best as I can. Don't try to mess with me because I don't have time for that nonsense.
Oh, I totally agree, yeah.
Treat me the way you want to be treated. And
I'll treat you the same.
We can have a happy life together, You want to be a little bitch? I'm not going to have time. I'm not going to play like that. I said, I'll send you, get the fuck out of my house. I don't need your shit. I'll hold on to it for another 10 years, or even if it goes out of date, or I run out of money, I'll put a little fire in my backyard, and at least it warmed me. It had a purpose in life.
Like all those plastic vapors.
You know what? Considering what the government has done to us, that's nothing, okay?
Oh my god, the old model wood, the model glue. I remember when I first met my uncle was like, I'm like, why does it smell like oranges? He's like, well, back in the day, the shit would get you so high.
Yeah, they would just buy the glue to, get high off of it. Then they went over to spray cans.
You can go to Walmart or Hobby Lobby now. It smells like citrus. It's like it's not as like a strong. It's not like a rubber cement, but yeah, it's pretty. It smells like more citrusy. I'm like, it smells pretty good. They're like, well, they won't want you to get high off of it. I'm like, they used to smell this. He's like, all the time, like just spray it up your nose. You're like, huh? Like, oh my god. So how the hell did your comic book collection get so big, and how long did that take?
Yeah, that's a long one. I've been collecting since I was like 10. Now, mind you, when I was in high school and stuff like that, I stopped. So I have a very limited amount of Golden Age books. Like the old Fantastic Four. Now, mind you, I used to buy back issues and stuff. So when I would find them, like I found Fantastic Four number 14, and I've got Fantastic Four number 17. And now both those books are around, depending on the quality of the book, they're running from like $350 to 80. So if it's near mint or very fine or good, it's with that quality. But I used to pick them up just because I loved them. Jack Kirby was a really good artist.
Yeah.
Marvel was my thing. I did collect DC. My mother was a big fan of the DC book, so when I got her collection, which was another, 4 boxes.
You could literally lay on them. I could stick a sleeping bag and just sleep.
Exactly. You can make it into a futon. All those books. But like I said, I really got back into collecting. It was like I want to say 89.
Oh wow!
Every time I would go to, they were like 75 cents to $1.
Yeah, at the time, yeah.
Now they're like $6, and I don't.
I don't.
If not into comics, just stay out of them.
Yeah, and because the rebirth is the biggest problem with comiXology and all this. It's just.
They can make the books worth something, but then they got to make this variant cover. You got to buy 100 of this book just to get one cover.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to buy the book and enjoy it. And if it goes up, great. If it doesn't, oh well. At least I read the book and enjoyed it.
Yeah. Like, what was the first one that you got that you were like, I gotta have this title, or something that kind of resonates?
That I had to have? Again, I'd probably say the Fantastic Four 14. It was just the Fantastic Four on a vacation, and they had Franklin Richards as a baby, and his uncle Johnny was trying to teach him how to speak, and he was teaching him how to say "flame on."
Oh wow!
And it was just a good book, It's like a lot of these books, everything's action. Every page is beat 'em up, shoot, And this one was like family, and yes, there was a villain in it, and yes, there was, but it didn't take up the whole damn book.
Yeah, it had story and it had life.
That's the one I bought that I had to have. The first one I ever got was I can't remember the number. I know it was a Spider-Woman book, and we were in Miami because my family would travel because we lived in New Jersey. We're Yankees, not rebels. So we would come down and we walked into this small little shop, and that was my first book, and I still have that book.
Mm-hmm.
And that's hard to do when you have 2 younger brothers that destroy everything.
Yeah.
That's another reason why my collection's in good shape too, is because I'd play with it, put it back in the box, and put it in the closet where they couldn't reach it because these 2 terrorists would destroy everything I had.
Yeah.
But again, that's family life. That's that's what they do. That's what kids do. They don't care.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of the old Star Wars stuff is worth a lot of money because you played with it, you destroyed it, you threw it away. Now the ones that still exist are worth a lot of money because there aren't very many of them.
Yeah, it's very rare to find something that's kind of up there in price now, without nicks or cuts or color degrading or.
Yeah, I try to tell people don't buy the figures for collecting because they make so many of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's just if they produce so much that it'll never be worth anything. Because everybody's taking care of them, everybody's protecting them, thinking they're going to go for value, and they're not. It's just too many of them for that to happen. Unless it's like some kind of variant where, by accident, I'm going to tell you one that I got. It was McFarlane Toys, and the character is Angela. And because they didn't paint underwear on her, it went to like $200 to $300.
Oh wow, that's
at the time. I don't know what it's worth now because I really haven't been following the toys' value, but I still have it there. It's sitting there collecting dust.
Oh my god! Probably had to go up now because it's so rare.
It's a possibility.
Well, who knows if the cons too, like make cons stuff like that in the collectors.
Yeah, again, I haven't been keeping tabs on it. It was just something I liked. I picked it up. I didn't even realize she didn't have it because that wasn't the first thing I looked at. I'm like, yeah, let me check the action figure's got underwear on it. It wasn't part of my thing. It's like, oh, I like the figure. Let me get it.
Yeah, you had no idea.
I had no idea that it was going to be like that. There's a couple of other ones too. I've got the manga spawns, also from McFarlane Toys. There's just a lot of different variations. It's just dumb luck sometimes.
Yeah.
And again, I did it because I enjoyed it, not because I had to.
Had to have it. You just kind of look, like I said, you got that kind of eye that's just like, this is cool. I'll take it.
Yeah. So, like I said, I collected the Power Rangers.
The original Savant,
the original ones.
I don't dig the new stuff. Yeah, I can't get into it.
Again, the new stuff, if you really can get into that stuff to collect, you gotta enjoy it.
Yeah.
Because if you buy it to collect, there's like a million more people doing the same thing, and that just makes the toy, whatever you spend for it, pretty much worth it.
That's like the freaking Disney pins. Everybody fucking buys 50,000 of them, and you're like, can I at least get one to like have? And that's a rabbit hole within itself.
Yeah. When I was working for Disney, we did little pin trading, and I collected the ones I liked. Again, I don't even know what they're worth. I got literally a bag, must be like several hundred. You know, it might even be more because I didn't really count them.
Yeah.
And it's just, if I liked it, then I would trade with the kids, you know, whoever wanted it. It's like, okay, here. You know, it was just fun for me. It wasn't something that I told.
Yeah, you were like, I gotta have this one or that one.
Yeah. So, again, it's just fun and to enjoy, you know, the things. As for the comic books, I got, oh my God. I know that when I move again, I'm going to have back strain, or I'm going to have to hire, you know.
He literally texted me the other day. I said, hey, he goes, how you doing, kid? I said, I'm alright, I'm alive, you know. So we've been out of work now for, 19 days, something like that, because of the coronavirus. And, you know, everybody's checking in, because we've all worked together, and once you get to know somebody, you kind of become family or something like that.
Yeah, you want to know how they are.
Yeah, you're like, how you doing? I was like, how's the wife, everybody doing? And, I said, hey man, let's try to record a podcast, because we were planning on doing this, like I said, months and months ago. I was like, hey, I'll stop it on this day, we'll sit down, get the recorder going, and the GoPro's going, and it just never came to be, and then this shit happened, and we're like, I guess we're self-quarantined for the next, 4 or 5 months, whatever it may be.
We got time.
I mean, you don't even, I went to Walmart the other day, and it was like nobody, like everybody was separated from each other, you couldn't even, like, I'm trying to find, like, paper towels for 3D printing, and the poor guy was helping the stupid lady's leg just to, hey, so when's the truck come in? And I'm like, oh my God, leave her alone. And she's like, guys, I don't know when stuff's coming in. It comes in the morning, good luck getting it. It's like...
You forget, everybody needs toilet paper.
Yeah.
You know.
I still don't know why they're doing...
You know, or maybe a shower, you know, rinse off a little bit if you got one of those things that can move around a bit. I mean... Wow, holy smoke, you need that much?
Well, I love the ones that are on Facebook now that dogs have jumped into the pile and, like, ripped all the toilet paper open. I'm just like, karma.
Exactly, that's how I feel, you know?
But yeah, like, he literally called in and said, hey, let's set up for a podcast, let's get this done. And he goes, oh man, well, I wanted to see you in person because it would have been cool to take you around the house again with camera or whatever. And I'm just like, you know, it's...
We can just, you know, show all the little...
we have plenty of time to get all that. I always run around later and do that once we're all self-quarantined again and free to touch each other and breathe each other's spit.
Yeah, say hello and, you know, breathe next to each other without dying.
Are you 6 feet apart? No. We're 5. Like, so, you know the rules. Step away.
Yeah, so when we cough, everybody doesn't jump like 10 feet away.
It literally has happened. I don't know what's been going on with, like, especially the theme park culture for us. It's been horrible. Like, for a collector, a person trying to find something, I don't know what it's going to do for anybody because everybody's so terrified now.
Well, you know, I want to call it the T virus because we had people that were supposed to be watching this, and thanks to our current little Mr. Who, got rid of that division.
Yeah,
we don't need that. And then now we needed it. We could have, at least stopped instead of it being as big as it is.
Mm-hmm.
It might have been like little things here and there, maybe a little bit in New York, some in Florida. Because did you hear about that idiot? Okay, I don't want to say idiot. I'm going to be nice. I don't know why he did it, but he had the virus and he went to Universal and to Disney.
Yeah. They're saying he didn't. Well, more of it got leaked, and Joe Rogan, I listen to a lot of his podcasting on Joe Rogan Experience, and he's pretty well informed, and he said the guy I guess he had cancer, he had other things going on, he just survived all that, he had other shit going on, and then he decided because of the remission and all that shit, he'd finally go on a trip. And that was his dream, to, like, go to fucking Florida, so... Joe Rogan's like, this is the real story, like, for those who aren't really getting the whole shit, here's what it is. So apparently he was in remission, he had throat issues, this issue, but he was cleared to fly, and doctors were like, okay man, you're in remission, congratulations, because he apparently had testicle cancer or some shit.
Yeah.
And so he was just trying to have a good time, didn't know he had corona, because none of us, honestly, would know if we had it unless we fully got tested, given how many guests we work with per day, Not trying to scare anybody, but like we're dealing with on a fucking heavy day to like 53,000. On a slow day, like 10,000. That's still a lot of freaking people. You might not see, and then City Walk's a whole other thing, and then Universal. But apparently he went to Disney World and then Universal Orlando for like a couple of days, and then when he flew home, that's when all the symptoms started happening. He couldn't breathe, had pneumonia. Because that's what it pretty much is, this coronavirus. And the funny thing is, people are like, oh, it came from China. I'm like, this shit has been around for a fucking minute. This strain or, 19 has been around for a long time. It's just gotten stronger. But yeah, I feel bad for him.
I don't have the full story, but again, that's because we have people that work there, and I don't want to see anybody get sick.
No, you really don't. And it's surprising, like, how crazy we don't get sick. And it's just like, wait, we didn't get sick.
We get exposed to everything, and from every country in the world.
That's what I was telling my doctor. I had a physical like a year ago, and he was taking a blood work, and he's like, your antibodies are really high. And I went, yeah. He goes, where do you work again? I said, Universal. And he goes, aha. I said, am I in trouble? He goes, no. You're fine. He goes, oh, that's actually a really good thing. Are you wearing gloves? Are you protecting me? I'm like, honestly, I'm just going in as is because I'm surrounded by everything, man. I'm breathing in pollution, so. I mean, I don't smoke cigarettes, so that's, I guess, a positive, but it is what it is. I mean, this whole coronavirus and then people wanting to not get near each other. Even the MegaCon has been canceled till June, apparently.
Yeah, I heard about that.
They just canceled it. I've got a lot of 3D printing coming up for that, and everybody's like, well, I guess you have more time to get it done. I'm like, yeah, I guess I do, because I would have to rush and, a few weeks out and get it done for you. But, I don't know what it's going to do socially for collectors or people like that, or especially the theme parks, that people wanting to get near each other again to, ride rides.
Well, you got to remember the corporation's going to be fine because the government just put out that $2 trillion whatever.
Yeah, I think we're all getting
about 1,200.
Yeah, you guys are getting.
What I understand is they can put out all this money, they can give somebody $500,000. Yeah. If you got a social security number and you've been working, you can do that for somebody. That would
basically it's our money. It's I keep telling them it's our taxes.
True.
It's our taxes.
It's our money, and yet they can't do that for people because people can be spending money. They're going to be wanting to buy that new car. They're going to do whatever they have to do to keep the economy going. Mm-hmm. But you want to give somebody, what is it, $1,200?
It's $1,200 if you're. I guess you made under $75,000.
Yeah.
I was just reading because a friend of mine posted it to Facebook. It said, I think we're getting something. I said, well, if I do, it's going towards bills because that's where it needs to go.
Yeah. But again, what does that do? It takes care of you for maybe a month, half a month.
And like I said, we're grateful for. I mean, I'm grateful for the company that I'm with. Because they don't have to be paying us at all. It's right to hire state. And I keep telling all my friends this is first they didn't want to go to work, and then now they were like, oh, they're not giving us time off, and then oh my God, they're giving us time off. Are they going to pay us? It's like they are not obligated to. Legitimately, by law, they don't have to do crap.
Yeah.
But they are, and, granted, they're getting a little bit of help from the government to do so.
Yeah, but for me, I think that's because they knew that the government would be throwing them some cash.
Oh, everybody, I think everybody's posting all these, and this is just my soapbox. All these managers now and all these CEOs they're losing stock prices. Now they're all, I'm going to give my year's salary away for the next, I think Texas Roadhouse posted, and I posted to somebody, said, listen, they're insured up to their eyeballs. They're covered up to their eyeballs. They're taking a loss. For someone who runs a small business myself, and has to do books, you get a lot of tax breaks. So if you take a loss, you get a lot of money back. I said,
it's the regular people that get hurt. It's not the corporation.
No, it's not. It's not the CEO. Yeah. Oh, he's giving us some of his salary. It's like he makes $91,000, so of course he's going to give you some of his money because he's going to get it back in loss. Somewhere down the road. I mean, trust me, he's not stupid. He's not just going to be like, oh, here you go, take my cash, because he needs to get paid too. So I think these CEOs need to stop trying to make themselves look good.
Okay, but that's what they do.
Yeah.
They want to make themselves, hey, I'm a hero.
Yeah.
You're really not doing jack.
It's just my soapbox opinion for this whole entire,
Well, my only problem is these politicians that sold off their stocks.
Yeah, that's horrible.
They made millions because they knew ahead of time that this, but on TV, Trump's telling everybody, oh, keep buying stock, keep spending money. And I'm like, you're telling regular people to do that, but your own people around you
are selling off,
and I'm not saying it's just Republicans. I think there were 2 Democrats too. I don't really care.
Yeah, many people came out of the woodworks.
But they need to do what they did with
Martha Stewart.
Lady, Exactly.
I mean, everybody's like, if she got caught for the hookup as her friend. They called it, Cat Williams called it, she got a hookup, an insider tip to like, hey, you might want to sell your shit.
Yeah.
And they got the insider tip of like, you might want to sell your shit now. It's like, you can't do that. It's stock market. They tell you.
I just want them to be made an example of.
Oh yeah, as they should.
I've heard that they're supposed to be making rules about not being able to do that anymore, but I don't see that happening because they're governing themselves.
Yeah.
So they can do whatever the hell they feel like it.
Yeah. That's what I feel like, all this stuff going on, and then, like, all these cons, and I feel bad for the entertainment industry, because I know people that are working for the entertainment industry, like, now that I'm a part of this forum, and people are like, I'm losing work, and I'm like, I feel bad.
Yeah.
Just insanity of, like, all these comic book writers and all these people losing, just literally struggling their paycheck to paycheck or salary to salary, and you're just like, well, hope that $30,000 can last you, hopefully you put money aside through your paychecks.
That's what I always worry too, and that's my advice to a lot of these kids. I'm like, look, set money aside because the government doesn't care about you.
No, it's like put money
I'm not
away.
saying don't buy the things you want, buy the things that you need, but look at it and say, do I really need this?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, do you need a $10 cup of coffee? Every once in a while.
Yeah,
Go
not
ahead,
today.
but not every fucking day.
No.
10 days you just wasted $100 on, coffee. Cups.
Yeah, and people, I'm not a big Starbucks person, but I see people go there and I'm like, did you know this was going to happen? And they're like, no, and then people go home and they leave work and you're just like, what are you doing? I'm like, don't worry about it. I'm like, you should.
Again, they want them to do whatever that makes them happy, but not every fucking day,
I think it's like when, like you said, you kind of you collected for this reason, and the reason why you collected is for later on in life. You're like, it's kind of an investment. I can kind of get rid of it when I need to, and you're not trying to make billions of it. Just kind of break even of what you had and enjoy it when you could.
Again, to me, it's more of I want to make sure that they're going to enjoy it, they're going to use it, they're going to do something with it. I don't want them to just flip it around and make a hell of a lot of money because they have more connections than I do.
Mm-hmm.
These are all material things, brother.
Mm-hmm.
One day to the next, I'm gone, and the government takes all this stuff, or it gets passed on to somebody else that doesn't give a rat's ass. Like you said, the people that had the comic books, they didn't know what they were worth.
No.
Yet, it was worth something to him, so maybe you need to look at it. I understand there's a lot of stuff to go through, but at least research a little bit. You got phones now. We can do it.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the video. I was watching a YouTube video of Metal Jesus. He does a lot of gaming videos. And apparently there's a new app on the phone where he can actually catalog it. It tells you like how much the game is actually worth, where you could possibly get it. And I'm like, oh wow, I didn't know they had all that. He's like, yeah, well.
Yeah, I think you can scan it now. It automatically puts it into your library.
Yeah, it puts it into your library. There's a lot of applications that do that now. And it's like, it's always that, like, the old episode from Twilight Zone of they had gold. I guess these guys were trying to steal, and they put themselves in hibernation sleep. And the guy was like, "Oh, we have gold. We have all this gold now." And the guy was like killed off all the people, and he was the last dude alive. And they're like in a year, I think 30 or whatever it was. The guy's like, "Help me!" And the guy stops his little floating car or whatever it was. And the guy's looking at him like, "There's nothing I can really do." It's like, "What do they want, Father?" He's like, "He tried paying me with gold. Like that means anything now." I'm like, "Oh wow." So it is what it's worth to you, and what it is worth to somebody else. That's
again, it's just a lot of this stuff too. Is just if it's something worth something to you, that's great, but don't go into it wanting to make a profit off of it.
Yeah.
Did I show you the car?
No, you didn't. Oh, sweet Jesus!
Yeah. To get out of this little coffin here. Now this is an RC, little nitro gas powered cars and stuff.
As some would call a frickin' money pit.
Yeah. Again, I have a box of the stuff that I try to get rid of. You already knew about that.
Yeah.
And I realized that I couldn't even get what I paid for it, even though if you went to the store to buy it, like the hoods and the covers, they're running like $30 or $40, and that's what I paid for them, and I wouldn't mind getting that. But somebody wants to give me $1 for it or whatever like that.
What do you feel like about going to the brick and mortar shops now and now having to go online? Like, is that like a dying age now, or people are just like?
The brick and mortar. The problem is you want to see something, you want to be able to see how it works on when you're online, it tells you all the specs, you know, and it's like, it's kind of how I feel about the Tesla too. I know it's a beautiful car, I know it's fast because I see it on, you know, YouTube, beating these freaking muscle cars, which is a beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to be able to see it. I want to be able to feel it. I want to be able to know what it feels like. Cause I went to go to the one that was in the mall. They have a Tesla store there. And I got into it and like, holy crap, this thing is huge.
Yeah.
It was the Model X.
They feel really, really comfortable. I've been in the Model X and I haven't been I've seen the Model Y finally has been released for a few people.
Yeah.
And we'll be talking about Teslas in just a minute because,
yeah, because I got into it and I'm like, okay, I like the car, but it's really big.
Yeah.
You know? And I don't need that. It's for me, my wife, and maybe possible offspring in the future. I don't need that big a car, right now. So again, I'm kind of waiting a little bit. I do like the 3, so I'm kind of gearing towards the performance. Only because they managed to get the mileage to be the same as the long range.
Yeah.
So
I don't
okay
know.
with that.
See, with Tesla, it's just like they finally introduced, I think, the Honda. There's a new Honda car truck that just came out from Honda. And it's got all these new, like, the whole dash has got all these monitors, and it looks like a freaking computer in there, and I'm like, I like this. However, I'm like, I think I like the Tesla more. It's just more sleek. It's just more non-intrusive.
A lot of distractions.
Yeah, because I looked at the guys, like, he's inside the car, and when you look down, it's got all this, it's just regular car buttons for heaters, stuff like that. And Tesla just seems more, not luxurious, but just more thought out.
Keep it simple. It's a car.
Yeah.
You don't need a movie theater. You don't need, a full-on computer. I mean, if it was something you sit in and it's going to drive you to wherever you're going to go, you tell the car, hey, I want to go to, McDonald's across the street. It'll take you there, and that's fine if it can do that. But none of these cars can do that right now.
The only car that I've done in, I got to take a ride in, this was probably at the Orlando Civic Center, or wherever we were, Convention Center, and was the Google car. And I gotta tell everybody, that thing was a little terrifying because it's like a Beetle, and there's nobody in it but you, and a little touchscreen, and a go button. It's like this green or red button you push. And the guy tells us we get in, it's like 2 of us, and he's like, okay, get in. And now you're gonna go on the map and click, and they already had it pre set out, so it already knew, the rotation. But it doesn't know, like, when people are walking, because people are driving, legitimately driving, into the area, and everybody's like, what was that like? And I'm like, we did a 30-minute drive around the whole convention center, and, like, you're just kind of sitting there just hoping this thing does not hit anybody. It's accelerating, it's slowing down, but it's got so much 360 scanning and so many damn cameras that you can't see. I was like, that was the only kind of automation I've ever felt. They're like, did you feel safe? I'm like, yeah, I felt safe that they knew what the hell they were doing, because they wouldn't stick you in a car without, whatever. But this thing already knew its route, but it didn't know the people were going to be coming out of the blue. Some guy tried cutting in front of it to take a photo, and it stopped. It stopped immediately.
Yeah, but that's the problem. It's not the car itself.
Yeah,
that's going to put you in danger. It's the morons out there.
And that's what Google, I think the Google car, the reason why it hasn't hit, like, with DOT is it's got more car accidents because people are getting in front of it because they're so amazed by it. Somebody crashed because they're looking at it. I'm like, really? They're like, yeah, it didn't avoid a truck, and it's like, it couldn't avoid the truck because the truck was steering into it. So it was going to hit it.
Yeah.
And I don't know how Tesla, I've been doing a lot of research into Tesla, and one video I watched yesterday, I guess guy has the Model, not the Model S, but the Model 3, I think, and he said the full amount of it right now is about $50,000 because of all the upgrades and autopilot and stuff like that.
If you want the performance one, it's almost 60.
Yeah.
Say 60 plus. You're getting the middle one, because you only got the 3 right now.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the cheap, the more economical one, which is like 35 plus.
Yeah, I went on Tesla last night just to play around, and because me and Ernesto have been talking about Teslas at work, and I was like, the minute you get a Tesla, I feel so bad you couldn't break the warranty in 5. He goes, no.
Okay, for me, it's like, I like to see how things work. I've been like that forever, And I'll look at it and say, hey, what can I turn this into? Because really, those cars are not very pretty. You can build the little things that the Cub Scouts used to race.
Yeah.
The little wooden soapbox derby, whatever.
Yeah.
And you can build something nicer looking than that. Now, again, I understand why he did that. It had to be more aerodynamic, and he's trying to get as many miles out of it as possible. Understandable. but it's not pretty,
No.
For me, I'm like,
he wants the Eleanor. We've always talked about Gone in 60 Seconds. For those who don't know, the Shelby. That car is amazing. The Eleanor, it was they call the unicorn in the car.
Yeah. If I could do that to that, I think that'd be awesome. I mean, they'd have to be certain refinements. I'd have to, again, once I get the car, then I'll try to play with it a little bit. Because when I bought, and I've already told you this story, but my 2006 Mustang was the first car I ever bought for myself. I set money aside, I did try to buy a car, but they didn't want to give me the loan by myself. I'd like, well, sorry, have it back, because I'm not going to have somebody else paying for it, be responsible for my things. I take responsibility for my own things. So, and that at the time, that was a 2000 Celica GT. It had the 6-speed. It was a fast little car. But they didn't want to give it to me, so I just returned it to them. And then my next attempt to buy a new car, I had about the same amount of money. I had about $6,000. The only caveat, which is maybe a funny part of the story, was the body kit that they sell on Cervantes that makes it look like Eleanor.
Yeah.
I actually bought that before I bought the car.
Oh my goodness.
I had a tractor trailer give me all the parts except for the rims because I didn't really like.
And the car behind him, guys, is actually a car that he wanted to do some stuff to.
I had my own rims that were special vehicle team SVTs. That's Ford's racing, which means that whatever Ford the Mustang can put out, they're going to be able to take. And I didn't know how these other rims were. They were nice and they matched the movie thing, but I wanted my racing rims because I knew that no matter what I did, the rims would handle it.
Yeah, you don't really know what material they used, or if it's going to be alloy, or
it could be some cheap thing or wherever. I don't know where the thing's from. The body panels I'm not worried about because it's something I could fix.
Yeah.
But the rims, I needed to be able to handle the stress because you can ask my wife, I drive like a maniac.
Yeah, you were telling me about the time you were floating down, I think it was Miami, and you were.
Yep.
The car started coming off the ground.
I was doing about 200, and I could feel the car coming off the ground. Now,
that's when you need a front spoiler to keep it on the ground.
Yeah.
Everybody wonders why all the Formula One cars are, why they have all those wings. It's to keep it on the ground.
You have to keep the wheels on the ground. With that, there's another story about that. When I was going down there, somebody had lost a tire, and it was in the middle of the road. I was in the middle lane. The tire was in the middle. Okay? So, mind you, traveling at that speed, when you see the tire, okay, you have little to no time to react.
Not even a millisecond, yeah.
Now, I got out of its way, and when I got to I have a family in Miami, uncle. When I got to Miami, I went to look to see if I hit it. I did.
Oh crap!
I actually hit the tire because there was a black tire mark all along my spoiler, and it took my back rim a little bit.
Oh shit!
I have pictures of it. I have to find them. But it was literally like somebody took a pinstripe along the side of the car and went right alongside of the car.
Oh.
It was black rubber from the tire that was in the middle of the road.
That's how fast you were. Oh my god.
If I had hit that, I would have destroyed my car.
Oh yeah, you would have been. Yeah, the car would have been.
It would have went into the engine. It might have gone into the driver's compartment. And again, that's one of those things that I'm kind of lucky.
Yeah.
And I don't show that off because I'll probably lose it for doing that. But, again, I try to do no harm, and I expect no harm to come to me. So good things happen. And luckily, I didn't have to, change my engine and rebuild my car or just replace it because they would have scrapped the car.
Yeah.
But, those are like little history notes in my life that,
You're just like, I'm glad I kind of survived that one.
Yeah, and if you have any doubts that I'm a big Spider-Man fan and stuff, I'm gonna show you the welding mat. I don't know if I showed you this or not, but
oh my god, yeah, you did.
So that's how much of a fan of Spider-Man that I am.
What made you get into Spider-Man so much? Was that because for me it's X-Men?
I don't know. To me, I guess he was just a regular kid, and something happened to him, and he decided. Not immediately, but he decided to do good things with his power. So, Superman was not that I don't like Superman, because I do.
Yeah.
But to me, it was too, who the hell can beat him up in the real world?
Yeah,
you have You have to invent these characters just to, to kill them.
They had a thing on Facebook, and it was who would win. I think some animator put this together, and it was Incredible Hulk versus Superman. And somebody goes, who would win? And then the video it was like 20 minutes long, and they just kept going. Because the Man of Steel versus the Hulk, you're just like... And I was like...
The problem with that is that right now they revamped the Hulk, so now he's immortal.
Yeah. And that's what everybody said. Like, the Hulk is going to keep going and going and going. And Superman's going to get tired. He's...
Yeah, but I think Superman can just sit there and let him beat the hell out of him until he gets down.
Yeah.
But even if he turns to Bruce Banner and Superman kills him, he's still going to come back. So again, it's an infinite loop.
Yeah.
Neither one is going to win. Okay. In the real world, we shouldn't be arguing about this because it's a comic book. We're supposed to enjoy it. We're not supposed to overthink it. Okay.
But these are the things that people bring up. So, like I said, this is
people starting fights over this. Come on.
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah, I was at a Star Trek con years ago. A couple years ago. My first one ever, and I'm a Trek fan, and I like stuff. And I remember one guy came up, and he really just started digging into me. He goes, well, you don't understand this. And I said, dude, go get fucking laid. Honestly, go get laid. I was like, I like it like this, and I enjoy my series. Like, that's what I like. But he wanted to make me feel like I was very inadequate. I don't know. It's like, if you're in love with something, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, he's gotta, enjoy it for his personal things, not try to impose his ideas and shit onto other people.
Yeah, and somebody else agreed with me. They're like, dude, why are you doing that? This is a place for us to be friends, not to, fight.
Walk around and enjoy.
Yeah, and I was having a good time. I was meeting a lot of actors and people that were on the series, background actors, and so many people making stuff and showing their favorite episodes. And it was like, people were just like, oh, I didn't know you liked Trek. I'm like, oh, I've always liked Trek. Some things I like and some things I don't like. Here's the species I like. Here's why I like. That's why I think the cons. When I went to MegaCon finally last year, a friend of mine took me because he had a free day pass, and a friend of mine who's in the comics and stuff like that, an older gentleman, he goes, do you dress up at all? I said, I've gone to a con once dressed up, and it was a good time, and honestly, there's so many people there that are having a good time, that are in their 70s, 80s, who are just having a good time. It's like going to a concert. And he's like, I can't see it. That's stupid. What? I'm like, dude, you need to come out with us. Check this out. He came out for a day, and he was just like, is this what it's all about? And he was enjoying all the ladies, He was like, oh my god. I'm like, well, you can't touch the ladies, but yeah, this is what it's about. People having a good time,
Well, you're not supposed to do it either way.
You get all those guys that are, oh, they're so-and-so cosplayer and this, and I'm like, they get paid for that? It's like, yeah. They get paid for that. But it's weird that, we fall in love with things we like, and yeah, Spider-Man, I don't know, Spider-Man. I did like the Tobey Maguire ones. Those were the first ones that I got introduced to, and everybody's like, oh, well, Tom Holland and Andrew Garfield, and I'm like, I like Tom Holland. He's more of a realistic kind of version. The Miles Morales one I loved Into the Spider-Verse.
Well, when Tobey Maguire came out, that was like, he was as close as you could get to, like,
Yeah, I think that's what Marvel was trying to do.
And it worked pretty good. And then when they went with, I forgot the second one.
Andrew Garfield.
Yeah, with Andrew Garfield, he just seemed a little older.
And I felt bad for him because he said even in the things that he was like, listen, man, I love this shit. And it's sad for me to get fucking picked on at cons because I have a love for this shit. And he mentioned all this stuff on Nerdist, and he was like, it's sad to sit there in the back with a fucking hat on because I'm trying to enjoy the con like everybody else as a fucking nerd or geek, and I can't because I'm being hated on because I did a movie that people didn't like.
See, but that's the thing. Why are you picking on the actor? The people that make the movie say, hey, we want you to do it, and the movie isn't that great.
Yeah, you have to, there's nothing you can do as a performer.
Don't attack the actor. It's not the actor's fault. It's like, mind you, I don't like the Star Wars movies. If everybody likes it, more power to you. I'm happy for you, but I don't like them. Okay? Now, it's not the actor's fault. I'm not going to go see the actor and say, hey, you're a fucking idiot. You just fucking ruined the movie. They didn't ruin the movie.
Yeah.
They didn't write it. And then when they let, the second guy do his stuff, I don't know where the hell he was going with that story.
Yeah.
Again, it's still not the actor's fault. It's
funny thing is I didn't like Star Wars as a kid, and I really couldn't get into it, couldn't really follow the story. And then when I came to Orlando in 2007, and I had a sprained ankle. I was working on 2 sprained ankles. It's because, Universal works you a lot. You're working long hours. Shit happens.
Yeah,
The body's like, all right, I can't do this anymore. And I keep in shape. I worked out, 4 times a week, but the body still, it's got to break somewhere. So I finally went to the doctors. They're like, okay, dude, you need to take a week off from work. I'm like, I can't do that. They're like, well, here's your doctor's note because you cannot be on your feet. So I literally spent a week, went to Blockbuster, when Blockbuster was still open, down the road. Ended up renting, because I think they had their movie plan. I rented all the stupid Star Wars films. I know I call them stupid now, but I kind of enjoy them. I'm more of the X-Wings and fighter pilot stuff. Other stuff, I'm like, okay.
That's something that I fell in love with too, It's like, what are they called? The Nissan that they made to look like the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah.
Like, that was so cool.
Oh, I love it. I mean, like, I was talking with somebody, we were talking about Star Wars films, he goes, and they're like, oh, that was cool, but he was like, did you see the Armada? Did you see the ship? And we're like, this is what we loved about it. And this is what he's like, oh, I didn't really like the movie, but did you see that ship? It was so beautiful, and they had this and the part over here, and we're all, we're talking about it, and everybody's like, but you didn't like the lightsaber? Like, no, we love the lightsaber, but we like it like this, and the curves, and, we looked at it as filmmakers,
Yeah.
We didn't see it, but I started watching, then I kind of understood all of them. I'm like, okay, this is what they're getting. I like the animated series. For those who have Disney Plus, like, I finally watched all the animated stuff. I think the last season of Clone Wars is finally out with Ahsoka. And then Rosario Dawson, off topic, has been casted for The Mandalorian as Ahsoka Tano, which I'm for her, man. She's a really great actress.
It doesn't bother me at all.
I think she's going to do really well, and she's got the mindset for it. I was like, all right, that's a great choice. She was great in Daredevil, so I was like, she's going to be perfect for that role. But I feel you. Some people are like, it's like, oh, you need to love this. It's like, no, we should have different opinions of not liking it.
Again, don't fight with people over people not following your specific opinion. I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about them in general.
Yeah. General society in general, people need to learn how to just, if somebody doesn't like something, let them be. Like, tell them why you ask. Like, why don't you like it? And here's why. Okay, I understand why. We'll agree to disagree. Okay, I understand why I like it. There's something that I like and dislike. I mean, Star Wars, like I said, I didn't know it until like 2007. Then I finally understood it, and I was like, all right, I'm kind of digging it. But what I dig more of the space battles. I dig more of the X-wings and Luke's X-wing, and the more of the robots and some of the lightsaber. I enjoyed the engineering side of it. I was like, oh, this is so freaking badass in these parts. The story, like Poe's little X, I fell in love with that. So
yeah, again, the stories from like way back when, people weren't so picky.
Yeah,
they use their imagination. Nowadays, they don't want to use their imagination. I need you to give me everything. I need to feel every little bit of it. I'm like, okay, you gotta let something slide.
Mm-hmm.
I went to go see Solo because my wife wanted to see it. I'm like, okay, I didn't hate the movie, but it wasn't what I expected.
Yeah, like you said, you could spot where the differences were from Ron Howard to the other directors.
Yeah, I could feel like, okay, this is going this direction. All of a sudden, it's going someplace else, and that was a corporate thing. The original directors were like, hey, we want to do this, and this. And if they would just let them finish, maybe it would have been better.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it wouldn't have been. But when you have 2 different directors and, we got to reshoot all this stuff, and I guess the guy who played Han Solo was kind of new to acting, you could kind of tell, but it was okay. Again, I give a lot of leeway because I like the characters. I like Star Wars, and I like all the stuff that was going along with it.
Yeah.
But, when you do that and you know how a movie's supposed to go, you know how it's supposed to feel, and all of a sudden you're getting jerked around like left, right, sideways. It's like, okay, no, something's wrong.
How do you feel like with Zack Snyder's
the Justice League?
Yeah,
I feel like that was also kind of disjointed. I feel like they cut out a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, apparently he's supposed to be doing a director's version.
A lot of people have been asking for it.
Yeah,
but again, it's up to the corporation to do that.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be getting what we want, because he's been wanting, because he's like, a lot of it's been left out that you guys don't even know. There's at least an hour of footage that I didn't even get to put in. I had to chop it all and shoot, and it's like, ugh. I mean, I'm looking forward. Wonder Woman did a great job. I enjoyed Justice League. Some people didn't. I saw it as a film. I saw it as what I liked, because like Kevin Smith keeps saying, and many people who are like grew up with the genre, be fucking grateful we got this, because years ago we didn't even expect to have Marvel or DC.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, I'm grateful. I mean, is it getting oversaturated a little bit? Yeah, it's like it's time. And then you get The Mandalorian, which is really fucking good spaghetti western, but
again, they went back to the roots of what they used to do.
Mm-hmm.
They're keeping the stories consistent. They're not all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
You don't got different directors doing different things.
Do you feel like that's the problem? Like the corporations are just stepping in and not letting the creators create?
I do feel like that's what's happening. I mean, before with the movie stuff, I think they just let people do whatever they wanted to, and I don't think they had a big plan for the Star Wars ones, the new ones.
Yeah,
it was like, okay, let's just do what we always do. Let's pump this shit out so we can make some money, sell a lot of toys, and the people nowadays just don't tolerate that, and I don't blame them. It's like we don't want garbage.
Yeah, this isn't the 60s anymore where somebody's like, okay, there's a movie that's put out a Transformers toy, or like Hasbro, or something like that. And...
Well, again, you gotta remember, the Transformers weren't all GM cars.
Yeah.
And not that I have a problem with Bumblebee being a Camaro.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. But you make the villains Ford, and GM are the good guys. How come all the Transformers came down from wherever they came down from, and they all decided to pick GM trucks and cars and stuff? No,
that's the one. That's the one company that we could get sponsored from.
The original G1, and not that I expected it to be original.
I mean, the newer Bumblebee movie was great. Like that
it was actually
that
really
was
good.
fun. Yeah.
The only movie that I felt tried to follow the cartoon very good, and they did a good job. It just didn't do well in the theaters.
Yeah.
Was Speed Racer.
Yeah, I tried getting into that.
Now, you didn't grow up with that.
I grew up we had Boomerang, so like I'm granted I was like I think 10 or 11 when I started watching the Wacky Racers and Speed Racer.
Yeah. But, I go with that, and it was just something nice to watch and something to enjoy. And then when you see it in real life, it's oh my god, it's exactly the same. The car's got the saw blades, which would be completely impossible in the real world.
Yeah.
Even the kid I knew that when he was going through the forest and cutting down these trees with those damn saw blades, those stumps are going to destroy the car.
Yeah.
My father's an engineer. I'm not an idiot. But you let that stuff go because you're just enjoying what you're seeing, you just gotta have fun with it. So, again, that movie was like really close to it, and they did make it more realistic.
Yeah.
You look at the cars, okay, that's possible, that's possible. Some of it, no, that's not possible.
It's kind of like expending your disbelief, and like you just said, it's like watching a movie. It's like, okay, shut your hole, you know it's fake.
Yeah, none of these people really exist, so you're going to go over there and you're going to have fun and enjoy it. And I'm not saying that you don't deserve your money's worth, because now it's what is it, $10 for a bag of popcorn? Really?
Just to get in. I mean, we saw a 40X. I took to a 40X the first time, and 40X is about almost $20 a ticket. Granted, it's worth the experience. It definitely changed you into the film. We saw Guardians of the Galaxy 2 in it. It was freaking amazing. And then somebody saw Star Wars with it, and it was really cool because it snows. When it snows, it gets cold, and it makes you feel like, oh my god, like it's not intrusive. It makes you feel more like within the film. It's like, oh wow, this is neat. And how the hell they program it, don't know how long it takes in the program of the movie, but damn, it was very interesting. Like all the space battles and Guardians made you feel like you were flying, and made you feel like the camera was tilting to bring you here to this next scene,
Yeah, it immerses you in it.
And I was like, this is freaking, because when it got cold in Guardians, it started snow, like literally bubble snow. And it started like, is that like snow? And it turned up, it started getting colder and windy. Like when they're talking, the wind's blowing your hair back and his hair is blowing, and you're like, oh shit. The smell started coming in. I'm like, I wonder what that smells like. And you're like, oh shit, that's why he's gagging a little bit. All right, okay, got it. I think that's cool with it, but the creation, like for these directors, like they step away and they're like, I can't create anymore. And I feel bad for Zack Snyder. And it's like, because he had a lot of personal shit going on, and then they're like, your shit sucked. He's like, oh, well,
Well, too, you gotta remember that they'll write a story and then it looks like somebody else's.
Mm-hmm.
They can't do what they want to do because, oh, look, somebody did this. Like the Ice Age.
Yeah.
Some lady drew a character that was similar to the Sprat, the squirrel rat thing.
Oh, really?
And then she sued them for the cartoon character being too close to hers. That's why people do things nowadays. Like, oh, okay, I mean, I could write a story right now, and then somebody says, hey, I wrote that story. And then somebody else says, hey, I already wrote it before you.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, I've learned about trademarks and copyright. It's like, you make one little fucking divot, and the trademark is now gone, or the copyright is now gone. It's like, what? It's like, yeah, the patent's gone. Like, how can you think China can do all this? They can just take that screw and put this little zigzag here, and now your patent is gone. Now, they can't copy what you have, but they can make a little deviation to it, and now they're safe. I'm like,
just change it a little bit, and
Like,
you got it. So the directors and stuff like that, I kind of understand it, but again, when you're spending a lot of money to go there,
yeah, I get it. Yeah. Well, not only that, it's a studio scared to take a flop. Universal's done that with Cats and a few of their own films that, Dark Universal's looking really, really promising. And, working at the horror maker show that I work now, everybody's like, why are they showing the film? I'm like, well, Mummy wasn't actually a bad movie, and here's what it's based off of, and Tom Cruise wasn't bad in it. It just, they should have started. A friend of mine finally saw it, and he goes, not bad, but I wish they started with Dracula first. Because it would have maybe gave more life or this. And
I think because Mummy was more well known than Dracula is.
Yeah.
That's probably why they went there. My problem is that I think they should have just kept famous people out of it.
Yeah, and just found unknowns.
Get some really good actors, some unknowns, some, not somebody with a big stick up their butt. Because you can remember with Suicide Squad, Will Smith wanted to be the highlight. And they said, oh, we have to have Will Smith in the movie, so we got to do what he wants. Because I'm sure, I have a feeling that Joker had a bigger part in the movie. Because, everybody loves the Joker.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the Joker. The new one.
Probably one of my. Yeah, I really enjoyed Joaquin's performance. And
to me, that was like that's possible.
Yeah, that is a real person, and it was so realistic though, of like today's society of mental health and shit that would happen.
Yeah.
Of like, how do I get my medication? Oh well, good luck. It's like right now, like we're dealing with the coronavirus. Pharmacies are open. My family's are pharmacy technicians and doctors, and I was like, "What's it like for people like mental health?" They're like, "It's rough because you have to write them prescriptions, but they have to pick them on certain days, and the store has to stay open for them to get it." And it's been really well because we're dealing with the coronavirus, and they can't be next to anybody because of this. And I was like, "Oh wow!" And that was a real take on the mindset of Joker, because people were like, "What the f is Joaquin Phoenix doing as a Joker?" And then it was like. I mean, I'm not going to hate on Jared Leto's performance. It was a more emo style of like a.
To me, he was more like what a young Joker would be like, more like a kid kind of one.
Kind of just getting into it, drugs, stuff like that.
If you read the comic books, and I think there was a part in one of the movies not movies, but TV series where one of the Robins was turned into.
Yeah,
a Joker.
It was done in Arkham Knight. Was it Dick Grayson? No, not Dick Grayson. Jason Todd.
Jason Todd became the Arkham Knight. Tim Drake. Was the one, and that was in Batman Beyond. I know we're geeking right now.
As we should.
Was was the one where I'm looking for my plug just in case.
Oh yeah.
The Joker had captured him, and then he tortured him and turned him into like a Joker kid because for some reason Harley and the Joker couldn't have children.
Yes.
So I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's a premise that could happen.
Yeah.
And the fact that he looked a lot like him and he laughed like him, I thought it was a really good story. I'm trying to remember if it was a movie or if it was in a.
No, they had that one was it might have been Beyond, and they had a freaking there's a little microchip behind his neck. Anybody could be the Joker. And they're like, how the hell did you do that? And they're like, well, everything the Joker was, we captured on this little memory stick, and now it's on the back of, you put it in a neural implant, it became like this little dot, and they tried destroying it, and the guy was like, and you saw the face, and it's like Joker could be anybody. You're like, oh shit.
So it makes you wonder if, that might have been put into somebody else. Or...
Well, even with the Arkham series, with the Arkham Knight and Arkham Origins, and it became with Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill are my favorite two voice actors because they bring them to life. When you see Mark Hamill or Kevin Conroy in person, Kevin's a real thin dude. He went to Juilliard and stuff like that. He's a really cool cat. I never got to meet him. I've talked to him on Twitter. He was very sweet to answer a question. Usually I don't think you're going to answer a question, but I asked him not a deep question, but I said, and he goes, yeah, we actually liked it, and this is what it was about. And he sent me an article. I was like, wow, I didn't expect you to send me an article. But I wasn't a Dick fan. I was like, hey, I'm really interested in this. What was it like for you? And he said, well, it was this. And he didn't answer it all the way. He just gave me an article to read to give me some insight on it, which I thought was cool. But those two are always been my favorite. Those are my voices that when I always read a comic, it's like, okay, that's cool. But in that series, he got infected by the Joker's blood, and anybody can be the Joker in Arkham Knight because he was going through hallucinations in Arkham Knight, which was a video game that came out. So the story's always been kind of like this. It's like, especially not in Rocksteady's games, it's always been really damn good with the Joker. He wasn't even supposed to be in Arkham. They kept that very quiet until the first opening. You got in and you did a little sequence and all of a sudden, miss me, you're like, oh shit. Because the Joker's supposed to be dead, he's supposed to be gone, and you're just like, the body's burning. And...
Technically he was.
Yeah.
It was all inside, he put himself inside the Batman. But, Batman's always conflicted.
Yeah.
He always will be. No, I haven't played through the game. I wish I could, but
you must. I think go to YouTube and type in Batman video movie, and they edited it all together, and it looks really fucking cool. That's how I get to a lot of video games that I can't play. I'm like movie, and it's all there for me. Like in 3 hours, I can watch the whole film. I'm like, okay, it feels like a movie.
Yeah, I mean, I played through Asylum and City. I played through both of those.
Yeah.
I didn't get 100% on City because I can't do some stupid whip thing with the camera.
Fuck those Riddler challenges, man.
That damn fight move. I got all the Riddlers. I got them all.
I did that for Arkham. Arkham Origins was the only one that I said, okay, I'm going to buy a season pass, and it was like, I think $30, and I might have bought the because I wanted the whole. It was the first for the PS4, so I'm like, okay, this is going to be a game that's going to take my life away. I'm going to play it for like the whole month. Thank God I wasn't taking at the time. I wasn't dating anybody. Now I have a girlfriend. I'm like, okay, well, well, she knew. She was like, well, if the game comes out that you really want to play it. I'm like, well, I might not see you for a few days. And there was a game I'm playing now, and she's like, how's the game coming along? And one day she was having a dream, and she said, I was playing 3 different games, and she goes, what about that game where you can rewind time? I'm like, okay, you mean Life is Strange with this game, with this game? I don't know what the fuck that game is, but I want to play it. So I told them on Facebook, I want to, developers put that game together, I want to play it. So she was talking about 3 different games I was playing at the same time. And, that was the one game that I'm like, okay, I'm going to buy the season pass, get all the Riddler trophies. And I did. I went on YouTube and found them all. But it was cool because they had like a secret ending of like the best ending you could get. And I'm like, I want to get... And there was some fucking doozies of like... Because it put all the games together and then you had to find all the characters and it was really...
Depending how you played.
Yeah, what ending you would get. And I got the best ending and everybody's like, you played to the whole and get all the fucking challenges. I'm like, I got the Arkham Knight challenge and it was like, the ending of it was like, when I need your name, what's the passcode? And you could hear the pain in his voice when he says Martha, his mom's voice. What's the passcode, Martha? And it activated the Arkham Knight protocol, which is, the mansion blows up and he no longer is the Batman. He's now something worse.
Yeah,
they think he's dead. They think he's dead. Vicky Vale's in front of the mansion, and the mansion blows up, so nobody knows he's still alive. At the ending, he's got he flies off the building in flame and kicks the shit out of these guys. But you don't know. It's like he's now something even worse. He's like, Arkham needs something more, or Gotham needs something more darker. I need to be something it can never be, and this guy is going to be ruthless. So it was a great game. I mean, I really loved it, and I still got a few things I got to beat in stupid Riddler races, but those things are fucking rough. I said, I'm good. I got my trophies.
The trophies are the first thing I did, and then I went after the telephone, the Zaz.
Oh yeah.
Then I did a lot.
Calendar Man one, and I think it was Arkham City. Fuck that. They told you how to do it, and they're like, okay, you have to go to your internal clock on the PlayStation and change it. I'm like,
yeah, for every month you had to.
I'm like, fuck. I'm like, I would not. I mean, Hideo Kojima for I think Metal Gear Solid 3. If you wanted to beat the guy, he's called the sniper. He would actually, if you wanted to beat him instead of cheating, you would turn the clock a little ahead, and he would die. He would die in the game. And then you could change the clock back, and I'm like, that's how I beat him. I was like, but that's how you would do it. But
yeah, it's kind of a cheat code kind of thing.
I mean, you gotta.
No, I'm okay. Don't worry. I don't fault nobody for nothing because I was again.
There was one game you were telling me you had a hard ass time, and you said, "Fuck
yeah,
it."
I love the horror survival stuff, and I had the Code Veronica for my Dreamcast, and it was like I was stuck on this one thing, and I had no idea where. I'm looking for this stupid dragonfly everywhere I could, and after a certain point you can't go any further.
Yeah,
it's like no way they would put it past there or let me go past there without.
And it's usually fucking hidden in the plainest sight that you've overlooked.
Yeah. So eventually I was like, okay, I gotta find some kind of guide. Because we didn't have we had the books, the Gamer Monthly and some other ones. So I find one that had the Code Veronica, and I'm like, okay, I'm here. Let me go where it is, and it's telling me, oh, it's on top of the bookshelf. I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to know that?
Yeah, you'll never know. Yeah, it's like, oh no, you'll know. It's like, no, I really don't know.
You have to push the ladder to the side.
That was,
and then climb up the ladder, and it was on top of the bookshelf. I'm like, oh, thanks, you know. After that, I didn't read the manual anymore, because at that time...
Well, most games don't come with manuals anymore.
Yeah. I mean, not manual, but like the cheat kind of thing, because I was stuck. I was literally stuck. It was like days, and I couldn't figure this shit out, so... Yeah. I said, okay, let me find out what this one is, and then I'll just continue from there. So that's the only game that I feel like I have my Sega and stuff where they give you the cheat codes for Doom, where you're like immortal and you got all the ammo. I thought that was kind of fun.
For Contra, it was the Konami code that we never knew as kids, and then I finally figured it out when I was up, down, left, right, BA start, and it gave you more lives to beat the game, and everybody was like, that's the only way you could beat Contra. So I tried it on our console at work. We have a ghetto console at work, and I tried it, and it didn't work. So I was like, oh, I guess the game doesn't want it.
What's another one? It's not really a cheat code. You actually have to go through the whole game and beat it. Resident Evil 4. Oh. And at the end of it, I got to keep the bazooka. I was just shooting, birds.
You were just, yeah.
I used the grenade launcher for everything. I would open a door, shoot the grenade launcher, and go back out the door. I'd hear the explosion and walk back in, and there was nobody there.
Yeah. What's the one console that you've always loved?
I've got the Sega CDX, which is a culmination of the CD, the Genesis, together. But I also had the 32X mounted on it, so I have all three of them in one little tiny console, and that's been my favorite. I mean. I originally bought the regular Genesis, not the original OG, but the black one. And then I bought the CD connector to it. And then, my cousins kind of visited us from Miami, and I said, "Here, go ahead and take it." So I gave them the system, and I went to go looking for another one.
Yeah.
And this is where, again, the luck comes into play. I walked into this pawn shop just looking for games, and there was a CDX.
Oh wow!
And I go, "Does this thing work?"
You probably had no idea.
Because if it works, I'm gonna buy it. I don't care what price I want it. Just give it to me, okay? I just want to make sure it works. And it works fine, and I've had it ever since. It's never given me any problems. That's the system that I've enjoyed the most. And it had the 6-button controller, not that 3-button where you had to press start and hit B for, the extra
to unlock, all the
Mortal Kombat, because that's a
I could never get all those Mortal Kombat, the fatalities and stuff like that. And now it's all like you have to know the joystick and you have to know.
Oh, everything's so much more difficult. I'm like, I like the fighting games, but when you have to do 20 different button pushes, I can't do that. I don't have the mental capacity.
Well, you ended up buying one of the 1-Up arcades, yeah?
Oh yeah, I picked up a Rampage and I picked up the Street Fighter edition. Which, if you want to see them, one's still in the box, the other one I took out. I actually built the Rampage, which I'm having fun with. I like Defender, I love Joust, and I didn't think I was going to like Rampage, but I actually enjoy the Rampage.
You're digging it, yeah.
Let me see, let me go get up and show you my little stool, and I'll turn the damn thing on.
It's going to be a party at Ernesto's pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm going to build the other one, but I want to get the thing that's the pie.
Okay, yeah, because they have those. Somebody had on one of the forums, they were showing how to get all the stuff on the pie, or you could just buy it for $1.99. It has pretty much everything.
Yeah, but then you got to download stuff, and I don't really know.
Yeah,
go for that kind of stuff.
I'm not really big into coding, and there's a couple sites that walk you through every step of the way and what to download and how to do it and how to put the pie together. And
I don't have it plugged in, but there's a Rampage.
Oh, it's so cute.
And on a little stool and stuff like that. And then, all the oddball little chunks sitting around.
And the huge ass TV.
Well, again, it's too much, but we have it, so I can't. The other one, it works fine. It's just not one of them, but half the screen. The lights.
Yeah, he literally woke up one morning and he goes, "Hey man, we keep in touch pretty often." And he goes, "Well, this is what I woke up to." I went, "Oh shit!" And I went,
"Yeah, half a TV."
I said, "Oh man, what's the deal?" And he goes, "Well, big enough." I went, "Oh jeez, 4K." He went, "Big enough." I went, "That's fucking big enough." Yeah. I had a 100-inch projector, and everybody's like, once I finally got rid of that, we moved to the new house. So the room I'm in is my bedroom, and it's not very big, but it now houses a 3D printers and a flat screen and all this kind of crap. So everybody's like, why did
Yeah,
you have
but you
100?
gotta focus on certain things, okay?
Yeah.
Don't do
Everybody's
it.
like, why'd you have 100 in the screen? I was like, because I like movies and video games look pretty awesome. And they're like, I'm kind of glad I got rid of the projector. I mean, 4K projectors now are not that expensive, but still, it's like, yeah, but I'm not gonna worry about like putting it somewhere and laser, shooting dim laser.
Well, I had one of those Sony big screen TV things. I mean, it was like as big as this, but it was like literally looks like two refrigerators next to each other.
Oh, jeez.
And I loved it because when I used my light gun, I had the light gun. It's something dead, Living Dead.
Was it House of the Dead or Living?
It was House of the Dead. That's what it was. House of the Dead. I bought that game for my Dreamcast, and I got the light gun. Oh my god, it was so much fun on that big TV. Because when you're shooting at a little TV, you miss a lot.
Duck Hunt was my favorite. This was like the Nintendo NES days, and but it's like Nintendo. I'm like, yeah. I mean, we had a lot of fun. We did. My parents would be sitting in the back. We'd all, okay, my turn. We all hand the gun over to each other, and how many could you? And it got faster and faster and faster. And then you would just cheat and run up to the screen and, But yeah, once you go to a bigger screen with like a light gun, or we have to go to Player One Gamer Bar. We need to do that. It's like $3 to get in if you're a theme park employee. There's just so many things to play in there. I had a ball for like 2 nights, and I was like, wait, they have chairs you can sit and play PlayStation, or you can go play these Segos, I was like, God, what don't they have? And everybody's like, well, you can have a beer and you can play games, and there was so much to play, and we played House of the Dead, and which holding the real guns, you forget how heavy those damn things are, the plastic guns are, the light guns, you're like, damn. Yeah, those I miss.
All my systems, I've got the Atari 2600, I've got the Intellivision.
That was like pretty much my mom's first console.
The only one I don't have is the ColecoVision. I don't know what happened to it, either burned out and I never got around to getting another one, but I know a couple of places that happened.
Yeah, most people now they're making replicas too.
Yeah, but I'd rather just have the original, because I actually have the original parts.
Yeah.
So it's just nice to be able to plug in the card and say, hey, look, original, not plug and then decide what you want. Not that it's bad, because I do like that all my movies, I've got DVDs and Blu-rays, so many damn movies.
HD DVDs?
Yeah, and I spent so much time putting them on my hard drive. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, hard drives now are, it's like I was going through mine the other day because I do a lot of podcasting and editing, and I was like, okay, I need to move these off-site in case a fire happens. I have them all taken care of. And you just forget how much freaking data you got. You're like, okay, that's 10 gigabytes here, 5 gigabytes here. Jesus Christ, kid.
No, it literally took me, I was going from I had a 4 terabyte hard drive, and I went to 6. And I said, okay, let me just download.
Yeah, I think I'm about 10 terabytes.
Yeah, that's the thing. And then finally I started getting, not that I didn't have enough space on the 6, but I said, okay, let me get the 10. And then I went to do that. But that took me like a week.
Oh, yeah.
Just, it's plugged in 24/7, transferring all this data.
I mean, like last night it took me about 2 hours to get, I think, about 25 gigabytes to, I think one, I was like, Jesus Christ, Ollie, you have too much?
And I collect television series, I like Smallville and the Game of Thrones and all this other stuff. And
I got them all
caught
up. I'm glad things are going digital now. I mean, I didn't think, as a gamer too, everything would become digital. Now I like physical, don't get me, I like the smell of it, but it's like having it there and ready to go wherever I'm at. I'm like, this is kind of nice.
Well, that's what I did with my Switch, but I carry that around with me. And every game except for one, I paid full price for. The rest of them were like $5 or less.
Have you finally fallen to the Animal Crossing?
No, that I haven't. I was tempted to buy the Switch that was the Animal Crossing because I thought it was adorable and stuff, but I never got into the game. I had the GameCube. I mean, literally every system that ever existed. I still have my 5200.
Oh, wow.
It's just, I got a controller for it finally, and it just crapped out. So now I don't have controllers for my 5200, but I still have all my games. I don't know if you remember the N-Gage.
I do.
That was a cell phone that literally played, what's it called? Tomb Raider, and it looked like the PlayStation version. That's the reason I bought it.
Yeah.
But I
know like a lot of companies like Samsung, Nokia were trying to do kind of like the PlayStation phone.
Yeah. That's what I think with the Vita they were trying to make it.
A phone too, yeah. I think it was like the Japan version.
It's a good idea, but with the cell phones nowadays, it's kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah.
You know, you have a gaming console with a game. That's why I got the Switch. I can take it anywhere I want, and this is the mini one, so you know.
Yeah, and they're still going for a good price. I went to Amazon and eBay because I was like, all right.
Well, there's a shortage now, so now everybody's gouging the hell out of the ones that they have. I mean, I've got my wife's Switch, the original one with the little
Joy-Cons.
The Joy-Cons, but I like this one because I don't have to worry about it. When I used to use her system, the damn Joy-Cons would come off, and that's because when I'm playing, I'm not really considering where my hands are at the moment. I'm just and then I end up pressing the stupid button that releases the thing. So all of a sudden I'm like, I'm like, oh crap, So I mean, it's great with the TV and all, but I like having the thing with me. So
yeah, we can go to work, or just if you're down for a little bit and waiting for the doctor, and bang, you can play it.
Exactly, and it's not like it's the thing doesn't save the game or whatever. I am waiting for. I mean, I have Resident Evil for almost every system. I have it for the GameCube. I have it for the Wii. I have it for my 360. I have it for PlayStation. What's it called? And I told you about the chainsaw, of course.
Yeah, so that I did get to see. Somebody else had it on this channel, and I could see the chainsaw thing. I'm like, oh my god.
Well, the next time you're here, remind me, and you can actually see it physically.
Oh wow.
It's still in this little case. It's really, it's a collectible. It's not really something you can really play with.
No, that's what I saw. That these weird buttons on it, but
it's just too much of a hassle to play. So with that control, but it's a nice little toy. I like the blood on it, and it's got its own little case. It's a nice little thing. But again, I have that one game for every system, and I want to get it for my Switch, but I'm not going to pay $29.
No, not if you already own it.
If I can give them the receipts for everyone, all the systems that I bought for, they should give it to me for free.
All right.
Like, I already bought it 4 or 5 times. Why I got to pay $30 for it again?
Right. I think I'm going to take a quick pause and hit the bathroom, and I'll be right back with more questions. I don't know if you got to go pee too or whatever.
No, I'm good, but I think I might make myself something to eat.
Okay, I'll be right back. Put in the pause. Pausing.
Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, I don't have my Mountain Dew next to me. Just put it down the ground. I'm not reaching down for it.
Go ahead and get it, man.
And I already took a couple steps. We're back recording. I had to go take a pee. Ernesto went to go get some White Castle. I can't tell you what's in the cup for legal reasons.
It's medicinal.
Yes, like we were just discussing. We were just chatting about some stuff, and everybody was asking when the hell is he going to be on the podcast, and I was like, soon, I'm sure. And finally, like you said, we really wish I could be there so we could walk around and check out the house, stuff like that. But that will happen hopefully in the next, because we still got a lot of shit you guys would love to see. So hopefully we can do a part 2 of Ernesto's collection, but we'll see how that goes. One thing I wanted to talk about, because we were talking about video games and the shit you've had and the consoles you loved. Some Disney stuff. Like, you worked for Disney for so long. What was the one thing when you worked there, like, that you loved? Was it like Disney Quest or something like that, or?
That was my favorite park to work for. It was. You were indoors, and you literally worked every attraction there. So it depended on where they sent you. It's like, oh, you're gonna work on this floor, this floor, this floor. And I mean, I had a really good time. The other parks in Epcot, I had a lot of people that, they wanted to get rid of me, mainly because there was this one event that happened, and from there on, I was kind of like, it was like a red mark on me. But working at Mission Space, they handed out these little tickets, these little launch tickets that's intense or less intense.
Yeah, it's the green or orange, I believe.
Correct, orange team or green team. And you know what those mean. The green team means that the centrifuge doesn't spin, so you're not going to feel that G-force on your body. And the orange one is where the centrifuge is going to spin, and you're going to feel that force on your body.
Yeah, it feels pretty wild. They get barf bags underneath the seat. When I first wrote it, I was being a dumbass. I was like, I've never done it before. My mom's friend was an Imagineer, and I said, he goes, oh, they really spin you on that thing. They can make it go faster. I'm like, oh shit. Because I was like, oh my god, I was feeling lightheaded. When you get off the ride, you're like, you're dizzy, and the lady closed the door, and I was like, do I need to hit the button? She's fucking slammed the door, and she goes, I guess that's a no. And the guy's like, you don't need to hit him. You can just let it do all. It goes automatically. But he's like, just hang on, dude, because it really spins.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything.
No.
I've got so many photos of people throwing up on the consoles. I don't even touch it anymore. That was like, I used to torment the ladies that used to work there. They work in different divisions now. But he used to show them photos. Hey, look at this. It was sushi. You still see the little lines in the fish. It was still fresh. You can just wash it off and eat it again.
Oh my God, Ernesto.
I used to torment the ladies there with that. Every Halloween, I used to put in my sky blue contacts, just for Halloween. I actually had a guest come back the next day and she goes, "Where's your contacts?" I'm like, "Well, Halloween's over, you know." Yeah. I didn't really think it affected anybody, but it actually did, which made me feel good. But it also didn't make me, one of the people that they cared about at the company, because, oh, no, you're not supposed to do that. I'm like,
you're not supposed to have fun. Yeah, I think that's...
What harm does that do?
Yeah. You're supposed to be giving somebody a really great vacation and good experience.
I'm making them smile. I'm making them happy.
That's the point. It's like, you want to come on vacation, you want to have fun. You want to go away with a giggle.
Yeah, so to get back to the story, the reason that they kind of blacklisted me was on those launch tickets, a guest handed me one covered in blood. Now, they took it away from me, but luckily I had my phone and I took a picture of it. I got to find it somewhere, but the launch ticket had blood on it. So for the next 6 months to, I think, a year, I had to go to health services over there, and they took blood out of me to make sure I wasn't infected with some kind of disease.
Bloodborne pathogen, yeah.
But that sucked. So from that day on, I wanted to wear gloves. I said, "Oh, you can only wear these gloves." And these gloves were like, yarn gloves. It's like wearing a sponge on your hand.
Yeah, and it collects everything.
It right through that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
So I said, fuck that. I went to the motorcycle shop and I found gloves that matched my uniform. And I actually wore them at Fallon when it was super cold. But they're blue and white and they match the uniform, and they're Scotch guarded. So you can put your hands in pig's blood and it's not going to seep through the gloves.
Yeah.
And then from that point on, I said, "Oh no, you can't wear gloves." I'm like, "I'm sorry, if you can't protect me better, I'm going to be wearing these gloves." So every chance they got, they tried to fire me. They tried to fire me for the gloves. They couldn't fire me for the gloves because I was protecting myself. And "Oh, you can't wear them." I said, "Well, that's fine." Every time I was in a situation where I needed to touch something, like, when we handle our tickets out at Fallon, I put the gloves on. But everywhere else, I would take the gloves off.
Yeah.
So I didn't have to worry about, touching blood. So, again, from that day on, that's where, I became They finally, after like the third time, they try to get rid of me, because they get rid of me for a little while, but then I would fight it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get my job back. After the third time, they're like, "Okay, well, we can't move the management, so where would you like to go?" And it's not that I want. I told them, anyway, I don't care. So they put me in Fantasyland. Now over there was great. The problem is that when I was there, I felt like it was a punishment. The management there was great. They left me alone. They knew I did my job. And they left me, "Hey, good job, thank you, have a good day,"
Mm-hmm.
And I commend the Fantasyland management at that time, because I don't know how they are now. They move teams like left, right, and side.
The coordinators over there are just very strict.
You get some kind of new a-hole that thinks he's smarter than everybody, and it just ruins everything.
Mm-hmm.
But the team that was there when I was there, they were awesome people. They treated me with respect, and I treated them with respect. But the Epcot people, I guess, said, "Hey, just watch them." I had one manager get on my case because my hair was too long, and my hair was above the collar.
Yeah.
So he says, "Tomorrow you better have your hair cut." I'm like, "Sure, whatever." That night, I had a friend of mine who knew how to braid hair, because they just approved the hair braiding, and mind you, it wasn't specifically designed for me.
Yeah.
Okay, but I did it anyways.
Oh, you little.
And he's on his little Segway. He sees me. He turns towards me. He starts coming towards me. And then when he realized my hair was braided, he turned around and left. There was nothing he could do. But again, why? Just leave me the hell alone.
Yeah, I'll do my job, yeah.
If it was like down to my butt and it looked like, unkempt, I could understand that. But it wasn't.
Yeah.
So, again, it didn't make me, I would find new and inventive ways to irritate them. Only because, again, like I said, once you attack me, I have to return the favor. You know?
Treat me with respect, I'll treat you with respect, kind of.
So, I would find new ways. And again, finally, I ended up in Fantasyland, and I stayed there for a while, but I decided I'm going to do something different. I said, okay, well, let me go to all the parks. I went to every single one of them. I went to Animal Kingdom.
Blizzard Beach.
I went to all of them that, was Blizzard Beach is like a water park. I really didn't want to work in a water park, but all the main ones. And I didn't want to work in Hollywood Studios, which was at the time MGM, Disney MGM, and because there was no attraction there that I really wanted to do. And then I said, but there's a place called Disney Quest. I took my wife, we went there, and I'm like, but I like this. I was watching the team members, the cast members, work, and the uniform was like normal. It was a pair of black pants with a blue shirt, which you've seen it because I have one.
Yeah. Wink.
But I figured I could, let me try it out, see if I liked it, and I enjoyed it. I loved every second of it.
Yeah.
The rides were really good, and the coordinators they're like, because when people open up the attraction, it takes them forever to do it. But when I did it, I was like, boom, boom, boom. I was literally doing 2 attractions at the same time. And you can do it, and I would have the whole top floor opened up before anybody.
Yeah.
Every time I would come into work, it says, you know what you're doing, you know where you're going. So I was already at the top floor, and I was doing what I had to do. I did my job.
You should see Ernesto walk now. He just anger steps. Just
again, I did what I had to do. The attraction I loved the most was Spaceship Earth.
Really?
Kind of like I am with the smokers.
Yeah.
In Spaceship Earth, when somebody jumps out of the cart, there are sensors all over the floors and on the vehicles, and it tells you where somebody jumped out. So a lot of the team members there were like older, and they couldn't run as fast. They couldn't do what I could do at the time. And I was at the top. I was already at the top by the time the second person, because we have 2 people go 2 different directions. One goes up through the exit, and one goes up through the entrance. And then we meet at the top, seeing if we find anybody, because we got to check all the doors, the exit, and every other place to make sure nobody's roaming around, because that thing doesn't stop. That's a meat grinder.
Yeah.
They modified it so you can't really fall in anymore, but when I was working there,
it was.
You could fall in.
Yeah.
That thing's not going to stop because it's not going to see you in the track itself.
Yeah.
It senses you outside the car and maybe,
slows down.
Getting out of it. But if you fall directly into those tracks, you're hamburger.
Yeah.
But that was like my favorite attraction. My favorite park was, of course, Disney Quest. And, I've got the pins, and I've got, I still got like buttons from it, and I've got different little knickknacks. They used to have belt buckles with the Disney Quest symbol on it. And mind you, every uniform I ever kept was after they fired me. You're not getting them back.
You're not getting them back.
I used to be able to take them home, so I took them home and have fun with that. But every time they would get rid of me, I would keep a costume. The only costume I don't have is the Fantasyland one and the test track. But the other attractions I worked, I used to work Body Wars. I used to work again Mission Space and of course Disney Quest. And, I worked at ESPN when they were in transition from Disney's Wild World of Sports to ESPN. So I actually got an outfit from the Disney Wild World of Sports, and I've got an ESPN.
A lot of that stuff is like you don't even know what it looks like anymore because it's gone. It's like you're kind of.
Well, they either destroyed or they donated to homeless, because I don't even know what they did at the time. I want to hope they donated a lot of that stuff, because those jackets, can keep people warm.
Yeah,
but
I hope they, wardrobing wise. I heard what they do is like, with our T2 shirts, they just they burned them. They burned all of them. And I was like, we would have gladly bought them. We would have gladly paid the money to have one.
I think they just don't want you to profit from it, which I think they should have, if you wanted it, pay for the shirt.
Yeah, I offered, when we closed down T2, I talked to 3 different managers, our wardrobe manager said, how much to buy the shirt? And they went, oh, you can't buy it. I said, what do you mean I can't buy it? I said, just let me buy it. I'll pay $100 to whatever you want for it. Give me a receipt. I'm not going to sell it. It's my shirt. It's got my own sweat in it. You know, why do you want it? Because I worked there for eight years.
I want it.
Yeah.
You know,
I've been here for 8 years. It's kind of like a memento of like all the fucking years I've done. You know.
Exactly. It's a memory of the thing you had done at the time.
Yeah, it's like I've been all these years here, and it's like this has been a part of my life. Let me have a piece of history. You know, it means nothing to you. You know, and they're like, I remember the next day I was talking with one of our wardrobe guys, and they ended up shredding all the shirts. So they burned them all. I won't say who has them. I won't say that I have one, but you know.
No, you don't have to say that.
Yeah, but I do know a few people that have a lot of the older costumes from Disney. I know somebody who's got quite a few old ones that are like, they're in their collection because they worked there forever. And I was like, and they have one from Disneyland, and I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, I used to work there for 6 years, and this is what I had. And you look at it, and you're like, wow, shit's changed. They're like, yeah, like, they don't make this like this anymore. And just the memories they were going down, I was like, this is why you have it, because of all the memories. You know, they had all these books of memories that they had. And like, yeah, I got to do this and this. And so I can see why, you know, it's sad when you can't keep something, a memento, like, you even want to buy it. And like you said, you know, eBay and stuff, oh, you're going to sell it on eBay. It's like, no, I'm going to keep it for myself because the memories that I've had.
You got to remember that it just takes one person to screw it up for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I understand if they would have charged you for it, because that way at least you gave them some money for it. And
you paid for you paid for them to purchase it. Yeah.
You can't really profit too much from it because you expended some money.
True. Yeah, yeah. So, I think they were telling me it's going to be like $130. I'm like, I'll pay that. And they're like, no. They burned them all. I know somebody who has one of the future jackets back there because he worked for so long till it closed, and then he quit Universal, and he's still got it. He's got that. And he's got a confrontational one from Kong, and I'm like, oh wow. He's like, yeah, this is what we used to wear at Kong, and he's like, these will not be going anywhere. They'll be handed down to the grandchildren because these meant so much to me. They changed my life. So I was like, hang on to them if you love them that much.
You know? And again, if anything, you pass them down to your grandkids, and they can pay their college, or if they want to keep it, they can keep it. Because it's just something that's.
I mean, he loves Future. When Future finally closed it, that was like it didn't nail in the coffin for him to leave, and he was like, Future closed. I looked at all the venues I wanted to go to, and I was like, maybe, you know, at the time, Earthquake, now Disaster, now Fast and Furious. But he was like, yeah, I thought about that, but I was like, nah, not for me. But, you know, it's amazing what the venues do to us. You know, nobody will believe our stories, even at the theme parks. Like, nobody will believe. We could write a book and nobody would believe us. They would call our bullshit. They're like, no bullshit. Like, nope, that really happened. Like what you just said with the glove thing. No, that really happens. They tell us we keep it coy, but it's like, no, you guys can't wear this. What did you love? What was the biggest thing at Disney Quest you love? What ride? Did you like the roller coaster sequence?
Well, I'll say the one memory I have, because I like them all. Cyberspace Mountain was really fun to work at. You know, you're pretty much imprisoning somebody in a little tube.
Yeah.
And then they do their other ride, and then you get them out and take them out. You know? I enjoyed that. Plus, that's where my flashlight came from. That was Cyberspace Mountain.
For those who don't know, he's got a huge mag light that he always smacks around in his hand. He goes, I like it because it's bright, and I can angle it at the person that I need to buckle their seatbelt. And I'm like, okay, it
works as a pointer. You know, it's like, hey,
I need you. Please buckle your seatbelt right to left, please. We're not going to start until you do. But
that flashlight, when I was working there, as a joke, I put it up in one of the girders that was in where the ride was.
Yeah.
I wanted to see how long it was going to stay there. Okay, and this is, I don't know how many years ago. It's been a while now. But when Disney Quest was closing, I went over there, and I still knew the coordinators. And I go, can you do me a favor? Can I do one thing really quick? Do you mind if I go? They weren't having a lot of guests over there. So I went back to where I left the flashlight, and it was still there.
No.
So it must have been there for like 4 or 5 years, because like after my mom passed, it was 3 years before I even started working at Universal, and I've been there for 3 years. So I would say it's been there for maybe 7 years. 3 or 4, somewhere around there. But anyways, I went to go look for it, and there it was. And I go, you mind if I keep this? He goes, what's that? I told her it's the flashlight I had when I was working here.
Oh, what the?
She's like, no way. No way. I'm like, yeah, it was. I thought, I thought for sure when the techs walked in and turn on the lights,
they would take it.
You would see it. Yeah. You would see it. You'd return it, or you would take it because it was a good flashlight. It was not a piece of crap.
Cheapo, yeah.
And I said, "Do you mind if I get you?" She goes, "Go ahead. You know, we're closing anyway, so it doesn't matter." So, you know, now I have it with me at Fallon, and just as a reminder, I engraved the Disney Quest symbol on the back where the button is, where you put the batteries.
Yeah.
So if you look at the flashlight, you'll see the Disney Quest symbol on the back of my
Oh my god,
flashlight.
I didn't even know it. I didn't even know this story.
Yeah.
I think you told me, but I didn't even remember it.
Again, there's a lot of, so many things that I've experienced and done, and, you know, again, I didn't purposely go out to hurt nobody or do nothing, but, you know, leave me alone, you get left alone.
True. That's all you ask. Yeah, that's all you ask.
It's not hard. Just, you know, if you want me to go do something, hey, can you do this for me? Sure, no problem.
Yeah, another thing that's...
You don't have to say please.
Yeah.
Because I know it's part of my job, I'll go and do it. I don't care.
I know what
people... want to act like an a-hole.
I think it's when they have power authority and they're just bored and they're like, let me see what I can do with this person. It's like, most of us just stand there and look at you and go, who the hell do you think you are?
There was one manager that threatened me in front of the guests. Oh, if you don't do something, I forgot the whole thing. It's been a long time. And I didn't say nothing in front of the guests because I wasn't going to do that. It wasn't part of my. I wasn't going to inflict my anger on the guest. So later on, I went to the manager's office where she was, and she was with like the head honcho, and I started yelling at her so much. I go, the next time you ever threaten me in front of the guests, I'm going to knock you off that Segway. I'm going to show you who you really are in the world. Because, you know, in Disney, they're a manager. But out in the real world, you know, they're a statistic.
You're just a number.
And I was livid. I mean, I yelled so loud. And this is like, you know, those mobile home kind of things they have in the back?
Yeah.
And they have two of them together. And
yeah.
I was yelling. Everything you heard me say, I was yelling out loud. And then when I left, I could see every other, like, sub-manager looking out their door, seeing who it was. And I waved to them. And then from that day... I don't think anybody except for like the main managers started giving me shit. And then when new managers came in, that's when, like I said, with the hair and everything else, they give me shit about that too. So it's like, okay, I can start over again. Yeah. I don't have a problem. You know, I'll show you everything I need to show you.
Yeah, I don't know what it is between the theme parks. Like, you know, the company that we work for, Universal, like, it seems more, you're not a number there. And I keep telling people that who've been with many companies and people have many Disney podcasts speak about it openly. You know, you're more of a person. They know you're by name. It's like they treat you at least with some dignity, you know. And
yeah, Universal isn't that bad, but the problem is that they're trying to be like Disney. So I think soon enough they will be, you know, just like them. Unless they start passing some laws and stuff. If you're wondering what that was, I hooked up the camera.
That's what I figured. Yeah, it was like he's gotta have a camera.
House.
I figured that's not a computer. I figured that's the wife's car. I was like, why would you have a background thing on there? I was looking at it. I was like, knowing or no.
That's the front of my house.
That's big. Yeah, that is a big help. Yeah, that's a really big help.
So, you know, when I hear noises, look really quick because if I try to open the shades, I don't see nothing.
We did that for nighttime. Really helps when you get garbage man's coming out. You're like, oh shit, or somebody's near the car.
It's got the night vision and everything, so I can do that.
Yeah.
But again, it's an unnecessary precaution because this neighborhood's not that bad.
No.
But you know,
never know. Yeah, never know. We living where we live and being in the 55 and older community, which is like we live in like an end of nobody. Like we have a house here next to us, but we're like in the middle of nowhere. It's great.
Even the alligators are damn.
Yeah, damn. But yeah, we've had some break-ins recently. Like, and I guess they were breaking into other houses, and they're like, "Can you believe it?" I'm like, "We're not safe anywhere. People will drive out if they're bored just to break into your car." So
exactly. So again, that's why I have a dash cam on my car.
Yeah, I keep telling the girl, my lady, she needs one. I keep telling her, I was like, "We need to get you a dash cam and a rear cam." I was like, "They're not that much. Let's spend $100, and just get you because it would save you on insurance." And she's like,
Even if you get a cheap one, they got one that's just front facing.
Yeah.
On occasions, it's not always, but on occasions I found them at Ross for like $10 or $20.
Yeah, I saw a couple at Amazon. They're not too expensive, but Amazon right now, I just got my supplies from them. Because of the coronavirus, they're only shipping out what they can because it's like they're working on getting other stuff out.
That's not really essential.
It took about almost a week now for it to get out, and I was like, it just got here. I got my resins and my filaments, and I got some clients waiting for a few things, but they're all been very reasonable, and I'm just like, oh, why is this taking forever? Even if you're a Prime member, it's taking forever from what I've been told. I got friends who run wood shops and stuff like that, and they're like, man, this is taking forever. They've had to go to Home Depot and stuff.
They used to have people sitting side by side throwing these packages in. Now they're 10 feet apart.
Yeah.
So where they would fit 3 or 4 people, there's only 2.
Yeah.
So that's why everything slowed down a lot.
It's not only that, it's like, they told everybody through email, like, it's all not essential, so, like, if it's not medical, like, you're not getting it. It's like, oh, shit. So, I told myself, like, last night, I'm like, I need to start finding other suppliers just in case, this, because we didn't expect this, and like I said, this is going to take a hit to, the theme parks. It already has, but,
Again, if they would have stopped it before it got worse.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying we have tests for everybody, but they don't. Now they're, just recently, they're doing a drive-by test at the convention center. And you have to be 65 and you have to have symptoms. Okay, so this whole time that I have the disease, don't know it, and could be passing it on to 100 other people. What?
Yeah.
I can't test myself?
You don't even know.
He said we had tests enough for everybody. No, that's not true.
No.
Don't lie to people. That's what's making this.
I think this whole media thing, and that's why I'm very iffy on Facebook. Don't believe what you read on Facebook. Like, I do a lot of my research like openly, and I go to YouTube or Yahoo, and I go to 5 or 10 different sources before I probably make a decision of like, okay, I'll post this. Because a lot of my friends will post a lot of 3D printing stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm like, that actually happened like 6 years ago. This is the company that did it, and they're like, how do you know that? I'm like, because I've actually read the articles, and here's the actual statement. They're still working on, like, that's actually an R&D from, like, 2009, and they've been working on this for years, and the company's now out of business, and they're like...
That's the thing. One day they're there, and one day they're not. So that's why, again, going back to the cars and stuff, I would love to redesign, like, the front end of the Tesla when I get the chance. I'm not in a major rush, but it'd be nice. I have a lot of ideas in my head, there's things that I want to do, but I want to get a nice 3D scanner. I want to make sure it's going to be,
So from what I've been seeing so far from the guy I'm now partnered with, the peel's looking pretty good. He's scanned a front end of a Porsche again, and he's using all the dots. And I said, why all the dots? And he goes, that gives better tracking points. But the cars look amazing. They just got done CNCing the transmission cover, and I was like, holy that big? And he goes, that big. And he's only charging, like, I'm not trying to plug him right now, but yeah, he only charges about $100 an hour, which is really good. He's like, yeah, man, I'm calling you because you shared my stuff, and I used to be an engineer, and this is why I'm doing this. And I'm like, oh, wow. So, yeah, he's like, damn, man, I used the peel scanner. He said the most expensive part of it was not only the scanner, because the scanner was just sitting somewhere, was getting the workstation that he had to buy the computer and stuff. That was the most expensive part, because he does it all there, so... He's based in Miami, but he could be anywhere you need him to be. Just give a call. I'm like, wow. So I've been plugging him for the last 2 days, helping him he's got his numbers. He's getting his numbers up. So that's still not a bad scanner. But for $6,000, I'm just like, it works. But I can see what you want. You want something kind of the laser scan style. And
yeah. Again, it's not a major rush, so I want to see who survives the longest. It's like the computer companies nowadays. Compaq doesn't exist.
Compact, HP,
but who
Dell, Acer.
HP bought Compact.
Yeah.
I don't know if HP still exists anymore. I just know Dell.
HP does, yeah. HP is it's very weird to have people like all these off brands and the Google Chromebooks, and then I'm recording this on a MacBook Pro, which is a 2012. It's like 2012, and I'm like, well, you can upgrade them to last. This has got like a freaking terabyte of a hard drive split into 2 partitions for Windows and Mac, and then 16 gigs of RAM with an i5, and it runs like a damn champion. They're like, Jesus. Like, yeah, but
I just want something viable right now. I mean, I don't mind if it gets outdated. I just want to be able to keep doing what I want to do.
For a while, yeah. At least 10 years. You want, like, 5 to 10 years is what you want. And that's the hard part with computers and just technology. Like I was telling somebody else the other day, like, Ollie, what 3D printer do I get? And I'm like, honestly, they're moving up like that. I can't even tell you which one to even... There was a company called Airwolf. There's a company... And most companies are being bought out by the other companies and brought into a brand. And the one company I dealt with first was XYZ Printing. And now they're still making printers. They're still doing the... God, are they garbage. They're now garbage. Like, they got a big contract with some manufacturing. And that's when they went... They forgot about the customer that made them. And they went...
Well, too, is that a big company buys this. Okay, how can we make this as cheap as possible? Mm-hmm. Because, like, the gears that were in there that move things around used to be made out of metal.
Yeah.
And they lasted a long time. I said, okay, well, let's go to plastic, and they last a week. They don't care.
Yeah. My last straw was that motherboard blew up again. It didn't blow up, but one of the fuses busted, and it was like a known issue. They went and soldered a new one on for me, gave me a whole new board. Got it back in. A day later, did the same thing. I called them back. I was like, listen, this is BS. Like, you either got to get me a new board again. And they're like, well, you can send it back out to us and pay again. I'm like, okay, this is bullshit. Like, there should be a warranty for your work. And that's when I was like, I'm done. Put that shit on, surprisingly, I put it up on Facebook, and people were hitting me up for parts. I said, either I sell it for parts, take it all apart and sell it for parts, because people can't buy the parts for this printer at all, because they don't sell them. Or, I put it on Craigslist, and I was just about to take it apart the next day, and some guy called me out of the blue from Titusville and ended up buying it for $100. He's like, oh no, I'm not worried, it doesn't work. I already got a motherboard, my own motherboard that I made, and I'm going to make it work. I went, okay. So he hasn't called me back since, so I'm guessing it works fine. So.
Yeah, he can do it.
Yeah, I'm like, he's like, he already had a plan for it. He's like, nah, man, I've already looked at the board. I've already looked at all the plugs. Because this is what I do for a living. So I never had a 3D printer, and I already got the board to make it work and program it. So I'm like, go for it, brother. He's like, I just like the body of it.
They do the same thing with cars and even the stuff we buy, like TVs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They don't make it last.
No.
And you can't buy the parts separate. Like my TV, the light strips probably cost me $3.
Yeah.
But they don't want to sell me the light strips. They want to sell me a whole new TV. So it's like, okay, I can fix it. It'll take me about maybe half an hour to an hour to take it apart and put it back together again.
Oh, yeah.
And all I do is change the damn light strips, because half of my TV, that's what I went wrong with, the light strips. It still works. I can watch TV if I want to, look at it with one eye. But, if I put the light strips in it, which would cost me $3 and whatever my own personal labor is, if I sent it out to somebody, I can understand spending, $50 to do it, because it's a lot of work. I've seen.
Yeah, you gotta pull. You gotta take off all the adhesive.
It's not easy to take apart and put back together again. It's a bitch. But I can do it, and I just need the parts. Can I buy them? No, because we want you to buy a whole new TV.
Exactly.
No, I don't want to spend $300-400 for a fucking. Mind you, when I bought this one like 3 or 4 years ago, it was like 500 plus, 580. Now you can get it for like $350. It's a 55. I forgot what it was. It's an LG. Not bad. It's a nice TV. It lasted me a long time, no big problems, and then all of a sudden, I feel like we had a power surge in the house.
Yeah.
And I think that's what messed up the TV, not the TV itself. I'm sure it could have lasted a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Just,
that's what I keep telling people who have, home businesses or whatever. I need to buy another, not a surge protector, but I need to buy another battery backup system. Because those things have come in handy for this house, because we lose power. Like, you fart and the power goes out. It's just the way it is.
The thing is, I got power strips and the surges on it with the fuses and everything.
Yeah.
But somehow it still bypasses it.
Yeah.
So quick that it doesn't even have time to the fuse to burn before it shorts the TV.
Yeah. Yeah, it's freaking insane.
I'm trying to find a good one. I've had battery backups. They work really great.
At least helps you shut your system down. Like, I had my printer, like, it was literally still running when I got home, and it had, had an hour of battery on it, and I was like, oh, thank God. It's like, everything else just turned off and left the printer on. I'm like, oh, thank Jesus. Because it was almost finished at our 40-hour print. I'm like, finish.
For what you do, you should have friggin' Tesla batteries in the back of your house, okay?
We're going to get talking about Tesla in just a second. Yeah, like, that shit, I looked more into that. Because Ernesto's been talking about Teslas like crazy. And when the solar panels came out, because I've been doing a lot of research, some guy finally talked about all of them, and he says that you need actually 2 power banks. He's like, you can make it work, but it's a lot of work to make them work. It's a lot to make it really function.
All the new technology and all that other, that has to go along with it.
Yeah.
But again, trying to be self-sufficient and, mind you, when we lost during the last hurricane, which was a while ago, we lost power. This whole neighborhood lost power.
Yeah.
But I have a generator in the back of my house. I fill that tank and it lasts 2 days.
Yeah.
Because I don't let it run at night. At night we just, stick through whatever we can. We suffer through the heat and everything else. But that generator was perfect. We had TV. We could watch the news. We see where the hurricane was. I had neighbors come over and say, come on, sit down. If you want to watch the news, that's fine. I didn't let anybody plug in because it taxes my generator. Because it's not a generator for everybody. It's just a generator for, like, my refrigerator and my TV.
Yeah, to keep you at least your essentials going. Yeah.
So, that's what it's for. It's not for, everything else. Now, I was considering one of those diesel ones you put in the back of your house. And,
yeah, it runs off natural gas or something. We were looking at that house, yeah.
But I was also thinking, okay, Tesla can make my whole roof a solar panel, and I put those battery packs on the side, and the sun charges my damn battery.
Yeah.
I have to put gas. I have to go to the gas station.
Yeah.
Do all this nonsense. Now, mind you, I've got 3 like metal, real metal, not this plastic crap you buy at Walmart. Gas cans, the ones they used to put in the back of Jeeps.
Yeah.
Okay, and I can fill them up, and I'm ready. The hurricane's coming. Okay, those things are already full. And if I don't use it for the generator, it goes in my car.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. I keep telling people, I'm like, now's the best time to buy gas. Everybody's like, I'm like, what would you do? I'm like, if I had some gas cans, I'd be filling them up fucking every day.
But here's the thing, you have them. My advice would be to get some decent ones. You don't have to have them filled. Just leave them there.
Yeah.
And the second you hear, hey, oh my God, something's fill every one of them up, and it doesn't matter if you use it or not. At least you got enough for your generator to go to a week, depending on how your generator is. Don't buy a Harbor Freight generator. Buy, a good one.
Yeah, buy a Honda. Like, I've been looking at a lot of them lately, and there's a lot of really good ones you can take camping, and yeah.
I know it sucks to buy a fancy one, but you know what?
In the long run, it's going to save your ass, yeah.
It's going to be, a good thing. Because you buy Harbor Freight, they're not going to, you might be able to return it, but if they don't have power, they're not going to return shit.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm very cautious of my Harbor. I mean, I like Harbor Freight. I got a lot of stuff in there, but you got to be very careful what you buy.
Again, if I'm using it for, if I'm going to paint the hood of my car, and I know I'm never going to use it again, then I go to Harbor Freight and I buy a nice paint gun. And mind you, I take care of my stuff, so I clean it and I do everything I need to do. So it would last me a little bit longer, but they're not made to last. So if I needed something temporary, which I have needed, I go to Harbor Freight and I pick it up.
Yeah.
I had the jack stand I bought from there. It cost me $100, and normally like $300 for a 3-ton.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's too good of a sale to not buy.
Yeah.
And I mind you, I didn't buy the cheap one.
There's tiers. Yeah.
There's garbage. There's middle,
and then there's
good.
Yeah.
And the good one was cheap. It was like a fire sale, like it was water damage or something like that.
Yeah. But
the jack, it's waterproof, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the boxes are damaged. I've got a few things from Harvard that were really good priced. I'm like, wow, it's really good.
The box looked like crap, but the jack was still good.
Yeah, that's what I always look for Amazon's broken stuff and like, oh, the box is broken or it's missing a part. Okay, I can find the part to 3D print the part. Yeah.
So, again, it was a good price. I picked it up. And, I'll change some tires. I'll rotate them if I have to. If I have to get underneath the car to do those changes. Both of my cars, I don't need a jack for that. I can slip underneath it. My wife's SUV and my SUV, I can pretty much just roll underneath the car and change the oil. It's not hard to do. Now, for the Celica, that's close to impossible. You can get the filter from the top, but to get underneath it is
those cars you need a jack.
Those things are hugging the ground.
Yeah.
So that's what I need the jack for. And how often do I do it? You don't have to change your oil every 2,000 miles. It can go to 5. It could probably even go to 6. As long as you check it and there's no metal in it and dirt, you're fine.
Yeah.
No water, dirt, or metal, you're golden.
Yeah.
Okay. They just tell you that because they want to keep selling you more oil that you don't fucking need.
Yeah.
But you see, I grew up, my dad being an engineer, so I know all this stuff. Some people don't know how to change it.
It's sad. I remember one time we were in the parking lot and this poor girl didn't know how to fucking put a battery in. Didn't even know she had her tire was, and she's waiting for fucking her dad or AAA to show up, and we're like, 3 of us like stopped and we turned to help her out, and I'm like, somebody's like, get the tire, and she's like, I don't think I have a tire, and it's like, one guy was like, where do you think they hide the tire? I'm like, honestly, they either hide it here, this comes out, or they hide it underneath. And he goes, what do you mean they hide it underneath? I was like, probably do. And she goes, I don't think I have a tire. Brand new Nissan truck. I pull the thing up, I go, oh, this looks, it has a little flap. And I went, this looks kind of, granted it was well hidden. I'm going to give them engineers that it's well hidden. I pulled it a little bit, and I went, she goes, I don't think it's supposed to, and I pulled up, and it had a little seal, like it was supposed to pop, like water seal. Sure enough, tires there, there's a fucking pump system. I'm like, oh wow. This car's got everything.
They give you the jack. They give you everything there.
I was like, you don't need anybody. I'm like, this even has a good fucking socket wrench, special wrench. She's like, I didn't even know it was there. I'm like, well, there it is. Like, I don't see why they wouldn't put it there.
That's why they give you an owner's manual with the car.
Yeah. It's like I was trying to figure out how to get my girlfriend's Bluetooth to work on her. She didn't know her phone had Bluetooth, or her car had Bluetooth. It's very well hidden inside the car, and I'm like, oh, your car has Bluetooth. She's like, at least when we first started dating, and I'm like, let me see if I can get it working. I had to go on YouTube because, Toyota's not really fun to find the manual and stuff. Luckily, somebody on there had a really good tutorial on how to set it up, and I did it with under 2 minutes and got it working. Now she can't live without it. She had the car for a year and a half. She's like, I didn't know it had Bluetooth. I'm like, you're welcome. You're welcome. Now you can drive hands-free, you can make a phone call, and you can actually obey the law. Yeah. I was like, why have a phone on your lap when you can have Bluetooth to do it for you? But, yeah, it's freaking insane with people not knowing how to fix cars. And like I said, I was looking at Tesla stuff the other day, and people were talking about maintenance. I think the biggest thing that they were saying was the drivetrains. I think that was the only thing. One guy complained he had drivetrain issues, but they took care of everything on one. But he's like, other than that, he loves his car. Like, he's had the car for 6 years. He's like, I will not get rid of it. And then the battery degradation, I guess it dies quite a bit because of the years.
Well, the charging and recharging, depending on how you have it degrades over time.
Yeah.
So, like,
anything.
Because I'm not sure, but in 4 years, you've got like 80% like 90% instead of 100. But you know what? If you're still getting almost whatever the mileage was for the car, because some of them have 200 miles, some of them have 300 now. So for me, it's more the mileage, but I still like the car to be fast because it's the way that I am.
Yeah.
So I'd like to be able to travel to at least Miami, and maybe use a supercharger down there and then come back home.
You could definitely do that. Yeah, that's not a problem.
I do that anyways when I go with the gas car, because when I get down there, I full tank of gas. It's empty by the time I get there. I fill it up and I come back home.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do. Now, to go to New York to do something else, plus I don't know
I think that's what scares everybody about, Teslas and just electric cars in general. They're scared of that, like, what if moment. What the fuck if I can't find power? What if power goes out?
The range anxiety.
Yeah.
But there's so many superchargers all over the place. And even if you had to pay for it, what are you paying? $10?
Not even. Yeah, and then one guy was. I rabbit hole the other day. I should have FaceTimed him. We get a rabbit hole, and I was watching so many Tesla videos for fun because I was bored and I was waiting for the thing to print. And he averaged. I think like $22 a month in his home power bill. I was like, and I think what he said, it came down. He saved about, I think, $200. A year. I'm like,
every time you fill it, you get like $50.
Yeah. He's like, think about this. He's like, we went out and bought the Tesla, and I think he's leasing it. He said, leasing it, or no, he bought it for 32 used, and then 32,000, and I guess they said, oh, trade it in for, and he's like, okay, that's a depreciation of like 18,000. Like, so he was kind of going all the real stuff, but he won't get rid of the car, but he's like, you got to really do the stuff, and think about it. But like the car in general, people are just terrified because, like you said, range anxiety, and then like how much it costs, and you got to add this feature and that feature, and then it's just like a normal car when you think about it. People need to get over that. They need to really get over that anxiety.
But it's a fear,
Yeah. I think it's good for. My only fear with the car is the maintenance, and I looked at a lot of that, and it's getting better from what I've been reading. And I watched Rich Rebuilds and a lot of those, and a lot of them are saying they now have EV garages that can help out with Tesla stuff. And a lot of Tesla engineers are now working for the EV garages who are, third-party garages. So they all know the frickin' Teslas. So they're like, come do it here. We can put a new tire in your car. That sucks when I heard you get a flat, and a lot of them don't want to even touch your, like, Tire Kingdom, or, Walmart doesn't even want to touch your car
because it's got the sensors and it's got the ride flat, which is just foam inside the tire.
Yeah.
You take the tire off, you take the foam out, put it in the new tire, and put the tire back on. But like I said, it's the fear of the unknown kind of thing.
Yeah, when I saw the Honda the other day, I forget what the name of the truck is, but it had like 4 different monitors, has all cameras now. It looked sleek as hell. It looked like a very futuristic kind of thing, not overly futuristic. I just didn't like the dash because it's all digital, and it just looked blocky to me. It didn't look like the Tesla where it's like one screen here and just clean. It looks like a car, it looks sleek, it looks good, it looks refined. Instead of like, it's like there's a camera here for this, and then you can actually play on a computer on doing this, like it's using Windows 10. It's like, and then down here is all your regular, buttons for this. It's like, no, just keep it clean.
The only thing I would like about is a nice Ford Tesla that had the windscreen, like the heads up.
Yeah.
On the windscreen. And then even, like, either project your rear view mirrors on the windshield.
Yeah.
Or, have 2 little screens. So, this is my right side, this is my left side.
Yeah.
Because it's already got the cameras.
Yeah.
What you got to do is be able to see them. You know,
Yeah,
I know
that's
the
what
car's
this.
not going to wreck you.
That's what this Honda does. Apparently, I forget what the name of the truck is, but yeah, it has all the cameras. And it looks cool as hell. The guy was like, it really shows everything, but it's got a nice camera. Like one thing people were saying, I guess this is a newer Tesla video I was watching. The guy wishes it had the overhead camera display where you could actually turn that on your thing, so you could see kind of above the car. That would be pretty neat because you could actually see stuff ahead of you while you're driving. You look, oh shit, that's where I am. That's what I can see where I'm close to that guy's bumper, or, you know.
Isn't it like Waymo or something? It's got something mounted on the car. It's
Yeah.
like where I pace. The problem is it makes the car look like, you know,
It looks like a video game.
Or, you know, an ice cream truck.
Yeah. I like the prices of the car. I think, you know, like we were talking about the other day, you know, I think Elon's doing God's work, but it's like his mind is in so many different places. And like you said, he's got so much little time on the earth, so he's trying to get it all done in the time he can. And it's just wild. There you go.
Something popped up on my screen.
Oh, no worries. I was like, did he die?
Yeah.
Did Disney hear about us and with all the Disney clothes and?
Well, they can come to my house, try to take it from me.
Yeah, over hell and high water. I think after that many years, it's like it's fucking no one. Well, I mean, yeah, back to the Disney stuff, man. Freaking, you know, everybody breaking. I don't know if you saw the videos of them going into Volcano Bay. They snuck over the gate. They did exactly what I thought they were going to do. After my years of being with Universal, I'm like, someone's going to park back here with a truck and jump over the gate. And sure enough, they did. You know, they ran up and went on the slides, and then the guy went to the Yeti and then walked up to the Yeti and took the photos and got his camera. And you don't know who he is, obviously, but I'm like, that had to be either an employee that worked there, because there's no way you would be able to get an animal.
I'm sure people can also plan, you know, they go to the park, say, hey, we can do this, we can get in here, blah, blah, blah. They scope the place out, you know.
Yeah.
No matter what you do, you're going to have people, you know, doing what they're not supposed to be doing. Because that's the way of the world. They want to show off.
Yeah.
I just think they should have, like, you know, like Resident Evil traps.
Oh my god, like Ghostbuster traps on Final Destination.
Exactly, you know, put a bear trap here and there, you know. Make that part of the check-in list in the morning. Okay, set the traps off.
We'll put some paperwork here that has all the new ride designs, and if they get it, good luck. That'd be kind of cool. But I was like, I think my last episode I was talking about the newborn show, and everybody else was very coy about what we saw and making people get excited to see it. And like that's, I don't even know why the hell they kept that so damn quiet, but people were trying to sneak into the building. I don't know what it was. They were trying to go back behind and trying to sneak in, and I'm like, guys, it's the same thing as Terminator. Like, they're not doing much. It's
just a stage. I had a feeling they were going to do the same thing, but it's a nice show. They added some new little things here and there, which I was impressed by.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the pre-show sucks, the queue sucks. It's very, for those, like I said, if you listen to the last episode, you know, I wish they did more with the pre-show, but apparently that was the second building of it, because a friend of mine who commissioned the building said that engineering watched the first variant fusion, they were like, nope, readjust it. So they had to redo the whole thing. I'm like, oh shit, that's not good. So if it's that bad, holy shit. The main show's amazing. I get that about a 9. I really enjoyed it.
No, I enjoyed the show. I thought it was really good.
And like I said, there's some really cool elements in there that I was like, oh wow, that got me. Okay. I heard Closer is better. Everybody's like, it feels like it's more immersing, because you don't see all the stuff coming at you. So I don't know why people are so anal about just wanting to know everything. Even with the new park, they have to know every tip and detail, and it's like, be happy like we all are. It's happening. Like, I'm ready for Nintendo, obviously, but you know, we'll see when that happens.
Yeah, again, that's on my bucket list. I'm going to be part of the new park. I don't know what I want to do, but you know.
I mean, you've done it all. You went to, you know, you've been with Disney, you now went with Universal for freaking eons, and you probably never thought that would even happen, or you with Disney as long as you had.
I hadn't planned on it. You know, I enjoyed where I was. I enjoyed what I was doing. It's just the people.
Yeah.
Some of the people were just garbage, so.
Yeah, I think that's every job. It's sad, but yeah, it's like every job you go to, you're like, shit. How's everybody dicks? So I'm like, like, right now, Ernesto's the smoke sniper, so, like, you'll see him around Universal, you see a guy dressed like him, he'll, extinguish
It's funny, I was walking through the park, right? And I walked past Fallon, and I didn't see anybody smoking, right? But I walked the Terminator. They're literally smoking in front of the team members. And I was at near fast, and they're smoking right in where the fountain is. I'm like, is nobody telling these freaking people not to do this garbage?
I think they don't feel like they're getting paid enough anymore. And I'm like, honestly, at this point, and not to bash universal.
I kind of agree.
Yeah,
that it's a lot, but I don't want to breathe it. I don't want to get, lung cancer because you're a fucking a-hole.
Shit, I had it. I mean, I had it one time. A couple was smoking in front of me, and I asked them, I was like, hey, man, you need to blow it under your shirt. Do what you got to do. I understand you got to get that quick nick hit. One of my leads came up to me, and this was years ago. He said, Ali, you need to go over there and tell them to put it out. And I had to walk up to them. I was like, guys, I got to ask you politely to put that cigarette on. They go, are you freaking kidding me? I said, guys, I wouldn't tell you. I don't really give a fuck what you do, to be honest. I'm getting paid nothing. But my bosses are fucking right there. And I'm asking you nicely. If you can sneak around the corner, that's fine. There's a smoking spot right there. If you can't go that far, just fucking put it out. Well, what the hell, man? I'm like, listen, guys, do you think I want to come up to you? You think I want to ask? Do you think I want to smell your shit? No. And, this new vaping thing, it's just like, it's so fucking gross. And it lingers in the air more than cigarettes do. It just floats. You're like, it's not really going anywhere. Can't really make it go.
But then it's still something that I don't have to be breathing in. And mind you, it's not me a selfish thing, but it's also like, there's these little kids around that don't need to be.
Yeah, there's people that are very asthmatic too. Yeah, it's like
the lit cigarettes too. I'm like, okay, that's a lit cigarette. You're holding it at your side. Some stupid kid that's not paying attention, because kids don't pay attention,
get burned.
Will walk right into you, or their face will hit your hand, and that cigarette will go right in their face. So it's not just me. I mind you, I get some satisfaction out of doing it, because
you're Ernesto.
I got to make it fun, But I also have the right to do it. You're not supposed to be doing that,
right?
So do it. We make spots for you, special spot.
That nobody likes to go to. I mean, I'm shocked that Disney was able to somewhat abolish it. I've caught it in front of the park, which they're allowed to do before they enter the park. But people try to sneak it in there, that last hit.
But again, you got to remember, Disney doesn't care if they lose the smokers, because they've got other people that still want to come in.
Oh yeah, Magic.
They have a steady amount of people no matter what. Yeah. And you're a smoker. Oh, I'm not coming to Disney Park no more. Okay, I don't care.
I don't care. I've got a tour group of 3,000 coming in just a second.
Got 20 other people that want your spot. Get the fuck out.
Yep. They're gonna fill your spot up in 2 seconds.
I think it's great, but they need to enforce it when somebody is doing something in the park to, kick their ass out.
Yeah. I think that's one thing working with the theme parks. It's kind of hard. People do get kicked out, and I won't go into detail with that because it's a lot of security risk. But like, you don't get kicked out. I'm like, oh yeah, people they cannot enter the park anymore. I saw one guy get pulled out of the park one time, and he cannot visit any Universal park, any Disney theme park ever in his life. He's banned for life. He tried. I have a few friends that work for security that said they spotted him, and he was already putting handcuffs and taking off property again. I'm like, really? Like, yeah, he keeps thinking he's funny, but like, we got him on high definition cameras. Like, he thinks he's smart. He's allowed to go to City Walk, and I think that's about it. City Walk Theater, and that's about it. He cannot be anywhere
in the park.
Yeah, like, he can't go to Hollywood. He can't go to any of them. And Disney's been banned for life too. I won't mention the guy's name, but yeah, like, he's a YouTuber. And I was like, you've met him? And they're like, yeah, I've talked to him. He's a real arrogant asshole. He thinks he's,
Again, it's these people that think they're special. And it's like, no, there's rules for a reason. Somebody might get hurt. And it's like with the seatbelt. So we need you to put the seatbelt on. Why? Because this is a ride.
Because the engineers who fucking made it decided to put those on there because they were like, oh shit. Yeah, I got that asked when I was working at Men in Black Weiser lap bar, and I was like, you're about to see. The guy's like, it doesn't throw you around. I said, I'm going to make this thing spin about 7-8 times more than it should, so when you shoot somebody's tailpipe, you're spinning consistently and not stopping. I rode it with Ernesto, we just kept shooting tailpipes all day. So, fun fucking ride. What else, Chris? What did I want to ask? We had talked about video games. More about the Tesla. So what version do you want to get? Have you decided?
Here's the thing. If I hit Lotto, I would probably get the Roadster. That, without a doubt.
It's still on the waiting list, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's like, it's a 600-mile car. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
And, 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds?
Yeah. That wasn't an audio issue. That was Ernesto going...
Yeah, me wording the holy crap.
Holy crap.
But given my financials and
once seeing how much, just the Model 3 is like $50,000 with like everything freaking put into it. It's like, the one guy I was listening to, and he said, you need to be able to pay this car off within 3 years. If you can't do that, don't even think about it. He's like, I'm not trying to be an ass. He deals with a lot of money. He's like, this is the one thing I'm telling you folks. He's like, I'm financially okay. I know how to budget well. He's like, I'm a penny pincher. But if you can't pay the car off within 3 years, don't fucking try. Maybe lease it. Maybe that's about it. And I don't even think they allow you to lease it anymore.
No, you can lease it, but you can't buy it after the lease.
Yeah.
Because he wants to set up his robo-taxis.
Yeah.
So after you use it, if you don't damage and destroy it, he gets the car back. And then he puts it in his fleet. Because he's definitely going to be... We're not even going to need cars soon. Then he's not going to build... He's going to save money by not building these cars without steering wheels.
Yeah.
Because you're literally not going to need them. Now, mind you, I like it because I enjoy driving. I enjoy, the control. It's like, on my Mustang, I had a manual transmission. You know why I had a manual transmission? Because I like controlling the motor. I like controlling the transmission.
You like that feeling, yeah.
Exactly. It's like, I knew what the tires were going to do. I knew when they were going to do it. It's a little bit more control. With an automatic, you push the pedal down and you're like, and then you got to wait for the damn transmission to do it. You don't know when that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't like that. So, it's just being able to control the car. Not that I wouldn't every once in a while, hey, I want to relax, hit the button, okay, drive me there. I'm going to sit back and, drink my...
I mean, I felt bad for the recent one that was on you. I think it was like a year ago, 2 years ago. The guy was a computer engineer. He worked for Tesla or something like that, or some game company or some shit. And his car couldn't swerve past the guy, but he wasn't paying attention. He was playing his fucking game or something like that. And he ended up dying. And that made recent news. Everybody's like, well, Tesla says this, and it's like, well, people need to be smart with the fucking the automatic driver. It's a level 2. It's not, it's not self-driving. You need to fucking keep an eye on the road.
Well, there was an Apple guy, I think.
That's what it was. Yeah.
The cement.
Yeah, hit the barrier. Median. He had a car. The car came into him and hit him. Yeah.
But the problem is that the car probably didn't even know that the barrier was there because it had already been hit. So the water containers that are supposed to cushion the crash weren't there.
Yeah.
He hit the cement head on. But if the dumbass was paying attention like he should have been...
And it was fucking warning him to grab the wheel.
He would have seen, hey, my car's not going left or right. Let me move it to the right or to the left, whatever direction I'm supposed to be going.
Yeah.
So it's his own damn fault. It's not the car's fault.
Yeah, I've done the autopilot, and everybody's like, "What's it like?" And I'm like, "It's a little terrifying, but you do have to take control of it. It's not fucking foolproof. It takes corners really well, and it can keep up. What it's really good for is like we tested it was in rush hour because you're fucking creeping and you're waiting and it keeps up. It goes and it stops. It keeps up, and then it tells you like, hey, you might want to grab on. I can see all the cars. I know what I'm doing. But once we get to the open road, I'm going to keep an eye on the road and the track system. And I was looking at the Open Pilot. That's a new, you can put it in any car that has driving assist. It has a little fucking cell phone camera you put up in the thing, and it tracks it, and you get to adjust it. And it works really good. Some guy with a Tesla dude and the other dude, they were friends, and they both were they were behind each other testing it, and it works really well. He's a Tesla. There's a couple things, and then the autopilot it's learning, on its thing. I was like, that's crazy. That shit's already existing. It's open source, but that's crazy. You don't have to really touch a wheel anymore. It's going to happen.
But everything takes time to grow.
Yeah.
And mind you, we should have had all this stuff already. When did the guy invent the lithium-ion battery? We should have had electric cars back then.
Shit, man, lithium-ion. I heard about that in fucking the early 90s.
The GM EV1. What to do? They collected all the cars and they crushed them. You know why? Because they didn't want electric cars to keep going.
Yeah, that was like when
GM could be so far ahead of even Tesla.
Yeah.
But he had to do it because somebody had to, poke
the fucking
people
balls to
stick, you know?
Yeah, the balls to finally be like, hey, let's fucking do this. I mean, when the documentary came out about electric cars, EVs, and everybody like, do you think when they tried claimed somebody tried burning, someone tried burning down the factory or fucking lighting, something happened. It was definitely espionage, or everybody confirmed, like, no, it was really somebody who fucking tried burning in the factory, because they lost a lot of inventory and stuff.
The sabotage. It might have been the company itself.
They're like, do you believe that? They're like, yeah. I was like, fucking, now that Tesla's kind of out there and doing its thing, you can't stop it. People are grabbing them left and right. And I've seen more Teslas on the road now than I've ever seen in my life. You know, so I gotta ride.
Another reason why I want to change the way it looks.
Yeah. I feel so bad when Ernesto goes to the lot. He's getting his sign off. He's measuring everything. His wife's there. They're all excited. He calls me up.
Before he goes off the truck, I'm going to have the bolts loose from the front bumper so I can take it off. He's like, no, leave it there for a second. Take them off. Take all the damn bolts.
You won't even get it out of the lot. Your poor wife will be like, well, let's go get some boba tea, or let's go do this. Fucking already apart, and you're like measuring.
Yeah, I'm scanning the bumper. I'm changing the design, and I'm going to put the new one in like 2 days later.
I don't know why that hasn't become a feature that you're able to maybe sculpt. You know how like you do in Test Track where you can get to sculpt your own, you know, and then you're paying a little bit extra.
Originally, when it was GM, and then it became Chevy sponsored.
Yeah.
They used to have a skateboard. They had an electric skateboard on display. Whatever happened? It's been there for like 10 years. That fucking electric skateboard. You know, when you exit the ride,
yeah,
you see all the vehicles. You can buy. Talk to GM. But when you walk off the ride originally, after you see the little, factory bullshit machinery, there was a skateboard that you can plant any body on. You know?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's brilliant. You can design your own car and just put it on the skateboard, which is something we should be doing right now. Now, I understand why Tesla does what it does, because it's a bitch. They were trying to do the replaceable battery thing, and it's like, that just seems like a lot of work.
Yeah, I watched that, and they could do it under a few minutes, but they even said with that was a little bit, not far-fetched. It's just very time-consuming, and you need to have a technician there, and then it's like, okay, well, you can go to this dealer and have them drop it real quick, and then you can change the battery out. Then, when it's stuck and something happens down the road, it disconnects or something. It hasn't been put in correctly.
But now they're coming out with a 1,000,000-mile battery, and I think that's great. You don't have to, of course, you still have to charge it every, 300 miles. But if it lasts 1,000,000 miles, I'm not going to last 1,000,000 miles.
No. That's what I was wondering about the degradation. And, everybody's like, well, the battery degradation. Well, it's like a fucking lithium ion lasts for only a couple of years, and then you got to switch it out because you've been using it. Like a video game, controller. With the new, the PS5 and now the Xbox S or whatever the fuck it's called.
Series X.
Series X, and seeing that the other day, and it's like, well, it's more powerful than the PS4, but it's got this. I'm like, yeah, but they're not going to fucking harness all the power. Most developers don't. And it's like one or two developers, like Kojima Productions, who's, he was
they
the
might
first.
know what to do with it, but not everybody else does.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, okay, we're gonna be the only game to fucking unlock the full potential of this graphics card or this RAM that we're gonna be using for a certain level to, blow your fucking mind. And if we're like, oh, fanboy, and it's like, no, I'm not really a fanboy. It's like Tesla, they're like, I'll say Apple. People like their Android phones, but I'll say that they're like Apple because they wait for people to fuck up, and then they go, okay, we'll take that. Okay, well, then we now know what they fucked up on. And Apple's kind of the same way of like, okay, Android blow fucking phones up, but we know now not to use that battery. We can use this camera,
See, my problem is that all these other companies, when GM started doing it, they had the Chevy Rolls, and they wanted like 60,000 miles for that thing. But it was a gas engine and a battery, and the battery only lasted 30 miles.
Yeah.
For me, if I'm going to spend that kind of money, I want something that's going to be... And the reason why the Tesla's doing so well is because Elon put a lot of work into it. He refined it. He tried to give everybody what they wanted. He listened to them. Hey, every time somebody tweets something, hey, I'm going to try to do it, or I'm going to do it, or in next month it's going to be there. Okay?
Yeah.
These other automotive companies says, hey, we just want a flashing light on it. No, fuck you. Buy your own.
Yeah.
That's not how you do business.
No. It's like you really need to listen to your fucking buyers because they're the ones that do the R&D for you. I mean, you've done all the R&D you can do once you finally get it to the road. It's like, okay, it's been DOT approved. It's been EPA approved. All right, so we'll
the thing is, they want somebody else to design it, and then they just copy it.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you're supposed to innovate. you're supposed to be inventing this crap. Things that we don't know we need, you got to give it to us.
Yeah,
so
like
we
the
know
crash avoidance systems, and like they're showing what, like, you know, the cars can do now is like because of Tesla, and a lot of them have driving assistant now. Like I said, the driving camera thing now, that like the open source driving assistant thing. People are like, well, if your car has that now, like driving assistant, it actually can run off the system, the Pi. And I'm like, oh, that's fucking insane. And it does, it drives the car. I'm like, wow. It's like, I think it's only like $1,000 for the whole system. And the guy was using it, and he's been using it for a couple years. And it's been learning and learning. It learns from the cloud, and people are teaching it, and it's fucking insane what it's learning. And I'm like, this shit should be in every car in the next couple of years.
Yeah, but that's what the Teslas are doing now. Ever since they've been on the road, they've been learning.
Mm.
So he's like, he's already 5-6 years ahead, and by the time they catch up, he's still going to be 5-6 years ahead.
Yeah, they were saying something about yesterday, like how much Tesla really doesn't have it answers to shareholders, but yet at the same time, it doesn't have all the overhead of all the GM and all the the old fucking loans that they've taken out, and all like if they have to look at the cars, and Tesla doesn't have to look toward. They're looking at like we already have money in stock and futuristic because. They were saying, I watched this guy's video, he runs really good. I'll put a link down below in the description. But, they were saying all the factories now, because like now they can actually work in China, they can work here, because they have factories already there, they don't have to stop in the US. And I'm like, well, they wanted to only work in the US, but then they went, you know what, fuck it, we can't beat them, join them, but it's smarter to work in others, because they can build on this, they can build a battery for us, and then we can combine it, and boom, there we go.
But they're still doing the same thing. They're relying on different things from different places.
Yeah, and that's with this virus thing going, it proves it. Like Amazon, it's like you're not essential. Like you run a business, you're not essential to get your equipment that you need. So you need to start finding other suppliers and shit. Like it was rough.
Here's the thing: all these companies had suppliers in China, but they don't have any suppliers in America. You know why? Because all those companies had to take a crap because the Chinese, they use either slave labor.
Yeah, it's really cheap fucking labor.
And they pay them 10 cents an hour, and it's like, okay, you can't compete with that, which I understand. But you still need to have some kind of, even if it's dormant or you just use it every once in a while, we need a factory here that does certain things so that if it happens, hey, full capacity.
And that's the thing, it's people are fucking China this, China that. I'm like, do you realize how much stuff is made in China? And they're like, no, not really. I'm like, I run my own little small business, and I have talked to a lot of China suppliers that call me directly on LinkedIn, who are like, they make a lot of small fucking gadgets and fit into your devices that you don't even know you need.
Yeah, just tell them everything you're wearing, everything your phone.
I was like, you might not want to be, like, we need to get out of China. It's like China and India and Mexico and Brazil are the biggest manufacturing countries in the world. It's like
a lot of the cars they just assemble here. Because they get parts from Mexico.
Yeah, and it's like I was looking at one part that's made in Brazil, and Brazil's the only place that makes it is because they have the resources to do so. And I'm like, whoa.
Because they have to transport it here. It's already there, so let's just build a factory that builds these specific things.
Yeah, like as like looking at this medical device, we were 3D printing recently for like some ventilators and shit. And somebody goes, what do you mean it's made in Brazil? I'm like, that part is made in Brazil. Like that's what they're known for. Like this is they're the highest medical whatever. You don't even think they are, but they are. Oh, no, that's not true. I'm like, you want to bet? And I pulled the guy's shit up on like LinkedIn, and like, yeah. It's like, people need to realize, like, and it's like, oh, well, Tesla's, their prices are too high. It's like, no, that's pretty reasonable for what the car is. I don't even know.
I'm surprised they were able to keep it as low as they can.
I'm shocked too, because, like, doing all the research that I've been, like, 50,000 is, like, the highest, I guess, point you can go. What the guy was saying, because he's got almost all the features, like the autopilot and all that stuff, and he's like, that's the highest, but like the minimum, I think is like, 28,000 to 32,000 is where you're looking at.
What are they selling the Corvette for? Like $500,000, 500,000,
yeah.
I think. Now with 500,000, you can buy 4 Roadsters, and that car's still going to be faster and better than the Corvette. They may not have the style. But that thing's going to kick it fast.
I don't know when they're going to deliver on it, though. I think he bit off more than he could chew, but at the same time...
But he's been doing that for the longest time. You know why he said the Y is coming out at the end of the year instead of at the beginning? Because he wanted to say at the beginning, and it came out in the middle.
Then they brought that up yesterday. I was watching a YouTube channel, and he kind of brought that up with why Tesla's now all over the world. Now they're building certain factories in China and here in safety areas so they can keep building the battery systems and shit for Samsung. Because Samsung had to go down for a bit too. I didn't know they were building the batteries for the car. It was Samsung or one of those companies were building the batteries.
LG and Panasonic.
Panasonic is building, yeah. And they had to go down for a bit because like they can't make the batteries. I'm like, oh shit. So the Model Y is being delivered finally, and it looks really fucking cool. I saw you like 4 or 5 videos. I was like, oh Ernesto, what about the Model Y? You're like, oh yeah, I did saw a video the other day, and they're pretty freaking nice.
No, it's exactly like the Model 3, just bigger.
People are loving it. They're like they love the Model Y more than they love the Model 3. I'm like, wow.
It's an SUV. The thing is, the Model 3 is a sedan.
Yeah.
And people are getting away from sedans because they have families. They don't want the kids sitting in the back seat. But the Model Y is more of an SUV kind of thing. Yeah. It's got a hell of a lot more space than the 3 does.
Yeah, it has a lot of storage. Has a lot of fucking storage, and I'm like, wow, that's a lot of. So the guy was like, I think the guy that I watched this video, he's like a real YouTuber thing, and he's like 6 feet, and he was like, well, you know, I'm not too snug, and I'm just right. And he said the only thing he complained about was like, I think the trunk didn't go high enough, which he wished it, but he's like, I can work with that. He's like, other than that, I'm falling in love with it. I'm already in love with it. He was like hugging it. He's like, this car has a lot of room. It's good for road trips, and
again, he's doing what people want.
Yeah.
The funny thing is that if you look at the Model S and the Model X, those were like the fancy pants kind of.
Yeah.
The Model X.
I got to ride in the Model S and
an SUV kind of Model S.
Yeah.
Whereas the Y is the SUV Model 3. So he didn't change that much,
Yeah, I don't know what I'm thinking about the Cybertruck. I'm liking that weird looking Cybertruck.
When it first came out, I thought it was awesome. I really did. I said, this is just. I was surprised, Yeah, it doesn't look like anything, but it wasn't supposed to.
No.
He told everybody,
yeah,
it's not going to be what you expect.
No.
So when I'm watching these people do their renders, I'm like, you're drawing a car with a truck body.
Yeah.
That's just not going to look like that.
And people I think Simone Gatto had made, she made a Tesla truck out of a Tesla, I think Model 3, and it looks cool as shit. But I'm just like,
I have seen that they cut off the.
They cut the back and they welded it and it looks cool as shit. It's a fun. It was her own little thing with all these guys that make shit. And I'm like, that's cool.
But you see, that's kind of why I want to do my own thing rather than have it look like everybody else's.
Yeah.
I don't,
I just feel bad when you get that shit off the line. I just fucking you're already underneath it unbolting. It's like, sir. It's like I didn't get.
You know what? If I can find more spaces to tuck some more batteries in there, or put a bigger motor in it, I'll do it.
I could see you adding more solar panels.
I mean, it's a glass roof. I wouldn't mind if the sun came through it, but if I could put the solar cells in there and it's sit in the parking lot and, save me like $3 or $4 worth of, instead of having to spend $10, I'm spending $5 to recharge the damn thing. Why not? I'm sure it was something that he wanted to do, but it wouldn't the car would have been more expensive.
Yeah.
You understand? He's trying to make the car as cheap as possible to still make a profit. And if you put everything in that car that everybody wants, because I know if I would have designed it for myself, there would have been a lot more things I would have added to it.
Yeah.
But again, instead of it being a $50,000 car, it would be a $100,000 car because of all this shit you got to do. Because the solar cells don't connect directly to the battery and charge them. That's not how it works.
No.
It goes through a lot of little different shit that it goes through.
Yeah. Power inverter and all that shit.
I'm sure it can be done. But I have to kind of wait till I get my own. He's not going to do it until it becomes like super. Hey, solar panel costs a penny to make. Then he'll make a solar. The Cybertruck is supposed to have solar panels on it.
Yeah,
and I think that part that comes down.
Yeah, the back part. Yeah, it's all supposed to have solar.
I think that's brilliant. And all you gotta do is put like little slats that have solar cells in them.
I like that it had a freaking plug in it too, so you could go camping and plug something
in the back.
Pull up your fucking airbag or whatever you needed, and there you go. I think that's. I mean, I do like the power regeneration for the braking. I thought that was really neat that they have that in the cars now. So
yeah, that works in the city kind of situation, but it wouldn't work in like the highway.
Yeah, he lives in the guy that I follow on YouTube lives in Tennessee. Where he lives all like mountainous areas, and he's telling his wife, he's like, "Don't hit the brakes as hard. It's gonna already regenerate a brake. It's gonna brake for you. So you just glide with it." And she's like, she's used to grinding her brakes, and he's like, That's one thing you brought up in the maintenance thing is like how often you have to fix, and not very often if you know how to brake properly with the car. It brakes for you. It's braking itself.
Well, if you're driving down the road and you see the red light, don't gun it.
Yeah.
Why are you racing to a red light? Let go of the brake and let the car slow itself down.
I don't understand why people do that either. Like, people like to cut in front of you. It's like, you're not going to beat me to the light.
I usually laugh at them. I pull up right next to them because like they pulled into my lane thinking I'm not going to pull up next to them and laugh at them. But I do. I'll pull up.
I can see you now.
Hey, good job. If the window's open, I go, hey, you beat me to the red light. Good job, you fucking asshole. So,
You can have your own YouTube channel.
No, it's too much work.
Not at all. Just turn on your fucking camera on your phone, you're all set. Like, what did Ernesto do today?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Let's see what his dash cam did. What his dash cam caught today.
Oh my god. I'd be surprised I caught a Tesla like last week and I was like, I gotta send that to Ernesto. And Dana's like, why are you freaking out? I'm like, it's a fucking Tesla. It's a Model 3. She's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, the electric cars. She's like, the cars that run up batteries. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly the car. What's so important about it? I'm like, it's not using gas.
That's what's important about it. The reason you have asthma is because of all the carbon.
All the fucking smog.
Bullshit that's coming out of the cars.
Yeah.
I bet you $100 that if every car in the United States went to battery and there's no carbon emissions, you'd have half the asthma problems you'd have.
And that's the thing with this coronavirus. People were they were showing satellite from NASA and they were showing all the smog that went away when China had to go.
They showed the China.
All the fucking smog.
Big red blob, and now it's this tiny little yellow.
I was like, oh my god, we do fucking generate. And I'm saying we as a people because we do generate a lot of pollution.
Yep.
We're not. United States is not by any means fucking not guilty. We are so guilty of our smog. But China is known.
We prioritize the gasoline over everything else.
Mm-hmm.
We have the ability.
We are just as guilty. I mean, everybody's like, what do you see us doing in the near future? I'm like, well, solar panels, yes. I would love to have solar panels in the house to at least cut down on our power usage, stuff like that. Like, power's, 13 cents, an hour? Everybody's like, how do you know that? I'm like, I use power switches to track it, I keep getting yelled about the 3D printers costing so much. I'm like, they cost nothing. They cost nothing to fucking run. I fucking do a power check. It's like 13 cents an hour, to run. If that, it tracks it. And they'll be like, well, it costs. I'm like, it costs nothing. Power is so cheap now, I don't know. I think it's what he's trying to get around too, with the superchargers. And I think the hardest part is trying to get the correct fucking plug. So I think that's what people are saying now. The charger parts are becoming obsolete to where you go out to the superchargers. You can't get them on eBay, you can't get them on Amazon. It's like you have to go to Tesla directly, And Rich Rebuilds, I guess he rebuilt a car recently. And because he rebuilt it and he got it reactivated or whatever, apparently they deactivated his fucking supercharging privileges. I was like, oof. He's like, yeah, it really sucks. And
But here's the thing. Now that he's done that, he's going to start buying other cars.
Yeah.
Other electric cars.
That's what they were saying, yeah.
And then he's going to be advertising for them when all he had to do was just leave the damn supercharging on the car. Now, do I understand why he did it? I do, but if you go and you go to Tesla and I think you pay to certify it, and they look at it and say everything's good, let them keep the damn supercharging.
Yeah, I don't know why the fuck they took it off. Like he was explaining, he says at the end of the video, kids were acting and stuff like that. But he was like, to be honest, here's what I'm really telling you. And he's like, it won't supercharge. He's like, I gotta wait at blah blah blah. His friends were acting, and but he was proving a point. Like he's like, we built the car, trying to get it certified. Here's what it would really cost. And then they deactivated. I'm like, that's not cool for someone who's trying to rebuild a Tesla from the ground up. And he shows him rebuilding it. Like it took him months to rebuild it. And then you're like, let me take off a feature. Because, number one, you didn't do it. Like, that's not correct. Like, let me pay. He's like, I would gladly pay, $900 for the supercharger to be back on. Because now I can't go to these events I want to go to with my EV, and my wife's got the other car, and I can't. It's going to take me an hour to charge here, an hour to charge there. I was like, that's got to suck. You got to go find a plug somewhere. So I think that's where Tesla's got its own little gray area that they want to use too, but it's...
Here's the thing. He's trying to get as much money as he can to keep the company,
afloat,
profitable.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got to do this stupid shit. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't want to. He wants to get all these cars out there. The main reason for him doing this to get more EVs out there.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for him, we'd still be with gas cars.
Oh yeah, this whole Tesla revolution, or this whole EV revolution. That's when I first saw it. It was in the early '90s. I first saw my first electric car, and it was from like a Honda. It was a really, really weird car. You know, it was like this futuristic with the wheels covered up with the little thing, and like, oh, it's all battery power, but it doesn't go that fast, and it can't go up hills. And like now, you look at a fucking EV, you're like, that thing could beat your fucking car off the line in 2 seconds, and then you still go to fucking Vegas.
But you got to remember too is that when they built these EVs before Tesla, they didn't want you to buy them.
No.
So they made them crappy on purpose.
Yep.
Okay? They put a go-kart engine in there.
Oh, yeah.
Go-kart electric engine. They put a 12-volt acid battery that only lasts, 2 or 3 charges.
Yeah.
It's because they don't want you to buy them. That's why all these EVs look like garbage cans. Okay? Now, mind you, I'm not a fan of the body style, but it's still nicer than the trash they put out. There's a BMW EV, and it looks like a freaking refrigerator, has next to the
I don't know why they're doing that. I don't know why they're trying to go for the futuristic look. I really like.
But they're trying to deter you, is what it is. They don't want you to buy it. They want to deter you from buying it and stick to their gas cars, so they can screw you for oil changes and water pumps and a blinker fluid that doesn't exist. They want to charge you for that.
Yeah, blinker fluid. Oh my god, I love that. I love that meme. Oh my god.
It's a joke that kids, when they think they know about cars,
yeah.
Somebody else says, "Yeah, I know about cars too," and they go, "Okay, well, where do you put the blinker fluid?" And if the kid doesn't answer right away, it's because he doesn't know enough about cars.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a slight on somebody.
Yeah.
But if dude, that doesn't exist, and I did because it has happened to me. I worked on cars with my wife, and they're like, "Oh, you don't know nothing about cars. Where do you put the blinker fluid?" There's no blinker fluid. There's transmission fluid. There's motor oil. There's this. There's this.
Brake
and then
fluid.
after that,
yeah.
they shut up and they left me alone. Yeah. Fuck with me because I grew up with cars.
I was telling somebody how to bleed the brakes, and they went, "What the fuck does bleeding the brakes mean?" I said, "You got to bleed the fluid through. You got to clear it out." And they went, "How do you know that?" I said, "Well, I'm not very smart, but like fucking, you're using a bike. You got to bleed your fluid through. You got to get it pumped to the line." They're like,
"You got to take the air bubbles out of it."
I said, "You can't let that. It's like 3D printing. Like what I do. Like somebody was quizzing me yesterday for 3D printing, and they're like, "Well, you don't know your shit." And I was like, "Maybe I don't." And I was dead serious, like, "Maybe I don't." But here's what I would recommend. If I'm a dumbass, I'm a dumbass. I call myself out. But one guy goes, "Well, you're not a dumbass. You know more than most people." But, I was like, now you can learn from fucking YouTube, thank God. There's a lot of mechanics that will show you the basics. Which everybody should know how to fix a car in basic terms. How to check your tire.
Just being able to change a tire.
That's one thing when I felt bad for that girl. And that girl, I felt so bad. I'm like, you don't know how to change your tire? And so it took 3 of us to help her fix her tire. And we're like, you can call off AAA because we got it. I mean, they can take you to a garage and get you a new tire, but like your dad's on the way, but we can help you fix it real quick. The poor thing didn't know how to put the jack underneath, where to put it under. I was like, oh my lord. She's like, well, this is my second and third car. I said, second or third car? I haven't even my first. And
funny.
I don't know why people don't know how to do the basic things. They're just forgetting.
The problem is that we're a part of a society now that everybody wants things done for them.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they get the AAA. That's why they get,
I mean, I'll admit, AAA is very good on certain things. We've had to use it quite a few times when we were stranded because the fucking battery died. We were in the middle of nowhere. It's like, fuck. Call AAA. And the guy,
I understand that.
Yeah, and the guy comes rolling out and thinking that we're idiots, and he goes, what happens? The fucking battery died. He goes, you didn't short? Like, no, dude, it's fucking cold outside. The battery just goes, and the battery was, old, so it was dead. But I love when those guys pull up, they think you're dumbasses. I'm like, no, dude, it literally died. It's an old battery. We didn't know it was going to go. It just went,
No, it happened to me. I told you I got stuck.
Yeah, at work.
It was at Universal and Sand Lake. Luckily, I moved the car to a spot where the cars can get around me, so I wasn't blocking anybody, but I warned people, hey, go this way. And I tried to get it started because I figured it was just because the weather was cold, and I had my wife come over, and she jumped the car, and I started back up, and I started to move, and I'm like, oh, I was doing the same thing. Mm-hmm. So I made a U-turn. I got the car as far as I could into a gas station. I was still in the blocking the entranceway, but at least I wasn't on the road.
Yeah.
And I mean, when the battery first died, I called Universal because I was coming into work, and I go, okay, I'm going to be late.
I remember that, yeah.
Because I figured once I charge the battery, it'll give it a little bit of a jump. where it'll take me to work because I figured it was cold and it wasn't, happy.
Florida is fucking weird with this. Living here now, living from New York, upstate New York, and Ernesto from New Jersey, it's like we're used to like batteries fucking dying, keeping them warm and warming your car up and stuff like that because you got to warm up all the fluid and stuff and the oil. And you start a car fucking cold, she's gonna crack somewhere. The engine's gonna crack or the belt's gonna snap. That's just the way cars are. But here, man, like it gets cold and like a battery dying is like fucking unheard of, and you're like. It does get cold here, and it's really weird. We dropped to 38 degrees. You're like, how the fuck?
Yeah, I get sometimes it's my fault too because I get complacent. I try to remind myself, hey, it's getting cold. Check the tires, check the battery, check everything else because this is going to be a problem. And in Florida, one day it's freaking
98 degrees,
hot, and then the next morning it's like you can see frost on your windshield.
Yeah, that's like 30 to 40 degrees. You're like, how the hell did this happen?
So again, I've gotten complaints, so I don't blame people a lot of times, but still, learning the basics, changing oil is not that hard. It really isn't.
No. My brother did his first oil change 2 years ago, and he was pretty shocked how easy it was. I'm like, no, it's pretty easy. It's just a fucking pain in the ass getting the oil can and make sure it's recycled properly and taking it to the fucking recyclings. That's why you take it to Walmart, because they have it all there to recycle for you, and you're not going to worry about it.
Plus, a lot of times when you go to these places, they charge you $45. I don't know what it is now. It might even be $50.
Yeah, it's
but
like
when you buy the oil, it's almost that amount of money. Mind you, I like changing them all because I like to check the oil to see if there's
check the oil, check the filters. Yeah.
That way, I can see if I need to double check something else.
Yeah.
When they check your car, they just change the oil and send you out. They
don't check your, you go for tire and lube, and like my buddy does, Walmart tire and lube, and he tells people, he's like, this is all we do. We don't do, the lady was telling him about something, she had a line burst, and he goes, listen, we don't do the lines. We're not set up for that shit. We'll get you hooked up so you can go to the next place to get it done. We're legally not required to. We can't do that. But he warned her, he said, hey, listen, she's like, I'm leaking oil. He's like, well, I guess she kept saying she needed an oil change. And he goes, you just had an oil change. He found that there was a leak, and she was like, well, can't you fix it? And he's like, we're not a garage. Like, we're not an equipped garage to do this. Like, you have a leak in your line. We can fucking goo it so it stays closed so you can get to the next garage. That's about it. You're going to blow oil down the goddamn road.
No, I used to work for a company that did that kind of stuff way back when I got out of high school. It was like a temporary job. And this lady comes out to me and says, I got oil all over my driveway. And they said it was because of a poor oil change. My mechanic says because it was a poor oil change. I'm like, okay, let me check your oil. I'll take it out and oil was full. And I started looking at all the other stuff that we had done. We filled all the fluids. We checked the spark plugs. We checked all the other things that we need to check. And I noticed that her power steering, because it was filled when the job was done, was completely empty.
Oh,
so I look at the back of the power steering pump, and oil is the fluid is leaking out. I go, lady, you need another mechanic. Because that's not motor oil, that was power steering fluid. And I brought her over to the engine. I go, look, see that? It's leaking out. On this paperwork, it says we filled it. That thing should still be filled if it wasn't leaking. So it's not an oil change. It's your dumbass mechanic that doesn't know how to fix your fucking car. And I told her to get the fuck out. My boss wasn't happy about that, but again, I didn't care back then either.
Yeah.
So,
you were young.
I hate being yelled at. Don't yell at me.
Yeah.
It ain't my fault.
No, and I always, like you said, you like to treat people how you like to be treated. Give customers good customer service where you can. And that's the thing. It's like, it's hard to find a fucking decent mechanic nowadays, too. Somebody who's not going to gouge you.
Again, I don't like doing it because I showed you all the battle scars.
Oh, yeah, my dad's the same way. My dad's...
I don't mind giving somebody advice. I say, hey, look, this is what, from the symptoms you're giving me, it's this, or this. Okay? I would change this first because it's the cheapest, and even if it isn't, at least you got a brand new one and it'll last you another 4 or 5 years, which you would have had to replace that in about a year. This other part, it might be at that too. But find somebody that's just going to change those two things. Say, this is just what I want. What are you going to charge me for it? Because they'll charge you to look at the car and say, oh, you need this, and this. My computer says this, you need this. No, you don't need all that shit. You don't need any of that fucking shit. Just do this.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, and I do like the fucking computer readers that they have now. They are helpful. They are really helpful to find the codes. We've used them. My girlfriend had to have one put in her car. We found a lot of fucking faults. And luckily the mechanic that she found next to her job is really reasonable and honest. And he was like, listen, he's like, this is a $600 part. You really don't fucking need it. You can go a little longer without it. But when you have the time, it's time. Let's get that fixed. A little sensor that tells this sensor that you're safe. but don't worry about it for now. But when you have the time, let's fix it.
Yeah.
He's like, it's not going to kill you, but I wouldn't recommend, leaving it too long. But
or just set some money aside every week.
that's what he told her. Yeah, hers is it's
part.
right in the. It's right. He was telling me right where it was, and he goes, "I'll tell you where it is. Here's how you censor it." But he goes, "She's fine. She'll be okay. It's $600. If you don't get the money, put some money away. It's something I would take care of, but not right now. Your car's gonna run fine. She's running fine. And those are mechanics I respect and I love. Because dude, you want somebody to come back to you. You don't want somebody to, oh, this guy was horrible. I don't want to fucking go. And then your shop's losing business. Your employees are losing business. Like, I can never understand it with mechanics or technicians that fucking break apart and then leave it, and then, hey, I unhooked their fucking spark plug. Why?
A lot of times they'll disconnect one plug.
Yeah. I've had that. I worked at a computer shop, and I worked at a computer shop, and somebody goes, hey man, just got my computer back from Best Buy. I won't say what Best Buy it was, and they unhooked a few fucking things and stole his RAM. Like, I checked it. We took a photo before it went in, because I didn't have all the parts to fix something. And he went in, and they charged him an X amount of dollars, and it stole the RAM. They stole the actual RAM that he had in there. I went, the fuck RAM is this? I went to go pull it out. I said, this is a cheap-ass RAM. Because where's your news? I had to go back. We had to prove to them that they stole the RAM. Found the RAM in a box somewhere. I don't know why they were trying. And then a few cable was actually snipped with a pair of tweezers. They pulled it and snipped it. I was like, why the fuck? Because they wanted them to go out and buy a whole new.
Of course.
Yeah, and I was like, why would you fucking do this? And I just felt so bad for the guy. I'm like, dude, luckily, the company said, all right, we made the computer, said, all right, we'll get him a new one. We're sorry for that. And the guy, I won't say what Best Buy it was or who it was, but yeah, because that was fucked. I just can't respect people that do that, dishonest work. It's just ridiculous. And I feel that way for Tesla people, because we're like, well, Tesla's taking them forever to, maintenance something. It's like, yeah, but it is, but they're working on getting it. They're starting from scratch.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When people complain, oh, I can't get the parts, I can't do this, like, you understand this is a brand new company. This is a company that's been around since the 1940s.
Yeah.
It's like 2000.
And they're not GM, they're not Mercedes, they're not Volkswagen.
They're doing it by themselves.
Yeah.
And all these other companies that hate them, it's not going to be easy.
I mean, I think that's one thing I'm hoping Tesla does, and it looks like they are. They're certifying mechanic shops to work on the cars. Finally, they're finally letting few people work on it. They're finally sending them. The hardest part from what I'm hearing is just getting the parts. It's taking fucking forever, and that's why Rich Rebuilds, if you guys go on history, he's now got an EV shop. It's not a very big shop. He's got like 3 guys that work on cars, and they've had cars shipping in all the time. Apparently, like, these guys work for Tesla, and they're like, yeah, man, we got like parts and shit. But that's the hardest part, is finding fucking parts. It's because it's like they got to build the part and then bring it.
All the stuff's going to build the cars.
Yeah.
They weren't ready to
maintenance.
Make a part.
Yeah, they weren't ready for a Model 1 to a Model 2 to be, 8 years old. They were ready for you to have another car by then, but that's the way life is. People, like I said, the car that I saw yesterday on YouTube, I think this guy's been driving it for 6 years. It's like a Model 2 a Model 2 or Model 3 with like little to no features. It doesn't have autopilot, but he's like, well, you won't get rid of it because he fucking loves it. He's like, I take this car on so many road trips and I love it, I will never go back to gas.
Even the cheap one is still really good.
Yeah.
It's just, for me, it's going to be the distance, And if I'm going to pay for the distance, I might as well pay for the power too.
Yeah.
Because right now, the mid-range and the high-end, because the high-end one had lower mileage. The mid-range was like 300, I think. And then the performance one was like 280. 284.
That's a fucking lot. But when you think about that, when you look at the monitor, you're like, that's not a lot of mileage. But when you look at it carefully, you're like, that's a lot of fucking miles.
That's still I could put distance. On. But what I liked about it is that with modifications to the software, the performance one matches the mileage on the mid-range one. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, that's a no-brainer right there because I love power and I love the range. That's a beautiful car. Now, the price,
Yeah, it's a bit, yeah.
It's still a lot of money,
Yeah.
And I want to worry about retirement. I don't want to worry about a brand new Tesla, okay? Even though I probably can get more than half of the money for the car if I ever sell it, because those things rarely lose a lot of value.
Yeah, and that's something that the guy was saying. It only degraded by 18,000.
Yeah, so there's still a lot of value in the car no matter what. I mean, even when it's crashed, they're getting like $10,000 for the car.
Yeah, I think Rich Rebuilds, he got his for like it was underwater. and he rebuilt it. I think he said 8,000 he bought it for, or something like that. And he has gotten burned. So if you go on his channel, he'll tell you he's gotten fucking burned on a few cars. Like, he's gotten burned on, not the lowest.
That's the chance you take, you know?
Yeah, it's like if you're rebuilding a car from, like, just the ground up, not knowing what the fuck you're doing, but, you know what the hell you're doing, you're still gonna lose. Like, he lost a lot of fucking money on that one car. He's like, well, I guess I'm just gonna be sitting on this one for a while, but it runs. It works.
So, I mean, I commend him for what he's doing. I think it's great.
Yeah.
But again, it's a gamble.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. I mean, we'll see where Tesla goes in the future with SpaceX. I mean, I think, like, and now he's got the internet thing, satellites going up, and so much fucking going on.
Yeah, he wants to make internet available for everybody on the planet, not just,
Yeah, it's like, Bill Gates runs his own thing, but Bill Gates hasn't been doing any of this shit either. It's like, Bill Gates is like, well, now he's no longer part of Microsoft. It's like, well, Bill Gates has got the richest man in the fucking world, but he hasn't known what Elon's, like you said, he's on borrowed fucking time. He's on borrowed fucking time. He's seeing the future somewhere in his brain, and he's just trying to get it done fucking in the time frame.
But remember, if something happened to him, they would kill everything.
Yeah. I'm hoping, I'm pretty sure his brothers are dealing with a lot of stuff with him, so I'm guessing he's got people set in order.
His brothers were running the solar, and he had to jump in and help.
Yeah.
Like, so now he's doing solar, SpaceX, Tesla, and what else the hell he's fucking doing?
The fucking communication, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, he's doing all four of them. He's got his brothers helping him, but if, it's like what people say, cut the head off of the snake, and then the rest will die. That's what I think. Oh, God, yeah. I mean, if he's so high, I don't know how the word goes.
High strung?
Not high strung, but he's so high profile.
Yeah.
He's so high profile that somebody can't just go up to him and, bump him off the way they used to.
No, not anymore. No, now he's...
The guy that built a car that ran on water?
Yeah.
Remember him?
Nope.
Nobody remembers him. Okay? They took the car, they got rid of him. He's probably part of some cement flooring in some house somewhere. Okay?
And well, it's like that one guy who built the car. I think it was on Modern Marvels or one thing. Like, he was pedaling it, and it was like the first, I think, fucking battery-powered car, but it was a cold day in, like, London, and it just kept dying. People had to, like, and it had no windshield, and people were like, this car was supposed to be fucking great, and it shit the bed, and then the poor guy fucking died, because he died years after, but he made a lot of other things, too, but I was like, now, you gotta fail somewhere. So
again, if something happens to him, all these companies are going to come in and just tear everything apart.
Yeah. So, I'm hoping he has plans for that in case that does ever happen. People take over.
But look at all the things that one person is doing.
Yeah. He's got a lot of engineers that are fucking very smart. He's hiring the correct engineers that are... A lot of the engineers from what I met a Tesla fucking engineer. He only worked there for like a year. I'm like, what did you do? And he's like, you think he worked on AI or something, like driving AI. But he was like, yeah. I'm like, how was it? He was like, it was rough. He's like, it's just very rough. And now he works for SpaceX. And I met him in Publix, and I'm like, he's like, yeah, I used to work for Tesla. I now work for SpaceX. And I'm like, oh shit, like, what was Tesla like? And he was like, did you meet him? He's like, I've never met Elon personally. But the reason why I left Tesla is because of some stress free, But now he works in SpaceX and he has more fun doing that. So they're building like the fucking computers to, take the rockets off and go into drop shit off the ISS, and it's just like, holy shit.
Yeah, but you got to remember, for space, you're just going straight up.
Yeah.
Cars, not only going straight or curves and stuff like that, you got to deal with all the other retards on the road.
Yeah, you're dealing with fucking human drivers, not AI drivers.
So having a car try to think, hey, this idiot is coming up on me really fast. He's probably going to cut me off. What do I do?
Yeah.
Do I speed up and block him so he doesn't cut me off and cause an accident? Or do I slow down and just let him keep going?
Right.
And probably the car's going to slow down and just let him go and kill himself. But, the sad thing is that person's going to end up killing somebody else. It's like, that's what a car has to think like a human being. Whereas the rocket, like, okay, go up, go to space, and this is where you're going to hover for a while.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's easy. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, not at all.
None of that shit is easy. But you know what? There's a lot fewer variables in a rocket than there is in trying to get a car to,
Yeah, that's the hard thing. The hardest part with the self-driving thing. Everybody's like, we need self-driving cars. I'm like, well, somebody's mentioned something about disability drivers, people who can't drive. And they're like, when you got to test the Google car, what was it like? And I'm like, honestly, like, it was neat. I didn't feel terrified. Like, it felt, little terrifying because there's no steering wheel. There's a fucking stop button to say stopping or whatever. It's like a little, like an iPad kind of device. And, they told us, they're like, listen, it's going to do its thing. We got a radio with you. So it was weird when the guy literally jumped in front of the car and the car does, fucking stopped. It already figured it out. Hey, that's a person. What the fuck's he doing? And it has to figure out stupid things like that. But, somebody's like, do you believe in this AI thing and this AI driver? I'm like, well, it would save people a lot of time and gas. I said, in the future, probably we'll have it. That's his goal, is to have all these fucking Teslas talking to each other, to have safe driving, to get people to work faster, to stop congestion. I mean, it's like, could you imagine, like he said it in an interview, like, could you imagine going to work and not having to touch the wheel? To be there, in under 45 minutes because there's no traffic. The cars are literally flowing at the same rate of speed, to do its thing. I'm like, that's fucking insane.
Yeah, plus you won't have people slowing down just to watch, hey, look, there's a reindeer, or look, there's an accident, or look, there's a squirrel. Okay, squirrels all over the place.
I mean, I do love the thing. I do love the thing with the Tesla police car fucking died during a police chase, but it was so taken out of context. It's like, okay, he was part of the thing, he started it, but it died because he was in fucking supercharged mode, like super race mode. He's got to use so much goddamn power. And then they're like, another cop car had to take... But the cop car was already behind it. Now the cop cars were already involved in the damn chase. It, like the article, it was funny. They stopped, pulled the guy over, and the guy took off with Tesla's kept up with it for a long fucking time. But then it just went and died because all the other cop cars had to take over and get the guy. I was like, that's not a bad thing. People are like, gas is here to stay. I'm like, no, it's not. Sadly, no, it's not. I hope it, we'll see in the future, but,
I think it's going to be another 15 or 20 years.
Yeah. It's moving so fucking fast. It's moving so fast. I mean, it seems like the Model 1 was just here yesterday, and now it's already on the Model Y. It's just like, holy shit. It's like the theme parks. Like, you work for Disney, and, it's like, okay, we're now going to, Universal is like, okay, we're now doing another new ride. And people do these new rides and attractions, and they're like, it's been there, done that. What's the next new thing? And the park's like, we just put this in like last week. Yeah, we've already seen that. Make it have 3D, but spin us around and you go to IAPA and all those. For people who don't know who IAPA is, it's one of the biggest attraction cons, and they get to see all the new devices and shit that they want to build. And they get ideas from that, and then they hire the company to build it. But yeah, it's fucking weird that, we're just evolving so fucking fast that we can't even keep up.
The thing is, I don't think we're evolving so fast. We've been delayed a lot.
True.
Okay. We could be already having settlements on Mars. We could be traveling out of our solar system by now if they would have gone to batteries. If they would have focused, our government would have focused on not screwing people for money so they can have the better.
Yeah, I gotta say, that's the fucking greed thing is something that I don't agree with, and it's like we could be doing so much without greed.
Look at just as an example, and it's going to be a little off topic, but Bloomberg, he spent $500 million on trying to become president. Now, if you gave everybody in this country $1 million, you'd still have money left over, and all these people would be, maybe some of them just don't deserve it, or they'll spend it on stupid stuff.
Yeah.
But that's $1 million that somebody can do something, buy a house and take care of.
Yeah, be out of debt, literally, and then start. Yeah,
they can do the things they want to do. But they piss it away on and trying to become a president. Okay, and not that I blame him for wanting to be, but that's a lot of money.
Yeah,
now all these rich people have more than that to spend, and it's not that I think you should give away your money, but what the hell are you going to do with all of it? That money could go into fixing so many problems on this earth, and yet they don't want to, and yet this one guy is doing space, doing cars, doing satellites,
and he doesn't seem fucking greedy with it either. It's like, I'm not blaming Bill Gates or a lot of billionaires doing their thing, but, like, Elon's like fucking stepping up. Every time there's like a disaster, I'm donating my solar panels, or I'm donating a fucking Tesla to this company, or I'm donating some of our engineers to this, Our engineers.
But it's not, profit's not the priority. It's moving man forward. And again, like I said, we could already be, Star Trek, the fairy tale that is Star Trek right now. We could probably be there right now. Beaming up and down on the planet.
Yeah, you're not fucking wrong.
Be there if the money that these fucking greedy sons of bitches want, can't spend at all. buy the things you want. Hey, more power to you. You earned it.
Mm-hmm.
But shit, that money could be going into developing this country. I mean, all these other foreign countries, I think, oh, we got missiles, we're going to kill them. We could be off the planet. Go ahead and kill yourself. We're living on a spaceship. Not that I want to do the Wall-E thing because that's.
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm not going to be some fat dude running around with a car watching TV and getting, the machine giving me my drink. Hold on, I can't reach my straw. And the fucking robot brings the straw to reach my mouth. I'm not going to be that lazy, but, we could be out there right now.
Yeah. Well, look how long it fucking took us to get to Mars. And now that's becoming more of
We're still not there yet.
Yeah, well, it's becoming more of a reality now.
We got robots there, but we ain't there yet.
No.
Okay.
I remember when that was a big fucking thing in 1997 and 1988.
Well, when we went to the moon, that the next step was Mars.
Yeah, and that still hasn't.
That's what their plan was. Hey, we hit the moon. Now let's go for Mars. That's what they wanted to do. What happened? Nothing. Now, were we still Stone Age monkeys back then? Yes, we were.
I mean, our fucking smartphone, my watch is smarter than the fucking space shuttle.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is sad.
But if all this extra money that these people are never going to spend, their kids are going to die before this money gets spent, were to put into progressing the world, we'd be talking with other alien civilizations. And don't tell me I'm not saying you believe this, but do it just because we're on this tiny speck of dirt in this grand universe. You can't tell me there is another life.
Oh no, I'll get into that in a second.
I'm not that stupid. Okay.
I'll get to that in a second. I haven't seen fucking UFOs. I will definitely get into that because that shit exists. Everybody's like, "What do you believe?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I believe."
They don't want to believe it because they're afraid.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, they're gonna come in, give me an anal probe. It's like, well, if they gave it to you, you probably deserve it. You're fucking retard. They need to put you in a zoo, okay? Because that backwater you don't believe in. No.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna take a quick break again, and then I'll be back in a sec. Yay! Yeah, they don't deserve that. I'll pause it real quick. And pause. Alright, we're recording again. Oh man. Yeah, that whole, we could have been there years ago. Like I said, 1997 fucking was, okay, we put a satellite up there and now we're on Mars, and now we're doing this, and you're right, like, it took fucking forever. For now, we're getting the Falcon 9, the Falcon Heavy, the Falcon this. NASA, it took a fucking hit. When we went there, to Kennedy Space Center, and, it was getting, I don't know if you and your wife ever been up there. It's really awesome.
We went to see the Falcon Heavy launch.
Did you? Okay, so you guys got just seeing how that freaking comes out in the sonic booms are insanity.
I just love seeing the rockets come back down and land.
I mean, I felt bad when they first started because, like I said, we're talking about failure and, Tesla doing its thing. And when it landed on the barge, you could literally go in the 360 camera and, like, rotate it. And freaking it fell over, and everybody's like, oh, it's a fucking Tesla loss, it's SpaceX is, and this and this, and it took time for them the growing pains of, like, you never made a rocket land, okay? No one's ever made it happen.
Step of remember, you're landing it on a boat.
Yeah, with fucking waves, it's calculating the fucking balance, because they would not let them land it on land. I think that's why they had the barges once in a while. But I guess
before they perfected it, because that's where they were testing all the stuff. Hey, if you can land on a boat, then you can land on the
Yeah, and when it finally freaking did, like, the one fell over because it fucking, I guess, the wave or it came down sideways, and it.
I remember one of them, one of the landing gears didn't come down.
Yeah, and it fell over.
The other one, it literally fell when the wave turned. It was sliding off the boat.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. How are you going to learn if you don't do?
Yeah, and it's like, everybody's like, well, NASA had growing pains too, man, the shuttles and Apollo and all that shit, and they're like, well, this is a new private company, and then, like, Elon's not allowed to do it. It's like, dude.
The problem is we live in a world where people like to complain.
True.
They go to McDonald's and they get their frickin' McFlurry and it didn't reach the line. Hey, it's not on the line!
Okay, my theory with that is, I never, since I've been with my girlfriend, I've always, my friend, Trent, who you've met, And he's got me into no ice. So I always go to the restaurant and say no ice. And they're like, why is that? I'm like, it just waters down the product. I don't mind paying a little bit extra cents for the whole product. And I know now, like I was seeing one of the cups one day, they handed it to me. And it said, fill ice up to here. And I went, so that gives you not even a cup of like the real product. And they're like, yep, we don't want to, we're saving a few cents. I'm like, just give me the...
And it's literally water with a little bit of flavoring in it.
Yeah.
It's not even a lot. And they charge you so much money. That's where they make their money. They charge you $5 for a cup of soda, and you're getting like it's like the popcorn.
You're getting a dab, yeah, and you're just like
2 cents worth of popcorn, and you're spending $10 for the damn bucket.
Yeah, and you're just like, what the fuck is this?
So it's just different ways of how they make money.
I mean, like you were saying, like movie theaters have gotten more expensive now, and it's just like, ugh. I mean, most people now are watching movies at home because it's more comfortable, and they're like. One of my friends is a huge movie buff. He's like, even I'm starting to watch movies at home because it's more comfortable for me.
To me, it's like we've gone to a few movies, and the Spider-Man one was one because I had
it was great.
I'm a Spider-Man fan, so I had to go see it. I didn't go right when everybody and their mother went because I just don't like being crowded.
Yeah.
But we went, and I loved every second of it. It was very comic book. The theming was really good, and the way they did, the little cutscenes, and I love all the characters. I mean. The Spider Pig?
Yeah.
Okay. I have the original comic books when the character first came out.
Oh, I didn't even know it was a real thing. I thought it was like a freaking Simpsons kind of...
No, it was Marvel came out with their own, like a series for kids. It was called Star Comics. They came out with Thundercats. It was Wally the Wizard. There was a couple of other ones, Heathcliff, and... there was Spider Pig, and I actually got because I'm a Spider fan. I picked the Spider Pig, and it was it was a weird little twist because it was a spider bitten by a radioactive pig.
Oh.
And then the pig, the spider became the pig, and then Aunt May was in the house, and I don't know what the hell I gotta dig the books up again just to see what happened to the original pig. But that spider that became a radioactive pig. Was, I guess, somewhat adopted by Aunt May. I don't know if that was her name, but I liked it. It was a very gimmicky kind of thing. And then after a while, all those Star Comics died, but they still existed in the real world, and I guess Marvel wanted to bring the character back.
Yeah.
Now he's got his own comic book series again, but he came out way back in, I want to say 80-something.
Yeah.
And to see him on the screen, I thought that was cool. I mean, he's a goofy-ass character, but it was, it's like seeing Looney Tunes or Bugs Bunny in a Marvel movie, which I thought was really great.
Yeah.
I forgot where I was going to go with that. But, again, Spider-Man was a good movie, and I went to go see it. But you're spending $40, $50 to go to a movie theater, depending on what you do, because, popcorn and the 2 tickets is going to run you about $40. Maybe more.
Maybe if you can get parking somewhere.
Yeah, if you're paying for parking and stuff like that. When you can just wait for the damn Blu-ray, DVD, and the digital copy to come out, and it costs you a little bit less than that.
Yeah.
I'd rather have it on my phone and have it on my Blu-ray and watch it on my TV and watch it as many times as I want.
Yeah.
Instead of once and overpaying for popcorn, I can watch it as many times as I want.
Make your fucking Jiffy Pop.
Yeah, so when I see when I see the movies, I'm like, okay, do I want to wait for the Blu-ray or do I want to go to the theater? That's my decision, So Spider-Man was something I had to go to. Joker was one I had to go to.
That one, yeah. Seeing Joaquin, like I said, in person, it was just, I didn't think he would do it well, but he did justice. He did some justice.
I was afraid of what they were going to do with it, but I'm glad they went with a very realistic, like, real world.
Yeah, when I broke it down, everybody was like, what you think? And I'm like, my boss was the only one, I won't mention his name, because I don't want to embarrass him. Yeah. But he walked up to me, he goes, did you see the Joker? I said, yeah. I said, I absolutely loved it. He goes, I hated it. It was too long. I went, too long? It was just right. Everybody turned to him and goes, they go, dude. He goes,
again, he's just looking for something to complain about.
I mean, he's just like, it was.
If he's got a small bladder, I can understand. But then, it's a little different.
Speaking of small bladder, I was sitting in the movie. I reclined because I was sitting over at the new Cinemark over at Universal City Walk. And they had this new freaking thing. If you work for the company, you have to go downstairs in the stupid cafeteria and grab the little half-price ticket just to prove that you work there. Your ticket's half price. So I was already having to go. Usually, my pee time is like pee before the movie, and don't drink anything because I don't want to get up. I don't want to ruin. Listen, I don't see how people can go drink a huge cup of water and they're peeing. Hey, what happened? Dude, I can't explain it. You need to see it. And then you're ruining it for somebody.
You're going to a movie theater. And you go, what the hell are you doing? There's no pause button on that.
No, and I've done 4 Infinity. I call them the Infinity pisses because I've sat through Infinity, the last one, fucking 4 times, and through a 40X. And a 40X moves as you're fucking, it doesn't stop. Your chair doesn't stop. It holds for a second, but you have to get up and sit on it, and it fucking moves, and it's reclining, and it's doing the thing. And everybody's like, and I'm sitting there, and I had to pee halfway through the movie. But I didn't want to get up. I scared this. I was about 2 seats over from this couple because that's the seat I picked. And I'm reclined and I'm fucking doing the wiggle. I'm like, oh boy, gotta pee. But don't want to get up. And she gets up to go to use the bathroom. I think I was scaring her because I was kind of giggling. I was like, fucking doing
You're doing a dance in the seat.
Doing the Joker laugh at the same time. And I felt so bad. I apologized to both of them. I said, I'm so sorry. I had to pee so bad. I didn't want to get up. He's like, me too. I didn't want to get up either, but she needed to get up. And I said, oh, I'm so sorry if I scared you. I didn't mean to. And she goes, no, I figured you and my boyfriend were both doing the pee wiggle. So it was it was only maybe 10 of us in the theater, but it was so good. And just in the direction they took it, I was just like, all right, he did it. Yeah, those are the one movies I would see. The one movie I'm going to tell you to recommend to you is Onward. It comes out on Disney Plus I think on April 3rd. They've announced it. Definitely, you and the wife need to watch it. It's fucking amazing. It's really good. I watched it on I had to see a bootleg copy because I couldn't wait that long. You can get it on Vudu now or pay for the full price. It's it gives you all the copies and all that kind of crap. But I didn't want to wait that long. I wanted to see it now because we're all quarantined. We're all quarantined and stuff. So it's on April 3rd, and then Onward is the name of it. Really fucking good. It's the one where the brothers try to get their dad back alive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the newest Pixar.
Yeah, it was fucking amazing. Really, really good. Chris Pratt did an amazing job. I mean, I had to go on a freaking bootleg site that I knew of and watch it there, but I was like, alright, it's fine. But yeah, I definitely watch it on flat screen or something because it was really, really good. I'll definitely watch it again when it finally comes out full release. And I'm just tired of all these fucking Hulu, Netflix, all that shit. You gotta have so many goddamn channels now to watch something you like.
Well, they want to make their money.
I mean, I'm now caught up on Picard now, and I'm just like, oh my god, thank God. But now they're giving that away for a month for free, so I'm like, they better not fucking charge me for next month. That's rude. We're gonna get the service away for free.
Sucker born every day.
I'm telling you. No, I don't mind paying the $6 a month. I mean, actually, it's a good serious name.
That's not really a lot, but still.
Yeah, it adds up.
If you give it away for free, then that's just not right.
No.
But I think isn't there one where you can have the thing, but with commercials?
Yeah, I think I have the one.
On the screen?
Yeah, I have the one that's commercials. Yeah.
Okay, because I know you pay for one, it doesn't give you commercials, and you don't pay for one, but it gives you commercials.
It's funny because I did the CBS. They wanted me to do a survey, so I did a quick survey. Not that they ever give you any. They're like, we put you forward.
No, they just get your information so they can sell it to China, and then they can make even more money.
Yeah, it's like here's some more stuff. It's like I want more stuff. It's like, I need your email address for what? I just want to send you some. No, I'm good. I've unsubscribed to all my email stuff. I used to get somebody from Universal. I was like, oh my god.
They're going to give you a whole bunch of stuff you don't need.
Pretty much. There's Hulu for this. I mean, I watch Hulu. I'm now watching freaking Rugrats every night because it was on Hulu. I was like, let me go back to my old 90s stuff, and I'm enjoying it.
I watched them all when they came out, so I wouldn't be seeing anything new.
It's funny because I don't remember some of the episodes. I was like, oh my god, this is way from the blast from the past. But oh my god, yeah, I just can't. Movies are fun for me. Like Star Wars, the last one I saw in the theater, it's just now getting more expensive. And then you got to pick your own seat now, which is I don't mind doing that, but it's you got to be there on time to pick your seat. Which is they're more relaxable, reclinable, but they're more comfortable. But that's still fucking expensive. Like you said, getting there, paying for parking, and then having to sit there somebody kicking your seat. Well, now they can't do it anymore because there's
somebody making noise.
Yeah, some kid. I remember I got it from one movie. Dana used to work for AMC at the time in City Walk. Thank God I used to get in the movies for free because her friends would be like, hey, just come on in and go pick what movie you want to go see. Go wait for her. And Fast and the Furious was one of the last one I saw for free, and I had to sit up in the front row. She's like, "This is where you want." So I sat up in the front because that was like the only good seat to sit in, really. And man, fucking so much noise, crying, screaming. I'm like, if I had to pay for this fucking movie, I would be walking out of here, kicking, screaming, punching my fucking crutches against the wall because you walk in there and somebody's crying with a kid. You're like, oh, shut up.
Well, and it's like in the theme parks too. Why would you bring a baby to a theme park?
I don't, and that's the thing.
That he's not going to see nothing, and not that you're paying for it, but other people are going to be irritated by your kid crying,
And the thing is, people change their baby. I was working a few months ago, and a lady was changing. We work at Fallon together, and there's one place we call it the kiosk area where you get your damn ticket, and then it's like a Disney Fast Pass kind of deal. And a lady's pulling her kid out as somebody's getting their damn ticket, changing her baby in a stroller, and I go, "Ma'am, you can go to the bathroom, and that's disgusting. Like, it's gross." She goes, "How is this disgusting?" I'm like, "We have HD cameras right above me. We can see you on some flat screens upstairs. You're being recorded. Number one, could be a pedophile or somebody who gets off on that kind of shit.
Yeah.
With a camera taking photos of your kid's ding dong or genitalia. And I said, you don't know what people think around here." She goes, so she felt so offended by me. Like, I was like, gross. He said it was gross. I'm like, no, it really is. And I don't know if your child has a bacteria or and now with coronavirus being aware of this, people are going to be
anything around,
that's biohazard, I think now people are going to be changing their tune for now on, It's funny people are now washing their damn hands.
Let's see what happens,
Yeah.
You see the kid that said, "Hey, if I get the coronavirus, I get the coronavirus." He just recently apologized. He was on the news saying, "It's a spring breaker." And he goes, "Well, what do you think about this?" It's like, "Well, I'm here. I'm going to have a party."
Oh, yeah. He was partying. He was drunk, man. That guy was toasted.
I get it. Yeah, again, but still, what's wrong with you?
Yeah. It's like It's like the one guy. I guess he was walking through Walmart, and he was like, and I thought the video was bullshit, and luckily I figured it from pretty good finding BS stuff, and it was a phone recording of a phone. So somebody was recording off like a phone on a table. Yeah. And I'm like, that doesn't seem right. Why would you do that? And, because that just looks sketchy as shit. The guy was like, "Yeah, my throat's scratchy, but I don't give a fuck if you guys got it." He ended up getting arrested. He didn't have coronavirus. They were just saying he was trying to incite panic. And then the other guy apparently licked something at Walmart.
Yeah.
And he has corona. So I'm like, people are just bonkers.
Again, people want to make a story so they can get the views, so they can get that money.
Yeah.
They don't care. They don't care about people's safety.
I don't know about the views on freaking YouTube, man. It's like they take all the damn money anyway, all your revenue back, so you're better off just...
If they give you a little bit, they're making most of it.
Yeah, that's what most creators that I know that are they're like, "I used to make this, but now I'm making this, and it's not making ends meet anymore." I'm like, well, you've got other avenues. Put it on your own channel. Go put it on your own website, or build your own website, and put it on there. Which I do. I put it on all three. I put it on Facebook, and this one, like if you listen to it, you listen to it.
Again, I think that YouTube is so they can get the exposure.
Yeah.
If they create their own website, and it's got to be word of mouth. Hey, go to this www.whatever, and then you'll see whatever you want to see. But then he's got to be on that all the time, like 24/7 content. Otherwise, how are you going to make any money?
And I've only met like 2 YouTube creators that work 24/7 on their videos. I'm like, you got to be exhausted. Or like, I never have done so much work in my life. People are like, they think it's free money. It's not. It's a lot of advertising work. You're consistently making videos, and somebody said, "Why don't you podcast often?" And I said, "It's a lot of stuff to think about, per week. And I want to make decent content or whatever, blah content." So I was like, quality over quantity. It's not going anywhere. I'm like, I never thought I'd be up to as many episodes as I am now, but it's freaking insane. Like, when you when you finally got let go from Disney, do you kind of want to go back, or have you ever like kind of think about that shit? Or?
I did, but they had blacklisted me.
Okay, so you
I couldn't go back.
You're like gaming, yeah.
Yeah, I found out why, but the problem is that they let me go because of, they said, physical violence, and I was never physically violent with anybody.
No, I don't see you doing that.
I was with the company 7 years. I was never physically violent.
No,
but the team member that attacked me was.
Yeah.
And I guess they, just to pose the positions, make me look like the villain.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, I don't want to fight this. I should just to kind of clear my name.
Hmm.
Even if I don't go back, I don't care. But just so that it doesn't look like I was that, because I know I didn't do nothing wrong.
Yeah.
But again, with the passing of my mom, I didn't really feel like doing nothing. I didn't feel like fighting. I just said, when she was sick, I'm like, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to stay with my mom until, whatever happens. And then when I got back, I was like, okay, even after she had passed, I took like, a couple of years to
a bereavement, yeah.
put my shit back together. Luckily I had my wife and we had money set aside, but I just didn't feel like fighting it. It's like, okay, it's not worth the aggravation. I said, well, what else can I do that's similar? And Universal was like, okay, let me try Universal. And I came here and everything's just different. Some of it's good, some of it's bad.
Yeah, it's like night and day from what I keep hearing.
Yeah. And over there, everything's, very military precise, and you do what you gotta do, and there's no way for people to kind of screw off. Because like when you get a break, some people take a 45 when they should be taking a 15.
Yeah.
So, but at Disney you really can't do that, because they'll say, hey, where did you go? If you got out at this time, why aren't you back?
True.
And they have that ability, whereas at Universal, somebody swipes their badge, they go get their lunch, they sit down in the freaking break room, they eat their food, then they swipe out, and they go into the lead's office and bullshit for half an hour.
And I forgot where I was. How did you forget where you were?
Oh, I was doing a magical moment for somebody. I know that's a Disney term, but whatever the hell they want to say, guest service, whatever bullshit. And then somebody's there suffering like Ed, who's got, personal problems. I already told, I love the guy, don't get me wrong. But, go to Walmart, put on a blue vest. Hi.
Welcome to Walmart.
Bye.
Yeah, pretty much.
Steal stuff. I'm not going to chase you because I don't care.
Yeah. I'm on retirement. I need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, there's one right there, so he can walk through it if he needs to. Nobody needs to be guarding the door. Again, I love the guy, but, don't come to work and bitch about everything.
No,
you put yourself there.
Yeah.
If I go out to the highway and I'm playing in traffic, I'm not going to bitch at the cars when they hit me, so it's my own damn fault.
Yeah.
So, and that's how I see it. Again, what I tell people is, do the things that make you happy. Do what, you can enjoy. If you don't enjoy what you're doing, don't do it anymore. Find something else.
My mom's always been a big advocate about that. If you don't like what you like, quit your fucking job.
I liked what I was doing for the longest time. And for me, right now, I'm getting bored at Val. So I don't know really what I want to do. So I'm looking, I keep looking, hey, this might be a good idea, or this might be, and then I think about it, and I decide what I want to do. But I'm not unhappy, I just feel bored.
Yeah.
And I don't know where else I would want to go.
Somebody asked it the other day, I said, why do you do what you do now? I said, well, I'm honestly bored, and I've given what I can back to a company that's taking care of me financially, but not great, but, I'm not fucking in the gutter either, but, they don't want to move me up anywhere. I'm talented, I got skills, but they don't want to use the skills. And I'm very open about, my stuff, and everybody's like, well, what do you think it is? I'm like, well, it's obviously disability. And I'm not smacking a company in the mouth or anything. It's not the company in general. It's just the managers that they put there to not give you the push. And there's managers that are very awesome that are like, why aren't you getting the push to do this? Why don't you want to do this?
Well, because those managers see that you have the ability, but then other managers don't say, oh my God, look at all the problems we're going to have. They don't perceive they're going to have with you.
And there's other managers that walk up and go,
fully capable.
They go, let's put you here. Let's get you out of it. One day I was doing something and some manager grabbed me and go, you're not good here. I don't want you here. And they said, I'm going to take you somewhere else. And they said, you're better. They pulled somebody out who they thought was good. The guy wasn't good enough. I was better at guest service or whatever, taking care of more situations. And they put him somewhere else where he could just be left alone, because he was not left alone, but he could do simple tasks. He just couldn't deal with the high volume of people asking the dumb questions of, why is this happening? And why is this happening? Why is this happening?
He can only answer one question at a time.
Yeah,
and he got 2 or 3.
Yeah.
It was harder for him to deal with. I mean, when we're out in front of greeters, like 20 people come in.
Oh, yeah, and you're like, they're all going to ask the same effing question, but...
That's why when I'm out there, I yell. And I yell above them. I go, hi! If you don't have express, go that way. And most of them listen.
Oh, yeah.
the couple where I literally spoke to one couple in front of me and the couple behind him. I said it loud enough so they could both hear it. When that couple left, they came up to me and asked me the same question. I'm like, I want to pop in the face. Like, did you not hear me say where to go?
So, being T2, what it was, and giving a theme park story. There were days when the park was busy as shit. It's 50,000 in the park, 48,000, whatever it may be. Terminator held 800 people or 700 people per show. Terminator 8 per show. So it was every 20 minutes there'd be a show, or every 30 depending on what our cycles were, and it's a lot of people per hour. I remember a guy, and I'm telling people, if you're not going to this side, you're going here. You don't want to come back around this time, 10 minutes prior to the show. And I was saying it out loud. What did he say? And the one guy walks up to me very quietly, whispers in my ear, he goes, "Don't say a word." Okay. The show time begins at this time. You recommend us coming back around 10 minutes prior to showtime. The closest bathroom is over here, correct? But if we want to come back around this time, we're more than welcome to, but we're still going to be waiting this time. Yes. And that's over there, but they're down right now. Gotcha. He goes, "I don't envy you." Yeah. He goes, "I don't envy you," and he goes, "Dude," he said, "you're doing a great job," and he goes, "I don't know how the hell you're not killing up." I mean, it's blazing sunlight, but T2, the AC was blowing up between the door, so it was like, So it's 100 degrees out front, but behind you it's about, 670 degrees. But, oh my God, you're right. Nobody will believe us. Nobody will believe us.
Yeah.
What did you love? Like, you said you loved, like, working. If you could still be at Disney Quest, would you have still been there? And
yeah, I'd probably still be there. I mean, the problem is that the only time it was ever busy was when it was rain.
Mm-hmm.
Because they would close the water parks and everybody would come there. And again, it was just, I had a lot of fun there. Things were falling apart, sadly.
Yeah.
They didn't want to invest in
upkeep,
either revamping or, I mean, we got a couple of new games here and there, but that doesn't really mean a whole hell of a lot. A lot of the people, not all of them, but most of them are really cool people. I mean, I see them at Magic Kingdom, or I see them someplace else. Well, how you doing? I'm glad you're here now, whatever, They remember me. Mm-hmm. And it's like, it's been a long time since I've been...
Yeah, I remember we were walking around Universal.
It's been a long time.
You bumped into somebody you knew. Yeah.
They remember me, and I was like, for me, I'm bad with names. And I feel bad. I wish I could remember everybody's name. But I remember their face. I could see somebody from, half a block, and I'm like, hey, I know that person. I'll wave, and hey, how you doing? It's like, and we go from there. But, I'm bad with names.
Yeah.
You could tell me, I can meet somebody 5 minutes, and 5 minutes after that, I couldn't fucking tell you their name. Mm-hmm. And I feel bad, but I can't, for some reason, my short-term memory is shot to shit. And I blame it on old age and soda, because I don't smoke, and I don't drink, and I don't do drugs. So
I would say it's the motor fumes.
Yeah. So, well, yeah, I'm trying to get away from that, too. Maybe once I get my Tessa, my brain will come back, and I won't have the carbon monoxide poisoning deteriorating my brain. It'll start growing back. I don't think it will, but, I can hope.
You want to come back with a brain reanalyzer?
Or, they can do what they did with Picard and just put me in a whole new body, and that'd be great.
That'd be cool shit. Oh, my God. So what do you plan on... What's up? Okay. I mean, they could do it for you. I mean, they could put you in a whole new body, like they, take out the brain and slap you right in. You could be
sure they could clone something once they figure out how to do a brain transplant. But because of, the oil companies and the hospitals and all these big corporations that just want to screw people over, we have to die.
I mean, I don't know about the dude that they were planning on. He's dying anyway. This is in Russia. They wanted to do a full head transplant, and they approved it, but it needed, I forget how many surgeons, and they're debating on doing it. Yeah.
Okay, if he agreed to it, I know that would be kind of crazy, given, the way the world is, but I think if it worked, that'd be freaking awesome if they could do that.
I mean, they did it to a freaking chimp. They chopped the head right off and reanimated it. I was like, holy fuck. I mean, it only stayed alive for, they said, 3 minutes. Good. Thank you.
Vacation when Dana want to go out.
Thank you. Coupons, everybody. Coupons.
Yeah, save money.
You know how it goes, man. You can't even freaking be outside anymore with this freaking thing, and nobody wants to pick up food anymore. You just want to... I don't know how it's going to be. Like,
I don't want to make it even more paranoid, but remember, the mailman touched that.
Cootie.
And don't do that, bro. You don't know. You might have just made your life worse. Don't do that.
Oh my! Honestly, I have I had to start venting all the fumes from 3D printers, so I had to go out and get some tubing from just the air hoses and stuff. I got a laser cutter about hooked up and stuff like that. I literally had the window open, but it's wedged between a special. When I opened the laser cutter, it had a lot of foam, so I made a little wedge. And luckily, it's holding everything together. It's pretty well sealed. I'm like, that's bringing some air in. So I don't know what the best proper care is with this whole Corona thing. I really don't. For those,
the only thing I tell you is just keep washing your hands because that's the best way to do it. The hand sanitizer, you gotta remember, just breaks the outer membrane.
Yeah.
But the virus is still there.
Yeah, you really gotta scrub your hands.
So you're just putting it on something else.
Mm-hmm.
But if you wash your hands every day, wash your face, try not to touch it because you've been touching it like crazy. And don't get me wrong, I've been doing it too.
Oh yeah.
I
washed my hands already 3 times today.
No, I know. The same thing. There's nothing in my house, and I wash my hands, and but just keep up with the soap. You really don't. I mean, the hand sanitizer is when you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Then at least something is better than nothing.
Yeah, we did that twice, and we were at Target, and people were just the vibe you were getting. One guy had gloves. I felt bad for all the employees because they're just like, "Sir, I don't have anything." It's like you could see they were on edge because I don't have I walked through. I needed as for alcohol, and the poor guy, like I said in the beginning of the podcast, the guy was literally helping the lady's leg. So when do you get an next shipment? And when's that going to be happening? She's like, "Sir, they come in the morning. I don't know what time. They'll be here when I'm here. Trust me, I'll be here in the morning. I'll be here in the morning." I was like, "Leave that poor chick alone." She's like, "Guys," and she walked back very calm, and she's like, "All I can say is to be here in the morning. I don't know when it comes in. It just comes." I'm like, "Honey, I used to work in a store like this, so I know exactly what you're dealing with."
Again, it's that fear and that mentality that we got to do this. It's like, no, you don't got to do that. It's going to be. I don't know. We don't get all the information that we should be getting.
No.
This guy's just straight up lying to us.
Yeah, this is all right over my head, and I'm more of a conspiracy nut too, but truthful. They're not telling us everything, and our numbers are obviously higher than they're telling us because we're infected, guys. It's like The Walking Dead. We are infected. We are all infected somewhere.
They got a new commercial on, and it's showing this wave. As Trump saying, we got it under control, and we got this, but all the numbers are showing the thing going straight down.
Yeah, like the other night it was at 1,000, 1,200, and then 200 dead, and now it's at 600 dead and 500,000, and I'm like infected. I'm like, holy shit. I mean, Italy took it bad, and everybody's like, well, they closed the fucking borders. I'm like, this shit was gonna come here no matter what. I mean, no matter what, it's airborne.
Here's the thing. I think we could have contained it better if we'd have started earlier.
Yeah.
We had it, like I said before, we had a division that would deal with that, and then he fired them because he thought they were irrelevant.
Yeah.
And then when the virus was coming, starting to build up, don't worry about it. It'll go away before it gets here. No, that's not how you think.
No.
I said, okay, it's starting to grow over there. Start doing this, and this. Let's
get X, Y, and Z set up, and
all this shit, extra just in case we need it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get more hand sanitizer. I don't care. Let's go.
Yeah,
there's so many things that could have been done, and they didn't because they said, it's just going to blow away, and it's not. It's infecting the whole world because it takes one person to infect a whole room of people. One fucking sneeze, and everybody in that room is. That's why I didn't like going on the elevators anymore when we were at Fallon. I took the stairs because one idiot touches a button or one idiot sneezes in there. That's a container. Again, it's just unbelievable. The stupidity of some things.
Yeah, and I've never seen. I don't think the world would ever be the same again. It's like September 11th, and I was like. You're kind of right.
I'm sure everybody's going to flinch every time somebody sneezes.
Oh, it already happened. We had to go to a doctor's appointment. My girlfriend was having allergy issues. And she's had nasal drip and stuff like that. And we're in the doctor's office with a scope and stuff like that and test her. And we're getting all stuff pre-tested. And I had to say it out loud like 5 to 10 times. Thank God you're not contagious. Because people were cringing. And I'm like, and I'm literally, I dress like, tank top and shorts all the time. But it's hot in Florida. That's the way I dress. But people were fucking staring at me. And I'm like, listen, I'm already infected by something. I don't know what. I work for a theme park, which I'm already covered in shit. The minute I walk to the gate, I'm covered in shit.
I'm not going to give you the coronavirus, but I might give you something else.
I might give you herpes. I might give you whatever you might be feeling today. Might eat at the cafeteria. You might get something. Who knows?
Don't have the fries.
Yeah, don't have the eggs. Don't have the eggs this morning.
Don't go to the self-service salad bar.
But I had to say it like
they don't have a sneeze guard.
I never touch our self-serve because I had a bad experience there in the morning. I had the eggs were okay, but I now know to have the fresh eggs, have them freshly made because I got food poisoning or something with those damn eggs and the bacon. Oof, never again. That was a couple years ago, but I was like, never again. I see the salad bar, I'm like, nope. Pizza bar, nope. I told the guy, I'm like, can I get a fresh pizza? He was like, oh, you can get it. I'm like, no, I don't trust that. Give me fresh pizza. I will gladly wait.
I try to eat a little something in the morning. It'll last me until I get out because, I'm part-time and they don't give me a whole hell of a lot of hours. By the time I'm home, I'm getting a little hungry.
Who's he kidding? Who's he kidding? He walks in and goes, like, go on already? He's like, fuck it.
You know what? Here's the thing. If they don't need me and, I can pay my gas for the meal over there, then I'm okay, I'm not a greedy fuck, but, if they don't need me, send my ass home.
Usually,
send the sick people home first, please, because if I put my name in there and somebody else is sick, I want them to go home.
Yeah, I feel, it's...
But if we have 20 people on the extras list, and, 3 people want to leave, I'll go.
I'll go home and play my Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, that's it. So I got my Rampage. I had more fun with that then.
Oh my god, everybody's just, I don't know. Now that like I said, we're grateful Universal's actually paying us to be out of work, and they don't have to do a fucking damn thing.
Yeah, but remember that the government's going to give them
a cut. Yeah,
we get, just as an example, we get $250 a week. They're probably going to give Universal $500 a person per week, depending on their,
Yeah.
I
mean, like I said, somebody badmouth somebody company, and I said, don't badmouth your company, man. They're paying you. They don't have to. My brother's unemployed, and he was like, fuck this, and he did it, and now they've, not only has he been let go, but he's been let go. Like, they deleted him. They said, okay, you want to fuck us? Well, fuck you. We were going to pay you. We were going to help
listen. You. They listen. They make sure that, all that. But again, the government's going to got them covered, so I don't feel it.
Yeah, that's why, like I said, we said early in the podcast, people are, these CEOs need to stop being like, oh, we're doing this and we're giving half our salary. It's like, no, you're getting tax breaks and tax cuts and you're insured. You've made billions and billions of dollars. I know about these tax cuts because I get them with a small business. I got a little back because of business tax.
Yeah.
It was terrifying the other day. I got a call by the county because I got to pay state tax. I got to file a state tax too for a small business. And the guy almost fucking gave me a heart attack. He was like, "Hey, so you sent over some paperwork that wasn't filled out all the way?" And I'm like, "Oh shit!" And what they needed to know was, do I have any assets, printers? What do I do? So I had to kind of give them the names of the printers, what I paid for them, just so they can get a kind of round number and round it up a little bit and go, "Okay." He's like, "You're under the 25,000 mark, so you're not going to get fucking taxed or." He's like, "You're clear." He's like, "Don't worry." He's like, "Dude, don't be scared. I'm a tax person. I'm not here to fuck you over." He literally had to calm me down. He's like, "You can talk. I'm not gonna tax you." But yeah, so
they just look at the numbers and they go from there.
That's what he was saying. He was a county tax appraiser, and he was like, "This is what we do." It's like, any questions? Let me know. He was really cool. Okay, we talked for about 30 minutes, and he goes, "Printers, what do you got? What do you got?" So people are doing their taxes. Get your fucking taxes done, people. I don't know why people are taking forever to get their taxes done. How many jobs do you have if you're taking taxes this long? I mean, you could write off the toilet paper. Which I still don't understand.
I was watching on TV, somebody, the life hack for the toilet paper. They just go to CVS and get the receipt.
Oh my god, I used to get them so long because I used to do CVS a lot. I used to get a lot of the points, and I went for the $25 off. You had to spend so much, and shit was like fucking. You could wrap your hands up in it. I was like, and always things you can't even use, like old lady diapers and things. Like, I was like, why? Like, just put it on the phone. But I don't know how this freaking stuff's gonna be. These theme parks are taking a hit, but at the same time, man, people are gonna. I don't know how these numbers when people come back.
I think the small companies are the ones that suffer the most. The big companies, I don't feel that they're going to suffer at all because they've already got all their lawyers on it, and it's the small companies that don't have a lawyer, can't
don't have a CPA or somebody.
Pay all these people, the CPAs to deal with all that nonsense, and it's like, they could probably get some money, but they don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I've got a few friends that are running small business. They run successful small businesses, and they're struggling right now. They're like, I don't know how I'm going to be able to pay this, but I got to stay open because I provide food and gas and things for this. And I was like, well, you're covered with the law. He's like, I am covered, luckily, because this is what I do for a living, but I'm a small business. He's like, I'm barely making anything. I'm making shit off my store, but nothing. The gas gets sold, from mobile or when they were explaining to me how the 7-Eleven works, and I was like, that's how you make your money. Cigarettes, this. He's like, why do you think we add in, like, get a donut for $1.50 because of course you're going to get a donut, but you're also going to get a coffee and you're going to get something else. And I was like, that makes sense to me. So,
just like the theaters,
Yeah, I mean, like Dana was saying, they only make, I think, 10 cents on a movie, and then the rest
when the movie first comes out, the whoever put out the movie is getting
the chunk
90% of the take,
and then 10 cents, 10 cents per ticket.
Then you get 50%. So. You're still not making a whole hell of that.
That's what I was wondering. It was about the dollar theaters and shit. How they get the movie? Like, they buy the copy after it's fucking. Well, now it's not film anymore. It's all digital. They can just buy the.
Yeah, I think that's a different thing. Once it's out of say okay, go ahead and use it, or pay us a little bit, and then
they just buy they pay the
do it for however long you want.
Yeah, so it's insanity. Also, I want to ask you. We've been talking about fucking a lot with SpaceX and what is your favorite collectible that you've had so far? This is like a one I wanted to ask.
The thing is, I like vintage cars. Had a 78 AMC Javelin. The body was in relatively good shape, but the motor was shot, and I took it out and I rebuilt it. And that was the prettiest thing in the car. Body wasn't in good shape. I mean, it was in decent shape, but it was solid.
Yeah.
The floorboards weren't rusted out.
Yeah,
the frame was in
good
good
sign,
shape.
yeah.
And that's the thing that I worry about most. I don't worry about the engine because, to me, it's a puzzle. I take it apart. Hey, this is broke. Throw it out. Put a new one in and rebuild the fucking thing, and it works great. So growing up, my father would buy cars for nothing, rebuild them, and then when it came time to come to Disney World, we would sell the car. That money would go to the trip. We'd come down here in one of our other cars because I had 2 or 3. And I really want to go through all my pictures and make an album of just all the cars we've had. We had over 300 plus cars.
Holy shit.
You name any vintage cars. We had every Falcon. We've had almost every Mustang. My dad, I have a photo in my phone where my dad bought a 65, 66, and it was for my grandfather because my grandfather loved Mustangs, but he painted it to look like the car from Starsky and Hutch.
Oh.
And you probably won't seen the new movie, but it used to be a TV series.
Yeah.
It was a Ford Gran Torino. I don't remember the year.
Oh my God, we're going Gran Torino, huh?
It was red. It was
Get off my lawn.
Stripe. That was the only car. Gran Torino and the Mustangs were the only ones that had the Cobra Jet engines in it, I believe. There might have been another one, but those are the 2 that I know had the Ford Cobra Jet engines. My dad also had a 69 Ford Cobra Jet GT500 convertible. If he would have kept it, I'd be driving right now. I wouldn't care about the gas. I'd be driving right now. Mind you, I still might want to get a Tesla, and I would take that car out just to go to the beach and have some surf.
Yeah, just have your motor time.
Boards on top. Not that I surf, but I would have them up there.
Not that I surf.
I want to go surfing, but I don't really have anybody that can show me. But that's when I would, that would be like my, hey, let's go to the beach kind of car.
Yeah.
And we'd sit in the garage, and then, I'd be driving my Tesla every day. But my favorite collectible, if you can call it that, is the older cars. I love seeing these old cars on the road, whether it be like a Model T with the wood wheels, or just these old bubbly, old Oldsmobiles. Just
So you were always a fan of like the old Americana, like the old, curved
yeah,
body and just really hard work.
Back then they built cars to last.
Yeah.
Then once it got to be around like 78, all through the 80s, they made things out of plastic. They put all the damn sensors in it. They put, garbage that would fall apart in like a couple of years. To me, those aren't vintage cars. But all the old stuff, I mean, you give me any old car and you have a problem with it, I can listen to it and I can tell you what's wrong with that damn thing. Do this and it'll run like a champ. Those cars, when I bought my AMC, actually, the AMC, and I had a 69 Ford LTD. Now, this thing, when my dad picked it up for me because it's my first car, it was sitting in a puddle of oil, and it was in a big-ass parking lot.
Oh.
And we were driving up to him like, please don't let that be my car. Please don't let that be my car. And it was my car.
Oh.
It was this pissed yellow Ford LTD. The back end was like slanted, so like the tires would tuck underneath it. It looked like it was like abandoned for years. But my dad came up to it, looked at it, put a brand new battery in it, put some gas with a little bit of oil in it, because when the cylinders are sitting, oxidation builds up on it. You put a little oil, it'll seep into the rings, and then it'll clean up once the piston rings start rubbing on the outside of the cylinder. And he started it right up. I'm like, wow. And it sounded really good because it had a 429 big block.
Holy
V8.
shit.
Now, this engine alone, you could recycle it and make like 10 Hyundais out of it. Just the engine.
Jesus.
Because it was steel. This thing was like huge and
so
powerful.
Fucking solid block. Yeah. Not like the aluminum blocks.
Yeah. So we got it home, and my dad had what's it called? Metallic cherry. We got the color, but it was a red. It was cherry red with a metallic like glint in it. And my brothers and I, we sanded the whole damn thing down, and we put air shocks in the back. I had 50s. This thing looked like a hot rod. And the first day I took it out, some guy said, "Hey, I want to buy your car." I'm like, "No, it's my car. I just got it now." He goes, "I'll race you for it." I'm like, again, no, this is my car. I want my car.
I cannot imagine you weren't like a little Hellraiser going, "Fuck yeah, sure."
Yeah, no, this thing was scary as fuck. I was rear-ended by this plastic. I don't know what it was. It felt like it was a Pontiac or something. I look at the back of my bumper, and his paint was on my newly chromed steel bumper. I looked at his car, and his hood was up, and his dash. And luckily he didn't hit the radiator. He could drive home, but his front end of his car was destroyed after he hit my car.
Yeah.
So it wasn't my fault. I'm like, "Look, dude, just go home. You did nothing to my car." So, going down the road, I got a picture of it somewhere. I think I have when it was yellow, and I also have it when it was after we painted it red. And the thing was beautiful. And I love the car. And again, I told my dad, like, that thing would look like a piece of shit when you bought it. But after we fixed it up, because my dad, he saw the potential in things, whereas when you're a kid, you don't see it right away.
Yeah, you don't see
Yeah, that's where I learned. Like, okay, wait a minute. I see something on the side of the road, I'm like, oh my god, you could do this. My imagination started flowing from that point. And I got to thank my dad for that, because he showed me not to think like this,
Think broad.
Open the box
and
look at everything, because everything has a purpose, everything has a use. You might think, hey, there's a little screw on the road, and you don't want to pick it up because it's garbage. But if you pick up that screw one day, you're driving down the road and your windshield flap is, and you put that screw in there, and it works for something, And I'm not saying you need to do that. It's just a stupid example.
Yeah.
But again, everything has a possibility. I don't like people using duct tape for everything. That's just stupid. But
But it fixes everything, Ernesto.
It's true. Again, if you have no skills and no imagination, then I suggest you get a roll of duct tape and put it in the back of your car. Okay? I've seen somebody make tires out of duct tape.
Yeah.
He took the rim and put duct tape all the way around it. I'm like, wow, that's garbage.
but it worked for a little
It got them where they needed to go, but some people use it as a permanent fix. Because I've seen these cars out there where, they've got plastic masking tape over the taillight. I'm like, that's going to last a day.
I mean, there's one car that I saw years ago. This is my first move to the Orlando next to Universal off Kirkman. And there was a car. I was trying to get a photo. I had an old flip phone from Sprint. Or no, I had a flip phone. And I was trying to get a photo of the car. The car did not match anything I've ever seen. It had a Honda hood, a fucking Pontiac trunk, a door like this, and duct tape. I'm like, how does this exist in Florida? And nobody's like, they only inspect your car once, bud. I was like, that's insane.
Is it Chrysler 300 or Chrysler or something? It's one of the bigger Chryslers. It's way back, not way back. It's like, I want to say 2000 something. But the Dodge Magnum, the parts on those cars are interchangeable.
Yeah.
So you could use a front end on the Dodge Magnum onto a Chrysler, and the Chrysler would fit on the Dodge. They're owned by the same company, so again, they just change the body parts. But you can, if you want to modify the
Mustang, and like my dad's working for Dodge for eons. Now he works for Loomis, and like if they wanted a new part, like say if you ordered extra features, they would just cut the plastic with a Sawzall because it already had the markings for the cut, and then they would add the extra muffler and they would add this extra feature, and I'm like, the fuck? He's like, that's how they build it, dude. Like, there's little cut holes to cut here.
They make it. Yep.
They slot. There's a slot hole. This is hole here. You put the pipe in here, and there it goes. I'm like, that's how they add the features. Shit.
Yep. It's like the Chevy Volt and the Cadillac ELR, both the same car. It's just the shell is different.
Yeah. And people like that old. I think I was watching West Coast Customs where they would do the newer car, but they put the older car body on it to give it that really the old classic Americana feel. Yeah. That's great. So what did you do with them? Mustang you got rid of, right? The 06?
The 2006, yeah. I used it to help for the down payment on my house.
Gotcha.
It's a car. I loved it.
I can always buy.
Again, exactly. I can probably find a nice GT somewhere for maybe $2,000 or $3,000. I spent another, I think it's up to like $5,000 now for the body kit. And I can build it again.
Yeah.
I did it once. I know I could do it again, and this time it'll be easier. It's like, okay, I know where this goes now. I know what not to do here.
Hopefully the body can hold up.
Well, the thing is that when I built my Mustang, originally with the side exhaust, they have these little side pipes, and I did everything properly. I torqued it down, but after a while, the vibration and the fact that the engine, when it roars, it vibrates everything.
Oh.
So after a while, it starts to loosen things. So after I lost one of the pipes, and I didn't lose it, I heard it fall off. I was sitting at a light, and all of a sudden I hear ding, ding, ding. What the hell is that? And mind you, when I'm driving, I'm listening to everything. I hear the car next to me, and I'm listening to like, okay, you need a new, a new belt, or you need a new water pump, because I know what's wrong with your car. I know there's nothing wrong with my car because when I drove it to the light, it wasn't making a sound. All of a sudden I hear a sound next to me. I know it's you. So, I want to come open the window and say, hey, you need to do this, but people, they don't care. They're like, fuck you. It's like, dude, I'm doing you a favor.
Doing you a favor to save you a couple $1,000.
But again, nobody wants, I'm smarter than you. No. I don't pretend to be smarter than nobody, and they don't pretend, don't. So again, yes, I love my Class R's, and if I want to build another one, I build another one. It's my cost. And actually, it'll even be less because I bought my 06 brand new, and that was like $32,000 for that car. Yeah,
that's just like a freaking standard Tesla, like a Model 3.
No,
actually, it is. I went on Tesla the other day.
The bare bones Tesla Model 3.
No, with autopilot, it's used.
34. I think it's automatically with autopilot. There's full self-driving is an extra $5,000.
Yeah, this one I was looking at was like 32. They were used. They're in Miami.
Oh, the used one. Okay,
yeah.
I don't want to buy used.
You don't trust?
No, if I'm going to damage it, I want to damage it myself. Again, if I buy an old car and it costs me $200, I expect to fix it. That's fine. I accept that. But if I want to buy a used car and they're saying everything's great, no, and I find sawdust where it doesn't belong, no. It's like, okay, no, this isn't supposed to be like this. It's supposed to be a good car, okay? Not that they would do that, because I'm sure they check it. but now they don't check it as well as they used to. So again, if I'm gonna buy, I'm just gonna buy new and go with that. Because like I said, if it's gonna be ruined, it's gonna be ruined by me, not by anybody else. So again, if I can find the car cheap enough, I might build another one. But right now, it's not something I don't need to show off.
No.
I had it because it was something I wanted. I didn't really buy that car to show off. I bought it because I love Mustangs, and this one was a little bit more boxier but still stylish. Mm-hmm. Whereas the one before, it was very, it was too round for me. You know, it's very.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't like the newer Mustangs. They're very cartoonish.
Yeah, they changed it a lot because again they went from the 06. It was very boxy and very like a slot car, whereas the new ones they rounded it too many places. You know, it took away its to me the ferocity. If you look at the GT500, it looks like it looks like a bulldog.
It looks angry, yeah.
But if you look at the V6 and like a basic GT, it's very smooth and very. I don't want to say feminine. It's more. I don't know how to call it. It's just too round in too many places. The rear end should be like
more.
Yeah, it just should be a little bit more boxy. They just rounded everything out.
Yeah.
So if I would, I'd probably go back and see if I could find it because it's 05, 06, and 07 with that body style. Yeah. The Fords, it might even be 4 years, but that was the body style for those years. And I can get any one of those, and I can still do the same thing that I had done to my car. You know, so, and the engine, I've already worked on my Mustang. I did spark plugs, and I know where everything is, and I know where certain problems happen. It wouldn't be hard for me to diagnose any problems.
Get back in there and do it, yeah. Because nowadays you can't even get into an engine.
No, they won't, and that's the problem too. It's like they put 4 sensors, you lose one, and they want to sell you all 4, and each one of those sensors is $100+,
if not more.
You know, if you have the V8, you have 2 O2 sensors on the right side and 2 O2 sensors on the left side. What? No, I don't need to know what the gas, the amount of gas is that coming out of my car at the beginning. I just need to know what's coming out of it. Okay, and they added 2 extra ones, and each one of those damn things is $100+.
Yeah.
And you lose one, we don't know which one it is, but it's got to be one of these 2. Okay, so you got to replace them 2. So now how much you spending for 2 fucking sensors when you need 1?
Yeah.
That's $300 for parts and then labor.
Labor $100
for labor. You know, I laugh at when I hit somebody, you want to buy insurance for your engine? An alternator costs this much money and the labor costs. Well, if I go to AutoZone, I can get the alternator for $25, and I can do it myself. Because I get these phone calls. I don't even answer my phone anymore because everything's a fucking advertisement.
Yeah, you can't call Ernesto. You literally have
but when I did answer, they go, you should get insurance for your motor because, if something goes bad, it's like a $2,000 thing. But if you pay us, $30 or $40 a month, it'll cover you for as long as you keep paying your making payments. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe for somebody that doesn't know jack shit about their car, that might work, but not for me because I know that part. If I do return the core, it's going to cost me $50, and it takes me 5 minutes to do it my damn self. I'm not saving any money by paying you $50 or whatever bucks a month,
right?
To do it my damn self. So I'm paying for something I don't really need because the engines. If you take care of a car, it'll last you, but they also don't make the parts to last.
No,
they don't. So with little ones that do break, the things that are made out of plastic, I can fix those things. To me, everything's a freaking way to try to steal money from people. True. And I feel bad. That's why I said,
that's what I said previously. It's hard to find a fucking decent mechanic.
Yeah. I'll give you my advice. If you trust somebody, say, look, I just need this and this. Be done. I don't like people lying to me, and I don't like people trying to scare me. You need to do this because, no, I don't need to do shit. I'm sorry.
No, that's like friends call me for computer stuff, and they're like, do I need this or this? I'm like, I would recommend later to do this, but if you're trying to get more out of this, yes, do this. Same thing I do now with my own 3D printing stuff. Somebody's like, I got probably 3 clients this couple weeks, now. I'm working on their stuff. And then I had a few other people call me, and one guy, I charged him almost charging him like $100, and he hasn't gotten back to me at all. And then somebody wrote me back, that's a little too pricey. I said, well, I'm adding in my work time plus failure time. So when I do something, it might fail. So I'm covering my own ass to, not sit here and charge you more. So I could charge you more, but, I was like, you can go to one of the companies or somebody else that does it for fucking buku cheap, but he's probably not making anything either. I was like, I'm trying to be honest to goodness. I'll fucking talk to you and tell you the truth about what I see. If you're trying to make a cosplay suit or what have you, somebody needed something for a car recently. Said, hey, can you print this? I'm like, yeah, the material here would be good for that. It's hard, and you can mold it if you want to make a hard mold out of it. But this shit's already hard enough, so it's going to take a lot of damage for a while. Yeah. Okay, how much would that cost usually? Well, to make it, the models, this much, and so long will probably take to print to make it look good. And then you just sand it a little bit and spray it, and there you go. It's probably about $30. Oh, okay, I could probably go to fucking AutoZone and pay that, but I want to customize with my initials. Oh, fucking take a dermal. Put your initials in. It's hard to find honest to goodness fucking people who do customer service, and I think I've been fucked around too much myself to screw people over.
Again, it's like when I say I want to buy something new and I know it's quality, then I'll get it.
Yeah.
I don't mind spending a little extra for the quality, but you want to try to. And that's the problem with a lot of these automakers nowadays. They want to sell you crap, say, oh, look, nice and shiny, brand new, but it's garbage. And they want to sell you for the same price as somebody else doing, hey, you can get a Mercedes-Benz quality car over here. You can get a Yugo quality car over here.
Oh, Jesus.
Same price.
Yeah.
Same price. Which one do you want? They're both brand new. The choice is simple. I'm going to go with somebody that's going to make quality. You would have to pay a little bit more.
Yeah, it's quality. I told my friend that the other day, I said, what would you recommend? He's one of my website designers, and he's been with the company for a minute, and he says, quality over quantity. He goes, quality. He goes, I would gladly pay you a little bit more and know that you're taking your fucking time than somebody else spitting them out and not backing this shit up when you get it and go, hey, you had to come out. Came out great, thank you. I was like, one guy, he wrote me a review back, and he said, man, you said it took you a little bit, but you fucking knocked it out of the park. So that's the goal. Yeah. And he sent me over 6 clients so far, and I'm like, slow down. I can't do all the fucking orders that you have.
This one guy, thank you.
Yeah, I told one guy, I said, I've got too many orders. And he goes, one guy texted me, I guess he's a cop. I'm doing the covers again, those helmet covers for the whiskey glass. And he's super cool. I chatted with him. I said, hey man, the last 2 prints I did came out like shit. Here's the problem. You want them $2? If not, I'm just fucking throw them online. Somebody will probably fucking buy them for, just put them on their shelves. He goes, no, keep them. I'll probably buy them for you. So, it's just being honest to goodness with people and stuff. Fucking, I hate when people just lie. They'd rather lie to your face and charge you more than tell you the truth. And I think that's what happens with people who are card people or people who are anything. It's hard to find, quality fucking work nowadays. It's fucking sad. It's like, with this whole coronavirus thing, people are like, man, humanity really fucking failed. With this paper towel shit and just going up to your, the workers at Target and harassing them, and Publix is now putting fucking barricades up so you can't even fucking talk to the cashier. Spit guard, like a spit chamber.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, this is weird. This is insane. What
hazmat suit?
I know it's like fucking, what now? Tesla's not going to be able to let you drive the car. You have to put a fucking hazmat suit it will drive out for you to pick you up.
You know that they're, what's it called? When they drop the car off and you go pick it up, they just leave the paperwork in the car now. They don't wait for you to sign it and give it to them.
They have a new feature. Yeah, now they're like, you can. Yeah, they'll fucking have you, you can either do it on email and send it to them, or you can, they have 4 different options on the new site. That's what I was looking at yesterday, the new option because of the coronavirus. I'm like, this is insane.
If we'd have done a little bit of this before the shit went crazy.
Yeah.
The curve would have went, oh, okay, but this is his actual curve. This is the actual,
and like I said, I'm not being a skeptic or anything. The numbers are definitely higher.
Remember, these are just the people they tested.
Yeah.
This was not people that, are walking around with the damn thing.
That's what scared me the other day. Even I got kind of, I'm a not a germaphobe, but a fucking guy that's like, alright, I'm already covered in germs. But even when I walked through Target and I saw people walking around, I'm like, most people know they're probably not infected. The people that are walking around probably know. They know they're feeling okay, but you can see other people wearing gloves and face masks because they got lower immune systems and they probably got asthma, and they're just trying to whatever
Remember, they can. Some of the symptoms are you lose taste and you lose a sense of smell.
Yeah,
if you start feeling that, but you're not feeling sick, you might have it.
Yeah.
But again, none of this information is getting out there.
No. Yeah, we're probably, like I said, we're probably all fucking infected without even knowing
I just learned about it like 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah, well, like I said, Facebook
the
getting
sense
the
of
fucking
smell and the taste.
Yeah, I didn't even know about that.
That would have been nice. It would have been nice to know when the shit started.
Yeah. It's like, hey, this steak doesn't taste so well, honey. It's like, add hot sauce.
That's dog food.
Nothing. Tastes like shit.
This tuna fish tastes like funny. That's cat food, damn it.
I wonder why it was all chunky. I told you to buy 9 lives.
Damn bone.
Oh my god. I got another fun one for you. So I did favorite comment. What favorite Disney memorabilia that you have? Like, what's the one thing that you found that you will not get rid of? It was kind of hard to find.
Oh.
And I know there's one thing, we went through your collection. I was like, because somebody asked me, what's like his prized thing that he's found? So there's a couple, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Because I want to keep it, but I also don't want to keep it. I've got this porcelain Darth Vader. It was part of one of the special events that they have at Disney, like in 2006, I believe. Special edition. It's a watch, and it's got Vader. And
oh, I didn't know that one you showed me.
Very classy watch. And I want to wear it, but I don't want to wear it to work because I'm going to end up scratching it.
Oh, yeah.
It's the high hell. So it's something I want, and I want to wear it, but the damn thing was like $300 for that fucking watch.
Yeah.
And I'm like, do I want to take it to work and that one little scratch is going to piss me off because it happened at time while I'm working? It's like, no, I didn't happen. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah, I can see it happening.
There's too many things going around, too many people, too many things you can run into.
Yeah.
And that would just drive me.
I mean, even the way you move, man, like fucking his jacket goes up, his coattails going up. Ernesto was like a speed monster. He'll walk that building 3-4 times, and it was like, and they go, and he'll just fucking give you the salute, like, fuck it. It's just the old finger. Just
yeah, Roadrunner. Like, oh, gone.
The middle finger going, are you 1 or are you 2?
Exactly. How many in your party? 1 or hold the phone with the other one, but I'm using the other hand too.
Oh my god, I should have gave you a tripod.
It's all good.
So that would be the one thing that you would never.
I give him the 2-finger salute. 1 or 2 people.
1 or 2 people. Oh my god. So, yeah, I definitely wouldn't wouldn't want to lose that watch for a third plane. Definitely 300. Was that like the hardest thing to find from Disney? Was there like an item that
there wasn't very many of them, at least when I purchased it. But I've also picked up other Disney memorabilia. Like I've got other watches as well. There's oh my goodness. Again, it's just something you have to see. I picked up a lot of different shit, different places. But that I kind of like the most. The watch is one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
But again, given so much money was spent on it, I'm afraid to use it.
Yeah.
Which it's like I want to use the damn thing.
That's like and I know your Tesla is going to be fucking used whenever you get the Tesla, or 3D scanner is going to be used. But it's like you spend all this money and you're just like, fuck, I want to.
Yeah, the Tesla I will use. The only thing is that I'll probably take it apart and
it'll be sitting in the garage.
Give it my own little style. I don't like to bury stuff. Like my Mustang, when I built it, it was gorgeous. When I first finished the paint job and I put all the pieces on the car, it was beautiful. And of course, I didn't want to drive it, but you can't save that kind of stuff. You keep it in your garage, and then you get hit by a bus, and somebody else is going to be driving what you built and what you made beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, no, I want to enjoy it. I want it, and that's why it's like again with my collectibles, it's like. Yeah, I had fun with it. I enjoyed it. I had it on my wall. Either I use it as a prop, or it's time to let the stuff go to somebody that really wants to enjoy it. So some things I'm definitely not going to part with, and then other things I'm like, okay, time for you to find another happy home.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't bury the car once I if I want to be positive here. When I get my test, I will modify it eventually. I would probably take it apart and see what I can change, what I can do. if I can put solar cells in it without having to take the roof apart, find a way to
Kind of
bracket
incorporate it
cells,
cleanly.
and put the brackets up there so it doesn't look like it's some kind of hack job, because I don't like doing shit halfway.
Yeah.
Do it right or I don't do it at all.
Yeah.
So, if I could find a way to make it look, if I could find square cells and make a pattern on the top, or, just make it look like scales, like dragon scales on the roof of the car, even though they're solar cells. Because I'm sure if I found somebody to design the solar cells to look like scales, I think that would look gorgeous. And like, nobody would see it, but the people, the police helicopter chasing me would be the only one seeing it. But to me, I would know it's there. So, but it would be used, because again, when you buy something, you gotta use it, you gotta enjoy it, you gotta have fun with it, and then when the time passes, you pass it on.
Yeah, I mean, there's many collectors out there, and you're not one of them, but you like to get things and use them, and most collectors are like, no, don't touch that, and I'm like, why wouldn't you touch that or open it to let people? And people really leave stuff in boxes, and I'm like, what do you plan on doing? Selling it later? I'm like, well, like I just said previously in this podcast, it's something is worth what you put into it, and you might not get that number ever in your life.
Yeah, the thing is, people see this, oh my god, look, it's selling for this much on eBay, but they don't realize that it's been there for 5 years.
Yeah, it's like the one guy who bought all the Terminator parts from the robots. His parts are fucking still 100% markup. And I'm like, I know what he bought them for because I have friends that sold him the parts. And they're still sitting on eBay. If you guys want to look up Terminator parts, Terminator 2 3D. Well, you'll find them. And the guy's name is Eric. And he will not negotiate. He's leaving him there. I don't know why he's not, just breaking even.
Maybe he's hoping to, them to go up in value someday.
I mean, I felt bad
for the lady. That's a waste of time.
Yeah.
Don't you have to keep updating that? And
well, you're still fucking paying for all the maintenance thing on eBay. It's like you pay for the listings. Unless you have
the money you're paying for that, you're losing already.
Yeah. I mean, go 10% markup, go a little bit for your gas or a little bit extra, and sell it. Get rid of it. You know someone's going to buy it.
Enough that you're not losing money.
You're making 20% back. So you made $1,000. Okay, cool. I paid for my gas, and I made about $1,500 extra. Cool. Car's paid, credit card's paid off, whatever. Because I know the guy is apparently loaded. He doesn't need to sell this, but he's like, well, apparently he's loaded. He's got a big job. I'm like, I don't think he does, because like I've heard of this guy, and I haven't seen him in person, but apparently he works for a big company. He doesn't talk with anybody because he has this whole listing of like, my family's sick and I'm the only guy who works, and yada yada yada. I'm like, that sounds like a fucking excuse. You're just a collector who collects things and you're trying to make as much profit, but you're fucking doing it wrong because you're spending all this money and wasting a lot of this time when you could just get rid of it and just get rid of it, Make 20%, make 10%. No, mark it up 100%, because you're not going to make anything from it. So I feel bad for like people who do like 3D printing work like myself, or like I do stuff at like 10% markup because it's like going to take more time for me to make it carefully and make it done right, But that's just how I think. But people sit there and just fucking mark shit up for no reason. It's like, yeah, I'll make 100%. No, you won't. It'll sit on eBay for days. Like for your stuff, like getting it on eBay, it's gonna be that's a lot of shit we gotta help them get on. Oh my god.
That's why I kind of just want to make a website and put all the stuff there and say, hey, this is my garage,
I mean, Ernesto didn't get to show you guys much, but oh my god, if I was there, I would show you guys more. We'll take photos and put it more in the video once it's all completed, but you guys will see more. But it's just so much shit. I mean, this comic book collection is.
I could probably open up a store and, every little corner will have a different little niche or something.
Yeah, it's like...
I collect baseball caps, I collect, like I said, I got SeaWorld memorabilia, I got Disney memorabilia, and right now I'm actually getting some of the Universal. You see my Bumblebee. Have you seen the Bumblebee?
Oh, yeah. I saw when you walked out with it, you go, you just clocked out.
Yeah.
You go, it was on sale. I said, what's the wife going to say? She's already said no more. She goes, no more shit.
Yeah, sometimes, again, it's the price kind of thing. Like when I found the one-ups, it was something that I had to grab really quick. I wanted one.
It was crazy when you were telling me when you guys got together. It was in the apartment, a small apartment. You guys were climbing over.
Well, no, we weren't. Literally, all those plastic containers had everything inside of it neatly. Okay? And they were all up against one wall. We had our bedroom, no don't remember there being a lot of crap in the bedroom. I don't think there was. I did have something on the patio outside in the apartment, but literally our living room had all those containers, and we had our widescreen TV out there, and we would watch TV out there. I mean, like, I got the gaming chair, so we would sit out there. We didn't have a lot of furniture because we're in an apartment, and I wanted to be able to get the hell out of there as quickly as possible. Yeah. Mind you, all those boxes that you saw, I moved by myself into this house.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. Now, the only thing that didn't come with that didn't come with us in the apartment was the sofa, the dinner table, and the bedroom, the king size bed. Yeah. That's it. Everything else was in the apartment, and I had, at the time, I was driving an F-150, and I was literally taking 20 trips back and forth.
Oh, Jesus. You didn't even hire a moving company. You really broke your back.
Yeah. Well, after that, I wasn't feeling very good. And mainly because the arcade machine was like the bitchiest thing to take. My cocktail vintage, I was doing that by myself. Mind you, I had the little push roller, so luckily it was over cement, but I still was able to push it. Otherwise, there's no way in hell I would have been able to pick that up. But to go down the stairs, I also had the dolly. So there was things where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah.
And if I can, I'll figure it out. It might take me a few minutes, but I'll figure a way to do it. Okay. But I managed to get everything in the house, and everything worked out fine.
So I'm just glad during the last hurricane, y'all didn't lose too much, and wasn't too much.
Yeah, everything. That back room is what I was worried about because that's where all the stuff is right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an enclosed patio kind of thing. But that was, I was more worried about the family photos. I don't really worry about the stuff. It's just stuff.
It's material, yeah.
You know, the family photos I worry about because I can't reprint those.
Yeah, it's time to rescan all.
I gotta get off my lazy ass
and scan. Yeah, it's gonna take about a day or two to scan everything.
Yeah, the thing is that my computer right now is taking a crap on me, and my desktop already took a crap on me. So I need to get a new laptop. The wife's got a new one, but I don't want to mess with her stuff. I've already, like I said, I gave away her Wii.
Well, if you'd like a laptop, I got one ready to give away.
I had to buy her a Switch because I gave away her Wii. So I'm trying not to touch that. So that's why I bought the Mini, because that way I don't damage her things. It's hers. So.
Well, I got one if you need it. I'm not using it anymore. It just needs upgrade.
I appreciate it. So. That's good. Again, it's something that I want to buy for the scanner too, like a preemptive thing. So I'll do.
Yeah, it's a whole other ball game. We were discussing that for the last few months. Of hey, have you seen
again? Once I get the car, I'm gonna take the front end off. I'm gonna scan it. I'm gonna put it in CAD. I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna make it look like something completely different. I'm like, that looks good. Go with it.
I'm gonna mold it. I'm gonna put it on these sensors.
And then I'll send you a picture. Like, what the fuck? They tell me, what the hell are you doing?
That poor car is not even gonna make it off the lot, like I said previously. The poor thing's gonna be underneath. They'll be doing final checks and fucking bumpers already.
It'll go from 300 miles to 299. I don't care, as long as it's pretty.
With flame coming out of the back. Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah. That would require gas, and I don't want gas in my car.
I don't think it's allowed to do that anymore.
No, you can with the roaster, they're gonna put jets from SpaceX in it. Mind you, I don't think it's fire. I think it's more compression, but still jets.
That's fucking insane. Yeah, I didn't even know about that. I didn't even hear about that.
Yep.
Roadster, I haven't heard much about.
It keeps the car grounded.
Oh, gee.
It'll force it to stay on the ground where it will start to slide.
Yeah.
The jet, or either when you launch or if you're traveling at like a curve, if the car starts to slide, the jets push the car down so the wheels grip better, and that way you can go around the corner faster.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, there's so much crap going on. It's like, that's a beautiful car. Again, if I had the money, I would buy two of them. One to wreck and one to just,
One to wreck and just...
One would be my, cruising car, and the other would be, speed racer, going through traffic,
Like what happened to Ernesto? He's over there.
Yeah, look at the police helicopter live action news. You see that?
Is that the bumper he just made? Yeah, that's the bumper.
Yeah, with a different body kit on it. Yeah,
is that the front wheel? That's the front wheel.
Uh-huh.
Car's fucking still driving down the road. You can't stop it. Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
So I got a lot of things floating around in my head. The problem is that the time and the effort.
That's become the thing. We went to see his whole entire collection. He goes, dude, just don't give me any more fucking ideas. I went, oh god, am I a bad influence?
And you know what? That's why I try not to go to
the flea market,
Goodwill, or to any places or flea markets, because I'm like, oh my god.
I walked in there and I thought of you one day because you're like, I have all these fucking plugs just in case I need it for something else.
Oh no,
which has become very handy because
I literally have a 40-gallon. I don't know what the container is. The Sterilite plus container. Everything in it is just miscellaneous electronic parts.
Yeah.
If something breaks in the house, I'm like, I know where that is. I know where to get it. I'll dump it on the phone. There it is. And I'll fix the thing, and I gotta scoop everything back into the box because I want to finish fixing the part. Yeah, it's so many things. I went to places that were closing down. Like I found, the battery cable things for like the old cars.
Yeah.
The terminal things.
Mm-hmm.
Way back when I had to buy it, and it was like, like $2 at the time. I went to this place that was closing down, and they were selling it for 10 cents a piece, and there was 2 in them. So I bought 4.
Yeah.
I got 4. I mean, I'm probably never going to use them.
Yeah.
But, the day that I need it, it's there. I don't have to go drive into the damn AutoZone, pay another $2 or $3 for the damn thing, come back home. I just go to my garage, say, boink, there we go, put it in, and I'm done.
You're kind of always kind of the person optimistic of like, okay, we need this for some time.
Yeah, the only thing that kills me is like, okay, I've had this for like 5 years and I throw it away. Like, I don't need this anymore.
I've done that recently. I've moved stuff around. I'm like,
2 days later, I'm like,
yeah.
So,
well, it's kind of like the Amazon thing, like I'm saying, it's people are like, oh, I can get it on Amazon. Now you can't. It's become the thing of like, oh, thank God you have a 3D printer because you can just design it, And people are like, why do you just, I'm like, you can just, now it's like more than ever. Like 3D printers is becoming very fucking handy. Because
you gotta remember, it cost the corporations a lot of money just to make that one little part that nobody really needs anymore.
Yeah.
But you need it. So the printer is a really good thing to have.
The other day somebody was on a forum and he needed a part. And he's like, anybody, I'll pay the damn modeler. And he paid some guy who was an engineer. The guy modeled it, like, really quick. Didn't model it really well. And he's like, here's the part, here's the file. Like, go ahead and print it at this speed, this, and this material. It will hold. So he printed, like, 3 of them. And the guy's like, I don't know how much I owe you. And the guy's like, don't worry about it. I just did it because I'm fucking bored.
But again, it's nice to have the ability to do that. It's kind of what I want to do. That's why I want to focus on one thing rather than...
Yeah, because you have these projects are fucking huge.
I've got the airbrushes, and I love to paint. I love to draw. I've got pencils.
What made you get into the RC racing?
The RC racing? Well, friends of mine were doing it, and I really like the cars. You can tinker with the engines. You can run them really rich or really, really lean. The problem is when you run the engine too lean, you have a tendency to burn it out. Mm-hmm. So you got to find that perfect little spot, and just fidgeting with it. Again, I've got neons for that already. Remember the cars that had on the real road, they had neons?
Yeah, they still do.
I actually have neons for my RC racing car because it was just something I liked. Mm-hmm. And when you drive, there used to be get-togethers. It was behind a shopping center. It was a huge parking lot, empty, and all the kids would go there at night, and we'd be racing around, racing each other, and it was fun. It wasn't like, you had to be respectful. Don't be ramming into people like a dumbass. Yeah. Everybody did what they had to do properly, which was really good. My only problem is that I love these special rims, and one day I'll show you the rims. They look like spoke wheels from an old, 70s Cadillac. Mm. But on the car, they look gorgeous. And the thing is, once you hit a wall, they would crumble. They would literally fall apart. I'll also show you the aluminum ones. Those you can abuse the hell out of those things.
Yeah, those
are expensive. Yeah, because those had to be cut.
Yeah, because those are freaking CNC'd or flow
exactly.
jet. Yeah.
So I bought those for survivability. But if I wanted to show the car off, I would put the spoke rings. I haven't found them anywhere, but luckily when I was able to get them, I got 4 sets.
It's really good. The hobbies are just fucking expensive, and I saw all the ones all the cars you got. My friends got in touch with you, and he still does RC racing. I'm like, gas powered is so expensive. Just a little
Yeah,
motors.
it's a waste of money.
It
but
is.
It's a fun hobby.
Yeah.
So again, I would recommend that, unless you got money to throw away, which at the time I actually did. But right now, I've got family and they're more important to me than these stupid little toys.
Yeah.
But that was the only thing. The only reason I recently bought that car was because it was Christmas and I had nothing underneath the tree, and
Ernesto had to get something.
Yeah, so she doesn't really know the things that I like, and I said, okay, look, I'm just going to buy this. You wrap it, put it underneath the tree, and I'm like surprised. But I love the car. It came with everything. It came with the remote, but I've got a better one. I've got like a 3-channel FM. This one
Those are expensive by themselves, man.
Yeah,
I did a lot of RC plane flying.
Single channel. Yeah, it's expensive. But this one comes with a single channel radio, which is fine. I really don't. The 3-channel actually had 3 different cars at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I know I showed you the bag of parts, but all those parts, it was like literally everything was aluminum. These cars, all their framework and everything else, aside from the bottom frame itself, the bottom frame itself is metal. It takes a lot of abuse.
Yeah.
But the shocks and the doorbells and everything else, they're all plastic.
That's why somebody was like, can you 3D print these things? I'm like, you can if you had a scanner. You could scan them all in.
To me, that's kind of a waste. Because it would cost more money in time.
Yeah.
You can go to the hobby shop, pick it up for like $4 or $5, and you got some extra parts, and you repair the one you broke. And hopefully you won't break that same part. Maybe you'll break another one, but at least you have the parts there, and it'll cost you $5. If you print it, it's your time and your hours. To print something like that, it would be half an hour probably, maybe more.
It's getting much faster now. Even with resin, you can get up to 30 minutes.
Yeah,
which is pretty shocking.
That's a lot of time to print a part that, I just, it's not feasible to be printing those kind of parts unless you're going to sell them and you're making them out of metal and they're going to survive anything. Unless you hit something at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, I've seen cars. We went to a couple of the RC races and they just exploded.
Yeah, if you hit something at high speed, this one I think is rated at I want to say 95, but I'm not sure. It's been a while since I read the manual. This is one of the better engines.
Yeah. And just the engines alone are just, they're high priced, man. They're not cheap.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy.
But I also have an electric starter for it.
Oh, jeez.
Remember the little pull cord?
Yeah, I remember that.
No. Not for me. I'm too old for that shit. I don't even like to do the mower. I've got a switch on my rider right now. I'm not pulling no more fucking cords. But the cars are really fun. It's just a very expensive hobby, so unless you got money to throw away, then I don't really recommend it. But go play with the electric RC that you get from Walmart. You'll get just as much fun out of it.
Yeah.
And yes, I do. I have actually a SpongeBob RC.
Oh my god. Yeah, I saw that. The SpongeBob Pro and the SpongeBob arcade game.
Oh, you already seen it? Because I was going to show it.
Oh, you can if you want. You can show the people.
Yeah.
I'm sideways.
Yeah.
Oh god, I love it. I love it. This is just all the shit. This is all the shit he has, guys.
FedEx trucks, and these are Tonkas, and these are Coca-Colas. Again, just a lot of little new stuff that I enjoy collecting, and now it's time to,
Oh, if somebody else has the Haunted Mansion posters on the side you have the one, but you don't have the other one?
The Haunted Mansion. Oh, yeah. Well, I was looking for like a Sally and the worm.
There's somebody in Estes that I know.
And I was going to replace the Harley Quinn only because it's not very colorful. The Snow White and the original character, which is right there, they're very colorful. They're very bright. But the Harley, even though I love it, it's just not very. It looks very half-assed.
Yeah.
When I saw it online, I'm like, okay, it looks okay, but when I got it, it just looked like crap. So there's a Sally one, and I wouldn't mind having the Princess Leia one.
Mm-hmm.
It's the back of my phone. The Princess Leia with the little thing that pops up in the trash compactor with the one eyeball underneath. It's still like the same pose. He's on
Somebody
a
has
tightrope.
to have some. I know somebody on SD was selling the. They before Christmas they were making their own. The stretch posters, and they were really not reproduction. They were like their own style, and they looked really damn good. And they were a couple $100, but they were decent. I was like, wow. And they were selling. I was like, ooh, I think I showed this. I'll see if I can find that girl. I don't know where she is anymore. She still got her shop open or what? Or if Disney shut her down.
Of course, because they're not profiting from what she's doing. So
remember when I used to go to the Artagon Mall? I don't know if you and your wife have been there, but there were a couple of the makers there were, oh, you don't take photos of my shit. And I was like, I didn't realize why. I was taking a photo of the wall, and she got real fucking pissy. And she said, there's a sign there, and there's a little fucking sign she had, like a posted note, don't take photos. And I'm like, what, are you stealing people's work and not giving them credit? I was told by one of the other vendors, yes, she was. I was like, ooh. He goes, yeah. He goes, I don't mind you taking photos of my stuff. If you get an idea, so be it. He goes, this stuff is made by me, but I have the artist's name right here, and I have the artist's numbers, and he sells the artist stuff. So, like, the artist thing, the place to sell stuff, he lets them, like, for 5%, put it there, and then he'll make, whatever, so. For them.
Yeah, it's commission or...
Yeah, so because I asked him, I was at a MechaCon, and I asked the guy very politely, I said, do you mind if I take a photo? I've still got his number, I might call him for, he had a Wolverine, like a Japanese Wolverine. And I said, how much would that be? And I don't need something big. And he goes, I'd be happy to do one for you for a good price. And he was very nice. He said, yeah, go ahead, take a photo. Like, promote me. Here's my... He said, can I promote you at all? I'm very respectful to makers. Being a maker myself and a builder, just give credit where credit's fucking due, Especially with the model I keep printing. I talked to the maker and I gave a few bucks for his model. I said, hey man, I know you made this back in 2016. It's becoming a hot thing now with whiskey drinkers. This is a whiskey cover, I followed all your directions of like, you can promote it, you can make as many as you want and sell them. I don't give a shit, but I at least want to give you credit, And he's like, no, go ahead, thank you. So, but yeah, some people, I don't know if she's still around or not around, but Disney likes to get their hands on a lot of fucking things.
Yeah, I want to tell you, don't stress it right now because I'm trying to save money.
I know you need that Tesla.
Well, I don't need it. It'd just be nice to have.
Well, by the time, you'll be 70 by the time you get it. Ernesto, what are you doing on your back?
I don't know if I'm going to be 70. I might be 50 plus or something, but I don't think I'll be 70.
By then, it'll be like the Model D or the Model C.
Yeah, I think they're planning on a Model 2? 4? Because I don't know what website I saw it, but it's like a mini Model 3.
Yeah.
2-door. I'm like, that's kind of on the Chinese shit. I gotta find it. But it's a Model 3, but smaller with 2 doors. So if people want a smaller one, I'm sure the range is going to be like 200 max. Because there's not a lot of space in it. But still, $200 miles.
Well, if you're doing city driving and just working back and groceries, you're fine.
That's not what you need it for.
Yeah.
If you can use a smaller car, and I'm sure that if they do the battery technology right, they could probably get 300 miles.
Yeah, they could probably fucking idle the shit out of it too, because one guy was talking about he planned a trip cross country and he made the trip, and he said supercharging was not a fucking problem. He goes, I had supercharging enabled, so it was not a problem. And the Model 8 was Model 3. But he's like, still, like, you sit there and you just it plans it for you, but you can plan around it and plan your stops. And he was like, you can, even with a so-and-so range, you're fine. And I'm like, really? He's like, yeah.
You could plan your trip, and you sit there for about 30 minutes. If you need enough just to get a certain distance, or if you need the full charge, that's maybe a little bit more than 30 minutes. But still, you sit there, you go eat, because when you're driving, you gotta take that pee break. You gotta take
that's what people are so pissed off. Like, I could stop and fill up for 20 minutes, or I can stop and fuck. I agree with not having the supercharger is not like it's a huge deal, because that could be 2 hours sitting in the car.
That's different, because you're literally charging the car with a straw rather than a freaking fire hose.
Yeah, and you're sitting there watching Netflix. I mean, you can usually watch 2 shows for an hour of Game of Thrones or whatever. It's got Netflix right there too. You can watch Netflix on the tablet. So
or you just play the games, the racing games, and use the steering wheel.
yeah, that I saw. I was like, what the hell? I was like,
the Cuphead is on there now, and I mean, shit. There's a lot of things you could do in that.
Yeah,
car.
so there's plenty of things to keep you busy while you're charging, but yeah, people just need to be more open-minded. And I think they're not ready to take the leap of faith.
You got to remember too is I think the people that are complaining are the ones that work for the gas companies,
or
the auto companies, the people that want you to be afraid.
Yeah.
That are saying, hey, look, this is just like that, but yeah, you got to wait 30 minutes. What's the difference? You're gonna fill your gas engine. You're gonna go to the restaurant and sit there for about 25-30 minutes, anyways. Plug in your damn car.
Yeah, sometimes the lines are fucking long, and the bathrooms are always so packed.
Eat your fucking food. Come back. Your car's fucking charged.
So one guy he said he couldn't get near a supercharger. He was in London. So what he did is he grabbed food and he had to go to some hotel, some fancy hotel for his brother's wedding or whatever. He was reviewing his own blog. They went back, charged at the hotel, had their food in the car, and took off and went to the thing and didn't stop at another supercharger. He's like, you just gotta plan your stops. He's like, you got enough range. It's not.
Even if you can't hit a supercharger, charge it enough to get to the damn supercharger.
Yeah. Like Richard Bills, he was playing around like him. He's right. He's like I couldn't go to a lot of events now without the supercharger. And they said he can't. He said the car's been deactivated. They deactivated the feature, which sucks.
Well, the feature I'm waiting for is when they put the little coils in the road as you're driving. It'll charge the car like your phone.
Yeah, that's pretty much what the video game I played, Death Stranding. If you're in the middle of the road, it charges the bike. It keeps the truck charged as you're driving. Because I think he's already saw that in the future, because you're using all battery power and these charging stations. And the bikes and cars do die if you're driving them, not on the correct way. You have to plan your route and how to get around things. So I was like, this feels like a goddamn Tesla game. It's like, plan your jumps accordingly. Oh, I forgot that. What was your video game question for all the nerds out there? Favorite video game?
The thing is, I like horror survival.
Yeah.
My favorite one out of them, and I know it's super old by now, but it's Silent Hill 2.
I think that's
that one freaked me out the most because I got to the end, I'm like, oh damn it, I'm the one that killed my wife, and the whole time I'm just a complete idiot, not realizing that.
That's what the story's unlocking. Yeah, that was a big creeper back then because everybody was like, shit, you're going senile. You're the one that killed the
Yeah. So I mean, the symbolism and all the stuff that it was like his own. I mean, I didn't like the fact that they imported those characters into the other ones. I mean, if it would have been a background where it's just kind of creeping by and you see it, because then you say, okay, he's there too. So that's why you're seeing his inner demon.
Yeah.
When they interacted with the other girls, like that girl doesn't have that inner demon in her. Why is it a part of her story? So when they came out with I think it was 3, and it was only on the PS2, I think. I didn't have I had the PS2, but not at the time. I went to my cousin's house and we played it. He bought it but never played it because he was afraid to play it.
That's like me with Evil Within. I have Evil Within. I barely played to the first couple up because that game's pretty intense. And your heart.
I love it. I don't care. I'll play with the lights out and complete darkness.
The one game that scares everybody is Dead Space. The fucking AI is so intense. You think you cleared the area and it just comes right back at you.
I want to say I have that, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Again, I'm waiting for the Series X to come out, see what the price is on that. Because, again, I have Xbox games from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And I'd like to be able to just put the disc in and play it. And supposedly the Series X is supposed to play everything.
Everything. And supposedly Sony, they have only announced the PS4 backwards compatible. And I'm like, God.
Yeah, I think the problem is they were thinking old school kind of things. Okay, now we're getting a whole new system, all new games and everything else. And then realized that, Xbox was doing all the way. And it's like, they can't look bad. I think that's what's kind of slowing down their promoting or saying.
Yeah.
You said how fast it'll go, but they didn't say, hey.
They finally did a reveal of it, and they mentioned the PS4 is a little bit, it's got less power than the Xbox, but it's got
slightly slower. Yeah.
Slightly slower, but it's got other things. And the guy who announced it was the designer behind the PS4 and a few other big fucking things with Sony. So he's a good guy to be talking about, and he's one of the major designers. So he's amazing. But I'm like, man, back it up to the PS2, back it up to all of it, because a lot of us have catalogs. Yeah, we like digital, but a lot of us have some people that I know have like you have fucking. You guys should see his catalog. His catalog is just like, oh, hold on, I have this and I have this little thing over here, and I'm like, Ernesto, Jesus, when do you fire all this up? He's like, well, when I get bored, I like turn things on and play them, So it's like.
No, again, I when I got my controller for the 200, I plugged it in. I started playing Congo Bongo. I played Pac-Man. I love all the old games. It's nostalgia kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, yeah, they're boring as fuck after a while, but it was still fun. So, and I still play my Sega. I've got 32X cards.
That I haven't played. I do need to come over and play some of that. I haven't played Sega so.
I've got my Sega CD.
I've never played one of those.
I think I still have the Batman game. In the Batman game, when you drive in the Batmobile, once you start, if you take the disc out and put a regular CD in it, it plays your music while you're playing the game.
Yeah, that's
what the heck I didn't know about.
Yeah.
Somebody taught me that. And the only problem is that when the game's over, it won't reboot the next game.
Yeah.
So you kind of start the fuck over again.
Yeah.
But it was something I loved because, it's funny you're driving the Batmobile and all of a sudden you hear, Oops, I Did It Again by Britney Spears. It's hilarious.
I bought a Tesla.
Or, Barbie Girl. It's hilarious.
Oh my God.
You're literally driving the Batmobile and Barbie Girl playing like it's funny. It's
I think we need to do that. I think we need to come over and do the Barbie Girl Batmobile ride. Oh my God.
Again, I'm probably going to bring out some of the old systems and put it on this TV out here, and then I'm probably just going to get rid of I just recently got.
Have you finally come to terms with like, okay, this is what I'm going to kind of part with. This is kind of I love.
Yeah, I think for the most part, I'm going to stick to my Sega. Everything that belongs to Sega, and everything with my Xbox. Everything else, I'm probably going to get rid of. Again, I bought what's the name of the stupid game? Rule of the Rose, and I bought it because it was horror survival. I didn't buy it because I knew it was going to be worth something in the future.
Yeah. And
the cost running like $300 or $400 for that one freaking game. I like the game; it's fun, but I'm also not going to stick with the PS. I mean, I've got a PS1, I've got a PS2.
Well, it's good that at least you're backwards compatible to.
So the PS2 plays all the PS1 games, so I can literally get rid of my PS1 if I wanted to.
Yeah, and you're the other one.
I have it there as a backup.
Yeah.
So if something happens, I can still play my PS1.
Yeah.
I've got controllers for systems I don't have anymore, like the ColecoVision. I have Nintendo 64, which I just recently got one. Not recently, but I've had it for a little while because I gave all my 64s away. Again, I had money to throw away, and my cousins would come over. I'd have family that they can't really afford the damn thing. Like, here's the system, here's the game, have fun.
Yeah.
Do what you want to do. I bought a lot of those things, and I've got like 4 or 5 different color controllers. One came with purple ones, one came with gold ones, one came with. That's like, it came with 2, so I would keep one and when I give the system away, here's a controller, here's the system, here's a game, take it home with you and enjoy life, I would go get another one because, again, I had some change to throw away.
Yeah.
But again, I got
controllers. That's a sick way to something like you'd buy one, then you give it away, and it's like, oh, do it again.
Yeah, I did that a lot. Again, I like seeing my family happy, and if they were good people, I didn't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
If I knew they were a-holes, I'm like, nah, you go buy your own damn. I mean, I didn't say that to them, but I'm like, no. There weren't very many people like that. A lot of my family pretty decent. Some of them sucked, and I'm not going to get into that. But again, I didn't have problems parting with certain things. If I knew they were going to use it or they could use it, here you go.
Yeah.
It was no sweat off my duck's butt.
But well, you did give away one thing you want back, and if you guys can find it for him, if you're around Universal or Transformer fan, he had a jacket that looked like a goddamn guy from Nam.
Oh, the Transformers military jacket. I'm sure they'll bring it back sooner or later. I'm not really worried about it.
Because I'm like, what happened to your jacket? You're like, dude, I gave it away when I was in New York, and
again, I have family members up there, and they were nice, and they didn't have to do me any special favors, and they did. And they liked the jackets. Like, here you go. And they're like, oh, it's cold up here. Use your fan. I'm like, no, I love this cold.
it's just not going to bother me. I got it just in case.
Yeah.
Because in New York, there's not a lot of trees and the wind blows through really fast. But again, I wasn't up there very long. I went up there for,
a couple days.
So it's not a big deal. I found a Jurassic one in the sale, the garage sale, and it cost me less. I want to say I bought two of them, but I don't remember if I did or not. I probably just got one. I also found the Disney jacket, which I really like. It looks like a Letterman sweater. And the reason I bought it is because I have like old patches. I collect patches too.
Yeah. We haven't even shown you half the stuff. Ernesto is probably going to be sending me photos to add into this. So
I've got patches from when Mission Space opened up, and whatever events might have happened, I picked up.
Yeah, like the Festival of Life and
my outfits, anything. I just take the patches off that and I would sew it onto. And that's what I want to do with that jacket. I've got old Disney patches from when my parents came down here. Disney actually made their own. It's made by Disney. It's not made by China.
Yeah.
It says Disney Company. Walt Disney
literally, they found somebody in the United States to do it. Yeah.
They made the patches here. They made from their own company, and I've got 4 of them. One's Goofy, one's Donald, and I've got Mickey and Minnie, and I'm gonna sew them onto the jacket. My mother's been holding on to this forever, and like when my dad was going through stuff, I need this, I want this, give it to me.
Yeah.
I need those patches. And my dad also found other patches because he used to work for Federal Express. Federal Express also bought a company called Flying Tigers. That was another package delivery service, but it wasn't doing as well as Federal. Mm-hmm. So Federal bought that company out, and I've got uniforms with their patches.
Oh, Jesus.
That's Flying Tigers. So again, the jackets I bought, so I can sew the patches on them. And it's just things that you can't really find anywhere.
No.
And I don't really want to sell them. I want to show them off, and I want to enjoy them. Again, there's some things I want to get rid of because it's like, okay, I really don't care. I really don't need it.
Yeah.
But those are like memories that I have and that I want to use and show off and enjoy. So again, it's just you name a hobby, and I've probably got something.
He does, guys. So we went over and I said, okay. I walked finally after he picked my butt up from the damn road. He goes, okay, welcome to the house. Where do I begin? Follow. And it's not a very big house, but it's like, holy shit, how do you fit all this in here?
Yeah, well, again, when my mom had passed, I'm like, before I told my dad, before you throw anything out, I need to see it. And my dad, he hasn't told me to get rid of stuff, but after I gave him the warning, he was pretty good about it. My mother's sewing machines, I'm like, I don't care. When she passed, I'm like, I want these machines. He goes, okay.
They're really fucking great machines. Those are hard to find.
It's one's a singer and one's a serger, but they're both heavy duty. They're like something you could use in a factory, because the ones you buy at Walmart, they last 2 weeks. These things, I believe the singer was my grandmother's, and they bought it in like the 50s. So they're like 70 years old.
Yeah, those things are monsters.
And they still work. Everything's made out of metal. The bobbins, everything is just steel. If this thing falls on you, you're dead. So, but I haven't, because they were my mother's, and I probably won't, part with them. I might get rid of one of them to make space, but there's one that I'm going to hold on to because it actually has her name written on it. I don't know if she wrote it or my grandfather wrote her name on it, but I'm going to hold on to it for that. And if I can pass it on to somebody else, then another family member, then I'll do that, and hopefully they'll care about it just as much as I did. Whether that will happen or not, I don't know, and I won't care because I'll be dead.
It's like, here lies Ernesto. He had so much shit.
Yeah, well, hopefully I won't be buried with it. Again, that's why I want to.
It's like, for many collectors, like I said, it's like, for you at least you're like, holy shit, I can't have all this shit. I'd rather just enjoy life. Some people just can't get rid of their shit.
Yeah, again, it's just, I had my fun with it.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like I need it anymore. So there's some things I just like, okay, here. If I saw somebody crossing the street and they needed a jacket, and I see them showing, here's a fucking jacket. But I don't want somebody to come up to you and say, I'm going to give you 50 cents for that, and turn around and sell it to somebody for a couple $100.
That's the problem, like with, fucking eBay and the Facebook thing, and especially Craigslist, man. It's just, people are just, not only it's that fucking, and then with Craigslist, it's the thing of, I'll send you a check, and then people are hacking it, and it's like, dude, I don't have time for this crap.
No, you see, with that, I have used Craigslist before, and I go, I'm sorry, you gotta come here, you're gonna look at it, and because they try to lowball me when they call me on the phone, like, look, don't waste my time. Come over here, talk to me, we'll go from there.
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna say, oh yeah, okay, I'll give you $5 off of it or whatever, just as an example. And they come back, I can get this someplace else. Or you take, $15 off, like, no. And I've already told people, get the fuck out of here, because you're wasting my time. You know damn well this is worth this. I'm not even asking for that, and the damn thing's brand new.
Yeah, I've got people that the overbidders would be like, oh no, I'm fine with price, but I'll give you a little bit extra to ship it. And I'm like, no, come get it. Like, I'm not here to.
Some things I use, and I'll take up the money for that. I don't care, But if it's brand new and no, I'm sorry. Go about your business. I don't have time for your games.
True. As you should. That was like the one thing. So, what was like the must have in your collection? Like, you kind of like the Holy Grail.
To be honest with you, I like when I see something and I like it.
Yeah.
Then I'll make an attempt to get it. Now, if it's like seriously overpriced, like even those like the 1-ups, they're like $300-$400. I'm like, that's too much money for 3 games.
Mm.
You could buy a freaking Xbox and play 1,000 games on it.
Yeah.
Where this, you're paying the same amount of money and getting 3 games just because it looks like an arcade cabinet.
Yeah.
And these things are cheaply made. Holy crap! Right now, I want to take it apart and I want to build it right. my freaking OCD is like, no, I don't like this little piece of cardboard here. This is garbage. I know this is like 2 centimeters.
Yeah, they're like fiberboard.
I want a piece of wood. I want to put some.
They're not even FDM, I don't think.
8 ohm speakers in there. I want to put an amp. I want this thing to rock the whole room. I mean, and I can do it, but it's like,
well, not even worth it.
So, again, I got the other one. When it comes time, I'll find the Raspberry Pi for it, and I'll have all the games in it. And all I really need is one. I don't need to. I don't need any more. I mean, I would like to have the Star Wars one, but that's still running like $400 or $500.
Yeah, just because it's Star Wars.
Because I used to play. It's because of Star Wars, but I also used to play it when I was in New York, and my grandfather actually gave me money, and that's a memory that I actually enjoy. And every time I play the game, even when I play it on the console, I'm remembering my grandfather, which he was another person where if you needed something, he would give it to you.
Mm-hmm.
He'd take the shirt off his back and give it to you. So I know I got part of that from him, and I'm sure he gave it to my mom. And my mom, these certain ideals. But my general attitude is, with them, even if they were not good people, he would still help them.
Mm.
Whereas I don't have that ideal. I'm like, wait a minute, you're treating my shit and you want me to fucking help you? No, go fuck you.
Mm.
Go die. I don't care. So I think I probably got that from my dad. The low tolerance for stupidity.
No, as you should. It's as you say, treat people how you want to be treated.
Yeah. So I got that from my dad, but I got my, my want. And I can't always help people. I try, but I'm not a fucking saint. I don't even know how my mom did it, because she did so much for so many people. And, I feel like it wasn't appreciated by them either. Mm-hmm. So I guess maybe I saw that and I was like, no, I'm not going to live like that. If I see somebody that needs help, hey, I'll pull over to the side of the road. I'll help you out. But after a certain point, here you go. Do what you got to do.
Right.
And if you want to be a bitch about it, well, fuck you. You don't need my help.
Sayonara.
So, it's just certain personality traits, and I feel like I picked the best ones. The ones that I felt that I should have from the both of them. But every person's different. We're not going to be exactly like our parents. We're not going to do what they want us to do. We're going to do what we want to do. Things that make us happy, and I think that's the way it should be. That's how we grow. We learn from our mistakes. Hopefully, A lot of people don't, though. They'll still do the same fucking thing over and over again. And it's like, well, then you're a dumbass and you deserve to die. Go ahead and get fucking coronavirus. You keep going to the same place. You keep licking the fucking toilet. What do you expect?
Yeah, pretty much.
Disease. So don't do that. So,
yeah, it's pretty freaking wild. Yeah. Like I said, we never thought this would happen. And like I said, now being a collector and a person that would go to swap meets and try to sell them and stuff, people are just going to be like, it's going to be weird, for people. I think in the future to just do things around each other again. Like, want to go to swap meets, want to do things.
I think it's going to take some time, but there's still going to be that shell shock kind of thing going on. Even if they come up with a cure, like, hey, here's a shot, you're never going to get coronavirus. It doesn't mean that the virus can't mutate. It's a flu-like.
That's what one guy said on Joe Rogan's podcast. He worked for the CDC. He said, "Yeah,
get that fucking injection, and then the next day it's Chrono 20."
Yeah.
Just instead of going this way, it went this way.
Yeah.
I'm like, when I see the people at work and they're like hand sanitizing everything and covering, and this is before the virus.
Yeah.
They had plastic gloves. I'm like, look, if you protect yourself from every virus, when the big one comes,
you're fucked. Because your body doesn't know how to react.
If you get the germs, and even the minor ones, you're exposed to them, and it doesn't affect you. Or maybe, you get a little chill, you get a little fever, but you get over it.
But the body's building, the immune system's building up,
that immunity to that specific virus, and you don't know this new heavy one might have that one specific little, genome that you've already been protected from.
That's what they warned me about. They warned me, they said, because one girl, my doctor went to go see, who works for us also, and he goes, do you wear gloves at all? I said, yeah, just for chemical purposes. He goes, okay, do you wear face mask? I said, only when I'm, welding or grinding, dust particles where you're not supposed to be breathing that shit in for health purposes. And he goes, that's good. He said, you don't want to overly protect yourself because you need some of the bacteria. You need your body needs to start gathering some of that to rebuild its structure. And I said, okay. He goes, no, that's true. It's like you can't protect yourself from fucking everything. We have an immune system for a reason. That, the Mythbusters said that's what it's for.
Yeah.
And
that's the thing. That's how you get stronger. If you don't lift weights, you don't get muscles. And that's the same thing with the virus. If you're not exposed to it and you don't get it, or you protect yourself from every single little thing, when something comes along, and this is, not only when you touch things, but breathing through the air, or, through your eyes, or, you put your eye, out of instinct, you want to take an eyelash out, you've just infected yourself with a freaking disease that, you could have been more prepared for.
Yeah, it's like the fucking, what the hell is it, God, why can't the, Aliens Visit. Tom Cruise was in it.
Talking about
War of the Worlds, yeah. When they fucking finally open the alien spaceship and they catch it and they're like, fucking disease killed them. They're like, whoa.
Yeah, because they probably protected themselves from every little thing, and then, all of a sudden somebody shoot him. It's something that would never affect us in any way, shape, or form because we're exposed to this shit 24/7, and they weren't.
Yeah.
So, again, that's... I don't mind people doing that, but again, you're setting yourself up for a big problem later on. That's
true. Yeah, I'm hoping we get back to everything. I'm hoping MegaCon finally picks up and just hoping it gets a little better for everybody else. And I know a lot of cosplayers and collectors want to get their shit out there their business is taking off, and hopefully it all gets crazy.
The problem is, I think the date that he's got set is way too soon.
Yeah,
right now
it's going to be here for a bit. I think, like I said, the numbers are definitely lie.
Yeah, New York's is at its peak right now, and we're climbing too.
Yeah, I look at the numbers, and we're one of the biggest theme park. We're one of the busiest vacation areas in the world.
And that's the worst place. That's where everybody goes and touches things. And I was watching. I don't know what I was watching, but it was like a video of this little girl licking the damn handrail.
Yeah, I think Daniel posted that.
I couldn't stop laughing at that. I'm like, oh my God. Exactly. Just going back and forth like this. I'm like, ah. So, again, you can't protect yourself from everything. And
we had a fun article yesterday on Facebook. Ernesto's not really on the page, so I think Philip was saying that some guest was complaining about coronavirus, but somebody was chewing on one of the feathers with his mouth or whatever, and how we don't protect ourselves against that. Like, we have gloves and hand sanitizer, but we're not throwing them out. And I kind of said, why don't we just fucking do like a VL system on them phone. We just scan a fucking iPhone or an Android phone and assign them a ticket. How many? Boop, there you go. When this thing pops up on your phone, that's when you go up. Do your thing. And somebody goes...
Or, even like the paper...
Yeah.
Like receipt paper. How
said,
many? We press 5 and it prints out a number 5.
Somebody said, yeah, and then that would be fucking... the recycling, and then that would be fucking horrible. But apparently that's already been in the works.
Well, even then, you can have like a little trash can. After we collect all the damn tickets, we put in the trash can, and this stuff can be recycled.
Yeah.
So nothing's getting lost.
Yeah.
But,
and they're like, what if somebody has those, and you're still taking the paper ones? I'm like, yeah, but you're still going to get shit no matter what. You're breathing around people, so...
Yeah, we're trying not to pass it to everybody.
I mean, it sucks as a maker because I needed to get a 3M mask for the resin and sanding, and you can't even find them anywhere. People took it too seriously. If I wear this, I won't get it. No, you'll fucking get it. Nevertheless, it's not gonna.
Well, you saw my dust mask that I bought.
Yeah.
And I bought it. I bought it before this shit happened. It was, again, dumb luck. Okay.
I was getting ready to buy 2 of the dust masks, the CO2 filter ones, and they're now sold out. You can't get them anywhere. The funny part, Ernesto came behind me one day. I was literally. He clocks out and I'm working at the horror makeup show and he pops over and he goes, that face. I'm like, I turn around and go, what the fuck? He scares the shit out of me. He's just like, sorry, dude. I'm like, no issue. I thought you were just a person trying to protect himself.
Mortal Kombat.
Literally fucking fatality right there. Get over here. Give me your germs.
Uh-huh.
We'll see how it ends up. I don't even know when we go back. I think it's on the 19th, but they're finally rescheduling us to go back, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think they're really hopeful, but they don't realize that, it takes 2 to 3 weeks for the damn thing to disappear, but...
One fucking person.
Yeah, exactly. One person who just recently got infected by somebody who was at the end of their thing, it's like, okay, here's like a relay race, you do half the track, give it to somebody else. Somebody else is going to be infected. They're going to come to the damn park, and whatever there's touchable shit around, it's going to go like crazy.
Yeah,
again.
and it's like the funny part is when they said the city walks. This is the first time for us in history, guys. Like I never wasn't here for September 11th. I was here for the economy fucking crashed after 2007 because the economy went fucking tanked. Like it tanked. The theme parks felt it. I've seen the theme park really busy, and then it fucking really. There were weeks. We weren't even at work. Like, we were getting 1 day a week. And it was fucking insanity. Now it's like, this is like a global pandemic, and it's just changing the environment. Like, people are, like, trying to grab their groceries, and Publix was telling us, and Walmart was telling us, just get what you fucking need. Stop. Just get what you need. That way we can stay stocked. Stop freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, the funny thing is I shop at BJ's, right?
Yeah.
And when we run out of the big supplies, then we go. So I went there and I'm watching all these people fucking 10 freaking bags of toilet paper. I'm like, okay, I just need one. And I put it underneath my cart and I moved on. But I didn't want people thinking that, I was doing it for that. I'm like, why do you need that much?
Who shits that? And I've told somebody, who shits that much? They go, well, they're thinking about if they get encased in their home and they need to get toilet paper. I'm like, but who shits that much?
Well, maybe they're going to have a Halloween party every day, and they need to make themselves look like a mummy.
And the funny part is, 2 years ago, I bought a bidet. A clip-on bidet from Amazon. A buddy of mine got one, and I said, because he lives in Colorado, and he lives up in a nice house, but it's got a septic tank and a well, and I was like, okay, where the hell did you get that? We always wanted one. He goes, oh, Amazon's got them, and they're like $29, and I ended up grabbing it, and I was just like, never again. I wipe my ass because you got to dry your butthole. But honestly, the best thing you can ever do for yourself and we have a septic tank here on property, so it helps that too. And I'm like, everybody's like, you have a what now? I have a bidet. Ew. I'm like, well, you're wiping your ass and fucking keep wiping. And you're gonna keep flooding your fucking
wasting paper
and waiting. And I'm sitting there just using a squirt gun on my asshole and using maybe 1 or 2 plies. But yeah, I still can't fathom it. I sit here and I'm going, why the fuck do you need all that?
Well, you should have bought stock in Charmin, and you'd be rich.
And the Purell, yeah. Like all the Purell guys fucking walking around gold chains on now, and and now all the whiskey people who make whiskey or whatever, they're now switching over to alcohol making hand sanitizer. So I think it's going to be here for a bit. I don't know how the fuck we're going to deal with it, but hopefully we get back by the April 19th of what they're saying. It feels weird to, no shave, was it no shave March?
Oh, no, I've been, for the most part, only because I was going to talk with you. It's the first time I actually put my denim and a shirt on. I had the tee that you got on, and I had my Spider-Man pajama pants on for the past, 3 or 4 days.
Ernesto, that would have been amazing.
I don't care. I walk out to the mailbox. Screw you.
I would have loved to have seen that. Had the wife take a photo.
As long as the flap stays closed, shut the hell up.
That should be your. That's going to be the thumbnail for this podcast for the.
As long as the flap is closed, right?
Well, I never understood the butt flap and the wiener flap, and everybody's like, "No, you take your wiener out." I'm like, "What man takes his wiener?" I'm like, most guys have to pull it down because they got morning wood. Like, some guys
it's hard when the gun's pointing this way.
I was talking to a costume designer, and he goes, I said, what's the hardest thing? He goes, honestly, for performer or actors, you gotta make a pee hole so they can kind of get it off quickly in case they have to use the restroom, because most time you buckle them up, they're all ready to go for a set, and then it's like, I gotta use the bathroom. It's like, oh shit, I gotta unbuckle this, so he had a quick release, he always had a quick, you don't see it underneath the clothes, they hit a button, it just unlocks everything. I'm like, oh, that's smart. Yeah, I don't understand this whole paper thing. The food thing, I don't.
I just got what I needed, and I changed absolutely nothing of what I normally do.
No, as you shouldn't. Yeah, don't fucking freak out.
The refrigerator was getting a little low, and there wasn't a lot of choices. We went to BJ's. We got our fish, we got our meats, we got our vegetables, we got everything else. I mean, one big cart. I think I spent like $500.
Yeah, that's good for a couple months. Yeah,
it wasn't like I needed two of everything. It was I like to carry a lot of water because the water doesn't spoil. So I get like 3 cases of water just because I don't want to go back.
Yeah,
for a while.
Well, you can't now because fucking even Publix and Walmart are not accepting any returns.
Yeah. So I don't mind the water and because I'll use it no matter what.
Yeah.
Food. There's no reason to buy 20 gallons of milk. Because the shit you can't drink that shit fast enough.
No, I bought, I think the most that we ever have in this house is 2 gallons. We have now half gallons because I don't drink that much milk that much anymore. I used to. But even it takes me like probably 2 weeks to finish off a gallon. If you portion it out.
We get the half gallons. She uses it for coffee and I like, mixing some chocolate milk. I don't really get the vitamin D stuff because for some reason it makes me cough and gives me a headache. But when I went to organic, that stopped happening.
Yeah, the organic and I think it's the A1 or the A3 milk is really freaking good.
Yeah, I think that it's either the chemicals they put in the cows for vitamin D that makes them produce more milk is causing the headaches and stuff like that. So when I went to the organic, I stopped having those problems. So, yeah, it's a little bit more expensive, but I'd rather not have...
You feel better, yeah. You don't really feel more, more. So I tried the A3 milk in my protein shake. Somebody was like, how's it? I'm like, it's actually really good. If you're lactose intolerant, they produce the cow gets absolutely, different shit to produce it, so it's more creamier. They pasteurize it differently too, so people need to just fucking relax. Everybody's thing right now, they don't know how to deal.
They're afraid, so they're gonna do what they think.
The sad thing is everybody thought for themselves. They didn't think about their fellow man, It's like, oh, you're in trouble, let me help you too. The world doesn't survive just around you. It's like you have scientists and people fucking smarter than you keeping you alive without you even knowing.
Every person is a part of the system.
The ecosystem,
and when one of them takes advantage of it, it hurts all the others. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the general selfishness of people. It's like, okay, even if I don't use it all, I can sell it and make a profit. Mm-hmm. It's like, you want to profit from suffering? If God exists, which for them, I hope he does, they're going to go to hell, and that's where they belong. And I hope they're sitting on their toilet paper, that big stack, and make that a throne for themselves while the devil's poking in the ass with the freaking pitchfork. Mm-hmm. Because to profit from suffering is, to me,
horrific. It's horrific. You shouldn't be doing that. But, the thing is, I'm laughing at the people that, the dogs have been getting into the water, been getting into their toilet paper, and the dogs have been breaking it open. I'm laughing my ass off. Like, that's perfect. That's good. That's awesome karma. The mom on Facebook, apparently they were having a water fight, and all the toilet paper got wet, like 2-3 stacks. I'm like, oh, there's a God. There's a God. I know I'm an asshole for thinking that, but we all started laughing. I'm like, that's what you get. That's what you get.
Again, that's karma, and I do believe in that. If you're an asshole, it's gonna come. Maybe not right away, but sometime soon, someone's gonna bite you in the ass really hard. And you're like, oh, why me? It's like, well,
you put it on yourself.
Exactly, toilet paper, and you bought all the child medicine that some lady that just needed.
I couldn't even get ISO alcohol. I literally went to Walmart here, and I needed for 3 because you need to wash the resin prints off, and then you got to water, and then you got to go put them under the UV lamp to cure them, so they get cured to harden, and the resin's no longer poisonous.
It comes off. It has the ability to
do its thing. And I went up to the pharmacist, and they're like, "Oh, well, you have to go talk to the pharmacist." And I'm sitting there, and she's like, "Why do you need this?" And I'm like, "Well, I run a small business. This is what I do for a living. My side hustle." And I'm running a little bit low on alcohol. I just need like a bottle or two, nothing big, just, good, maybe 2 liters. That's it, Oh, we're only giving out like one of the bottles, you're not high case. You don't need it. I went, are you fucking serious? I said, I'm gladly paying whatever I gotta pay. She goes, no, unfortunately, you're not high risk. We need you.
Okay, well, next time, paint your beard gray.
Yeah.
Paint your hair gray. Go in a wheelchair. One fucking bottle, you
I need one. They had tons of fucking hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah.
Or something like that. No bleach. No, nothing was. This was like days before. A little bit before. Like it got more like we were closing down in Universal. We were closing. I think we were just about to close. They were just about to make the announcement of like, okay, we're closing. But. Which everybody was like, they should fucking close. No, why are they making us go to work? It's like, because they can. Because it's not that serious yet. Now it's like, holy fuck.
That's fear.
Yeah.
Instead of thinking, hey, wait a minute. We're in a place where it would take one person to fuck everybody in the park.
Yeah. Like that one guy. I mean, I feel bad. Like knowing the whole story now, I guess that's the whole story from what Joe Rogan said, because he looks up his fucking facts. Is that the guy had a lot of cancer, stuff like that. He just got back from like remission and feeling better, and then he decided, okay, let me go to Universal Orlando and Disney World, and that's where they think he contracted it either from L.A. or from there, and I'm guessing from here because that's a lot.
It could have been on the airplane.
Could have been on the airplane. Yeah,
remember that's another enclosed space where
it's recirculating the air.
They don't filter that air. They just
recirculate it.
So the whole plane has got that shit.
Yeah, somebody gets sick and you're getting sick with them. I mean, you think when people wear masks on the plane, you're just like, well, they fucking got a filter for themselves so they can at least filter through some of this shit that they got. But yeah, it's fucking insane. But we will see. Can't believe we've been talking for... Are you ready for the timer check?
Go for it.
Alright. We got 5 hours, 20 minutes.
Holy crap, bro.
Yeah. I think
that's my whole work day. Actually, that's more than my work day because I couldn't ER from this.
Guys, he literally, like I said, he'll walk in, middle finger, and I'm like, you just got here. He's like, I can make more money if I'm home. I got you.
Sadly, that's the case.
It is the truth. It is the truth.
In one day, I can make what I'm making.
True. Yeah, I mean, we got the benefits of working for a theme park, but at the same time, we're like, I can make a little more. Not people with skills can make more money than what they can at a theme park. Most people don't have skills, sadly. Most of them are going to college and trying to pay off college debt. And I think that too, people are hoping the real college thing, they're saying they're supposed to cut some college stuff out. They're hoping that happen. Like, that's not going to happen. They want you to be in debt for the rest of your life. Sadly. But I'm glad you and the wife are doing at least okay. And
everybody's good here. Everything's relatively sanitary.
For the most part, until you sneeze.
So, no, it's, again, I just worry about the mail because that's the only way something can come in.
Yeah, my Amazon package came today, so I could open that up and see. I'll get poisoned by somebody.
Again, I'll remind you again, don't pop the bubbles.
But it's fun. It's funny because I got the laser cutter, and that was already from New Jersey, and that was made in China. I got both the laser cutter, both the printers from California, and so far I'm good. Everybody's like, you're going to get sick. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm perfectly fine. They work great, everything. Laser cut, I'm looking forward to learning how that works, so. Getting that to run. But, yeah, I'm just glad everything's going good with you. Good to finally get the chat out of the way, and hopefully we can do another one in the future. And,
In time, again, we can probably organize things better. Again, we'll also be setting up a little website, and again, I don't want to be like, oh, we're gonna ship it to you, whatever. I'm like, okay, this is how it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's a lot of fucking shit.
To the post office, you're gonna pick it up there because I don't want you to say it got.
Make sure they get signatures too. Yeah.
Stolen off my front porch, and I want to make sure everything's delivered perfectly because I don't just say, oh, this is broken. I don't want to do shit because all the pictures that I'm gonna have of these things. That's the way they are.
Yeah, I had one eBay seller did it to me. He goes, make sure I'm taking a photo of it, how it's packaged. I got it. It came fine. Our UPS guy was good. He dropped it off nicely. But I had to send a guy. He's like, I need photo verification that you got it. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. He's like, because I spent extra money for the insurance for you. And I'm like, oh my god. So I did. I followed his directions. But apparently he's had other people that said, the fucking package came broken. Or
yeah, but that's the only way you can do it now because there's too many people that,
Yeah, they wanted to charge because eBay has its own protection fraud and all that shit like that. It's fucking weird. Yeah, it's gonna be a long. I would say if we either go with Squarespace and then do an e-com store, but that's a lot of photos we got to go through together. I don't mind helping you. So
I've got that lovely space, and got the backdrop, so the white background, the black backgrounds. There's literally a photo studio back there.
Yeah, which is
not hard to do.
No. Just a lot of fucking up close photos, making sure we get every crack and cranny.
Yeah, and little scratch and little things so they can't say, oh, this came out.
Oh, I hate when people do that. Oh, it had a scratch. Like the MacBook that I got it used from, refurbished from eBay. And the guy goes, everything fine? I said, yeah, man, you guys did a good job. Works fine. It's clean. It's got a few dents like you guys said it would. It had a couple scratches, but I said, other than that, good price. I'll buy another one. So instead of spending fucking, $6,000 on a new computer, just buy one of the old ones and runs just as good. Just needed a couple upgrades, which is shocking. So, yeah, looking forward to getting your collection together. I mean, when I come back over, I get to see all your arcade cabinets and more stuff that you added. I'm like, God damn it, Ernesto, stop buying shit.
You know what? I'm doing the best I can. Why do you think I'm not, walking around? Did I tell you about the pressure washer?
What?
I went for a walk in my neighborhood, and literally this guy was pulling a pressure washer out. And I go, does it run? And he goes, yeah, it's just the hose is broken. I'm like, do you mind if I take it? No problem. Took it home. I changed the spark plug, started it right up. And the thing works. Even the gun works, pressure coming out of it. It's just that where the bottom of the gun is, it's spraying a little bit. I'm like, fuck. And then one of these days I'm going to run. I'll probably be walking another day and there'll be a hose to replace it,
You could probably go to Harbor Freight and probably just grab one. Yeah.
That too. Harbor Freight probably have $10 or $5, and I got a brand new pressure washer this is a gas Honda motor.
Oh my god, that barely
Honda
breaks.
Gas engine, which by itself is maybe $150, $250 for that fucking engine by itself. At least
by itself, yeah.
How much did it cost?
Nada. I don't know why he threw it out, because he didn't want to fucking do the maintenance.
It's a possibility he want to move with it, or he bought a new one and it's like, okay, I can't sell it. Nobody wants to buy it in the garage sale. I toss it.
Yeah, that's gonna be the sad part. Like I said, when people, for you trying to get rid of your shit, your collection, people are gonna be like, did you wash it with alcohol? Did you sterilize it? It's like, yeah.
I'll show him the Raid canister inside.
Pretty much fucking irradiated with fucking UV light.
Uh-huh.
It's like, oh my lord. Oh Jesus, that's crazy. It's fucking pressure. Now you just need to find a Tesla on the side of the road that says free.
You know what? I'd probably get it running, and I'm going to make it faster than a friggin' Roadster. I'll gut the entire interior, just have one seat, have my Speed Racer steering wheel, which every button, that saw blades come out, and all this shit that goes on with. And if, I'll be racing every other freaking Corvette and everything, and if the Corvette seems to be passing
like fucking wacky racers, man.
Blades out. Take the blades out, cut the tires, and keep going.
Oh my god. Fucking like wacky racers there for Ernesto. Oh god, that's amazing.
Again, there's a lot of ideas floating around.
I told you guys, this is a free flow podcast, and he's just.
It's fun. I go, what's it called? Like in the middle of the road. I think I told you the story, but I had replaced the fuel sending unit in my car, and for some reason the gasket was misaligned. So when I hit a bump, the thing came loose and gas was flowing out of my car.
Oh shit!
The full tank,
Yeah.
it's going to come out. So, in the middle of the road, I'm like, okay, what do I have to work with? What do I need to do? And then I realized I put some tools and I popped something underneath it to hold the fuel sending unit down so that the gas wouldn't come out, because my exhaust, it's set up in sections. So even a little bit of flame coming out of that exhaust would have ignited the gasoline. Yeah. So I'm literally driving a bomb. So I'm like, okay, what do I need to get my ass home? And I was like I want to say about 10, 15 miles away. And a friend of mine, after I told him the story and I showed him because I took pictures, he goes, dude, how'd you get home? I said, well, I did this and this. I said, man, I would never have been able to do that. It's just, you just got to look at the things around you.
Yeah. It's fucking literally get a MacGyver.
Exactly. It's freaking MacGyver. And then when I got home, I took the whole tank down. I took the fuel sending unit out. I replaced the seal. I actually, what happens is there's also metal tabs that hold the gasket in place. They were bent inward, so it gave it the ability to slip out. So when I took the tank out, I bent everything back just as a precaution, put the seal on, and never had a problem again.
Oh, wow.
But that's just things that, you got to be able to
think off the top of your head.
Be able to adjust to or be able to adapt. Because
I think that's what people are fucking lacking.
They don't want to adapt. It's like, oh my god, my shoelace broke. Okay. Take it out. Put it back in so that the shoelaces match, and then tie your shoe. It's still a fucking shoelace. Yeah. It's just going to be shorter.
I mean, I use shoelace as a fucking belt. Like, wait, what? I was like, yeah.
That's the thing that you need to adapt to, and then when you get the chance, you buy a new one and you replace it.
No, I was running out. I was out in the middle of fucking nowhere camping for a couple weeks. Fucking belt snapped. Like, literally broke. I couldn't there wasn't Kmart or anything. I wasn't going to be back in town for, like, the next couple weeks. So I grabbed a fucking shoelace out of my boot that I wasn't going to use for a while. Fucking undid the extra lace, put it on my waist, and set the loops and made a little belt. And tied it into a knot. And I was like, there you go.
People don't want to do that, or just they don't have the ability, they don't have the imagination, they want everything given to them.
I can't. People aren't going to survive the zombie apocalypse. If they can't survive without toilet paper.
Again, as long as I can run and that guy behind me is 300 pounds, I'm good.
That's why you keep your fat friends next to you.
Exactly. Well, I don't want to sacrifice my fat friends, but, the ones that,
piss you off.
Exactly. I'll roll them over. I'll shoot them in the leg. Whatever I have to do.
Come here, Tony. Here's a waffle.
The zombies will be fed for a couple of months. I can actually walk around and not worry about them biting me because they've got enough food to last them.
It has happened in Walking Dead. They drop the fat guy and they let him eat him. That they get away.
But again, it makes sense because it's true.
Yeah.
It's not even a lie. It's like that's actual fact.
True. Yeah. If somebody's hurt, you're just gonna leave them there because they're already infected with the open cut. So. Let them get eaten or try to fix them.
I know it's mean, but
it's true. It's World War Z. They're not the fast zombies. Well, I don't know. The fast zombies or slow zombies. I don't know what we'll get. So,
you know what? I think the fast ones are just to make things scarier.
Yeah.
Because when Resident Evil came out, they were slow as fuck. The only thing that was moving fast were the lickers, and I can understand that because they're almost dogs. Okay, but the zombies, you can push them and walk away.
I mean, they're not like Mr. X where it's like a fucking huge guy and you're like, oh, fuck.
What it comes down to is numbers. If there's a whole bunch of them, you're fucked.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
I mean, there's no door that's going to hold you back. There's no fucking window that's going to hold. So we've all played a lot of fucking zombies in Call of Duty.
Yeah, I saw, I don't know where I saw it, but on somewhere on the web, but there was a house that this guy built. That's like for zombie apocalypse. And then when he opens it up, the cement actually opens up and moves to the side, and you got windows. It looks like a pretty house. But when it comes time for that to happen, the cement covers the windows, the whole house looks like a block.
Oh, I gotta find this video.
You get into this house, I thought that was just beautiful. Like, wow, you had the money to do something like that.
Well, I think that's just probably the money, but just kind of this time to be like, you know what, fuck it, I've got nothing better to do. And I'm willing to spend a few bucks to have some fun.
Again, if I had the extra money, I'd probably do the same thing. Except for I put gun turrets at the top,
Well, I've been to one guy where he has like all these, he has stuff like that. Like he has a fucking tank in the front yard. I'm like, why? He's like, well, it doesn't run, but it's just cool to look at. And he's like, but you stopped to see it, right? I was like, that's the point. You stopped to take a look at it and ask me why. Because I thought it was cool. I was like, that's crazy. Oh my goodness. Well, I think we can call it here, and I appreciate it, man. Thanks for joining me for the day. I didn't think we'd do it.
It was fun. I
I didn't think we do.
talk and chat and bullshit for a while.
Yeah, man. Like I told you, it's gonna be free flow, and we got into a little bit of everything, and talked about the coronavirus and people that we work with, and hopefully Ed's not listening when I post this stuff, and I doubt he will be.
I'm just hoping he's okay because I think he's
so am I. I'm hoping all of our coworkers are safe and sound. I know it's rough for everybody to fucking be out of work, and we weren't planning on this. Like me and Ernesto were planning on actually meeting at his house, months and months ago, just planning a day just to go over and get stills and B-roll and stuff like that. But he hit me up throughout the week and was like, hey man, you okay? Because usually we all try to keep in touch with me, John D, and a few other people that we know, and just make sure everybody's alive and net, and it's just been a fucking while. None of us was expecting this for our families, and it's been fucking wild. I'll tell you, man, it's like being out of work for this long, now till April 19th. Holy shit.
Yeah, it just feels unreal.
Like I said, I got that email and I sent it to you, and I was like, this is what our managers are telling me, but this is what my other managers are saying, like in verbatim, and it's just like, we're not sure, guys. Like you said, say if we do go back, all it's gonna fucking take is one person. Who knows if we all get fucking tested when we go in? Yeah. Hey, you're welcome to come back, but you need to be tested.
Well, here's the thing: if what the president said was true, and everybody has a test, then we should do it.
Mm.
Just so we know who has it. That way we say, okay, I mean, I know it's going to suck, but we quarantine those people, and it passes, or we cure it, and then, everybody that doesn't have it can go about doing what they got to do, and the government can pay less for the fewer people that are not infected, and the people that are not infected can go back to doing their job. I'd rather be working.
People are, that's the one thing I was saying, man. People are fucking furious because first they're like, I want to have one time off, and now they're like, I want to go back to work so bad. I miss everybody.
I like being busy. That's why I'm working there.
Yeah.
So that I keep myself busy. But I also don't want to infect anybody, and I know I don't have jack shit.
Yeah, none of us,
Again, this whole time, I haven't had any symptoms, and my health, again, is, not 100%, but it's good enough.
Yeah.
And the only thing I worry about is the mail, because if that mailman, sneeze on my mail, that's going to piss me off.
Well, don't piss him off.
Well, no, I don't. Again, you know how I feel.
Yeah.
You don't mess with me, I don't mess with you.
Yeah, it's just been fucking, like I said, it's been a wild ride for the past, well, now it's going to be about 30-something days now without work, so I wouldn't even...
You know what? Some of them said, 3 months. And I'm like, okay, who's telling me the truth? Because you're getting different stories from different people.
Mm-hmm.
I think if we tested everybody, we could probably get rid of this in a month.
Yeah.
Okay? And whoever's sick, it might be a little bit longer for them, but at least we know who isn't.
I mean, that's a lot to fucking quarantine. That's, think about every fucking city, it's, 200,000 to 300,000 people.
True, but there's still people that are not infected that can still be doing things. And as long as we know who is and who isn't, and I know it's kind of, to me, it's like discriminatory in a sense because
we're trying to slow it the fuck down so that we can get.
This is something different. This isn't like
this is something I've never seen in my lifetime.
Okay. Just because you're a different race, we're going to quarantine. No, it's you have something that's going to kill people. We need to put you here.
Yeah, and people aren't thinking that way, and they're like, "Well, you're being discriminating." It's like, no, literally, what you have could kill my family or your family or somebody you love. Because their immune system isn't... It was kind of funny, like I said, I was in Walmart the other day, and people were covered in masks because their immune systems are low. Some have asthma, some have, I didn't realize that, People wearing their face covers or gloves because they have low immune systems or they're at health risk. And to be sad, this isn't a, from what I've been reading and hearing, I think Joe Rogan said one of the comedians just got it. I think Andy Yo. He's like a healthy fucking bodybuilder guy. He just got it. And he works out, takes his vitamins, everything, and he apparently, from what Joe Rogan was saying, he thought he was gonna fucking die because it was like a pneumonia. And he goes, dude, this is fucking intense. I thought I was gonna die because it just fucking takes you out. He's like, I'm 30 or 40 years old. It shouldn't have happened to me. I was like, it's like arthritis. It doesn't discriminate. This thing is like something we've never experienced. Nobody's not like this. Not like this fucking.
Well, just recently they said, oh, the kids don't get affected by it. I think we just had one death.
Yeah.
One child from the coronavirus.
Yeah.
So it doesn't care.
No, this
it depends on you. Some people might be able to get through it because they built up an immunity, or they're just whatever that.
My mom's been actually taking the vaccine. She's got some medical thing, and she's been on the vaccine for fucking a year now. And it's for her hips or something like that. She takes literally the medication for it, and she's like, I'm fucking immune to it. I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, I've been taking apparently the vaccine for the past 2 years. I was like,
yeah, they use that medication for lupus and something
that's what she's got lupus, yeah.
And but the thing that drugs don't work the same way for every person.
Yeah, and I was like, Mom, you're still fucking vulnerable. We're all still vulnerable, you know. So it's just
again, it just takes one little variation.
Yeah, and I don't
finish the medication. It doesn't mean that the medication might work against the 19, but it won't work against the next one.
Fucking 20. Like the one guy said, he said that he worked for the CDC, he retired, and he was saying, listen, man, he goes, this shit is like nothing we've ever experienced. Like, it's like you guys think we're making fucking nuclear bombs and shit in like the lab to make y'all sick. He says, the problem is we're not. It's the fucking Earth, and these viruses already exist. They're mutating so fast we can't keep up with it. We don't know how to counteract it.
Yep.
So it's like, he's like, I'm not trying to be funny, I'm not trying to scare anybody, this is the real truth. He's like, yes, there are some government programs, like not here, but in other countries that are designed to make chemical weapons. Some do get out, some don't get out, but he's like, this is something like it's been here forever, but it's evolving so fast that we can't contain it fast enough to help people. Usually we could, but it's just fucking, it's global.
When it's airborne and you can touch surfaces, those
and
are the two worst things.
And then the time framing of it is so weird. It's like two weeks for this and 24 hours for this surface, and you're like, oh fuck! So if I'm at Walmart or I'm at a shop, I should be wearing gloves, or fuck it, if I could wear a mask, but I'm still breathing in, or it's still skin contact. I'm touching the fucking pad to pay for my purchase, but I might touch my forehead, and there it goes, it's going in my pores.
Number two is that somebody sneezes across into another aisle. Just one little particle gets in your eye, or you breathe it in, you're fucked.
Yeah. It's like it's Resident Evil.
Yep.
It's Resident Evil, just fucking, world size, but, yeah, man, we'll do what we gotta do. Stay alive as long as we can. Who knows when they call us back to work. But, yeah, man, it's been a pleasure. I want to wish you and the wife all the best, and, thank you for joining me for this, and spending the day with me. I didn't know you would... I mean, I had a blast. I don't know about you. I had a ball.
It's been fun. I enjoyed it.
And you got to have a magical Ernesto drink. Have your so.
Yeah, well, it's gone. It's done.
Bravo.
Get myself another one.
Hey, might as well. You're on vacation.
Exactly, and
I mean, I would have loved to see you in your pajama pants. That would have been nice.
Yeah, no, that's yeah, not on camera, bro. Sorry.
Have your wife just take a photo.
Be good, bro.
Hey, brother. Have a good one. Thanks. And there we go. Alrighty, guys. Hope you enjoyed. I want to wish you guys an open mind. Have a good one. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.